What is up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Limited Resources. This episode number 806. My name is Marshall. I'm one of your limited resources, and joining me on the line all the way from Denver, Colorado. Easy for me to say, right, Luis? It's Luis Scott-Vargas. Luis, we've got Final Fantasy
Was it easy for you to say? It feels like it maybe wasn't.
We've got the Final Fantasy set review today, Luis. Are you stoked?
Yeah. I mean, so it's interesting. I'm not a big Final Fantasy fan in the sense that I have never played any of the games. I played 0 minutes, but my younger brother, 3 years younger, really was into it, and I watched him play quite a bit of Final Fantasy VII and scattered other ones, but Final Fantasy VII is the one I'm most familiar with. So, I think it's a really cool franchise. I think it's a good choice. I like when Magic does Final Fantasy or Lord of the Rings. Those feel like they fit. We'll see how Marvel comes out. And certainly when I see like the SpongeBob cards, it's like, that doesn't really feel right to me. So I kind of like that Final Fantasy as well. You know, it's fantasy. And from looking at the set and from reading the cards, it has felt like they've done at least a decent job of getting some really good top downs in there. So I'm kind of interested to see how that goes.
I'm curious too, because I also am not into the lore of Final Fantasy, but I care a lot about how this Magic set does. And I'm curious if it translates to somebody who's only tangentially, experienced Final Fantasy. I think I played one of the games when I was young. So yeah, curious. And then, but at the end of the day, it's like if they put together a great limited set, I'm going to be happy. And we're going to find out today. We're going to take our first steps into Final Fantasy. So we're going to go over every single common and uncommon in the set. We're going to talk about them, give our thoughts, and then we're going to ultimately give them a grade. We're going to go over that grading scale in just a second here. Before we do, I want to say thank you to everybody who supports us on Patreon. It's patreon.com/limited resources. It's just a way to support your favorite content creators. If they've brought something good to your life, if they brighten up your day, you can support them to make sure that they can continue to make the thing that they want. Being a content creator is a bumpy road, and something like Patreon can really help smooth it out. If you sign up for ours, you get a thank you card and a sticker in the mail as well. We also want to say thank you to Ultimate Guard. If you need to protect your cards, they are the best. They make the best possible stuff, whether it's at the individual card level, like with sleeves, at the deck level with deck boxes, maybe multiple deck boxes, even in a longer deck box, or even your collection with things like binders and backpacks and stuff like that to protect your cards. They've got you covered every step of the way. They make the best stuff in the business. It's high quality. It's well thought out. They use premium materials, and that's why we are partnered with them. If you want to check out their stuff, you can go to ultimateguard.com and check it out. If you want to buy something, you can go to your favorite online retailer or your favorite local game store. Thank you, Ultimate Guard. We do appreciate you supporting the show. So as I mentioned, Luis, we are going to be giving each of these cards a grade when we're done talking about them, but that doesn't necessarily tell the whole story.
No, so the grade is going to help you kind of compare different cards with each other and kind of give you kind of, like you all say, a punctuation mark at the end of our commentary. But the commentary gives you a lot of information on how to use the card and kind of where it's going to be useful. The grade is a little bit of an imperfect tool, yet we still find it useful enough to include. So let's take a look at our grading scale here. We use A through F grading scale with 2 subgrades. So A's, these are the bombs, the game winners, the best cards in the set, hyper-efficient spells, good in every situation, cards like Jeskai Revelation or Ugin. Not going to see a whole lot of A's in the common or uncommon review. Typically, they don't appear. Maybe you'll get like 1 or 2 uncommons that like kind of sneak into the A- level. B's, these are cards that actively pull you towards their colors. In this set, it's a kind of a 2-color set, like a normal set. So we're talking a card that would pull you into a color or archetype. Headliners for a set and solid removal, just high quality cards like Carrier Kit Guardian or Disruptive Stormbrood. Like think of the kind of the best commons or good uncommons. C's, these are playable. These are the pawns of limited. They're very interchangeable. Most of your cards are going to be C's. And, just kind of average commons, average-ish uncommons, mediocre removal, like sometimes, so like cards that are good but not great. Cards that you're not unhappy to play, but you're not excited to play. You're talking cards like Inoc Wayfarer or Riverwalk Technique. Just solid cards. You don't think twice about having them in your deck, but they're not cards you'd never hope to pick a C in like the first 4 picks of any pack, for example. Stepping down, we've got Ds. These are the cards that you can play. And honestly, in this day and age of sets, the D's are that much worse than the C's. They are worse, which is why we give them that grade. And, you should strive to not have these cards in your deck. But these are the cards that if you got to play them, you play them. They're maybe a little bit too expensive, a little bit too situational. Just cards that aren't quite as good as like the average card. We're talking cards like Jeskai Devotee or Aegis Sculptor, just slightly behind the curve. And then you got Fs. These are cards that are unplayable in basically every scenario. Cards that cost 1,000,000 mana, refer to planeswalkers, do weird combo things. Cards like United Battlefront or Sib-Sig Ceremony. You're just never putting these cards in your deck. Our two subgrades are sideboard. So cards that wouldn't make the main deck, but can be quite strong out of the sideboard. Cards like Heritage Reclamation or Sarkhan's Resolve. Though, funnily enough, this format these ended up both being really solid main deck cards. But in most sets, those would have been sideboard cards. And then we've got build-arounds. These are cards that on their own typically don't do much or anything, but if you build around them, they can be really good. Some of the best cards in your deck. Cards like Glacierwood Siege is a perfect example. A complete blank unless you build around it, or the best card in your deck when you do. So that's the grading scale, and we'll be assigning grades to every card we talk about.
Yeah. Now, of course, with every new set, we get new mechanics, Luis. Why don't we talk about those really quick so that when we get to the cards that have them, we don't have to rehash it.
Right. So there's a mechanic that appears on a bunch of equipment called Job Select. This is very Final Fantasy coded, And what Job Select does is when this equipment enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero token, then attach this to it. And as they continue going through different iterations of making equipment playable, this is one of the strongest ones we've seen. This is kind of like the germs from, if you remember way back in New Phyrexia, like Batterskull type cards.
Living Weapon,
Except it's just a 1/1, and it even has a type for the times that matters, which I don't think is very, very often, but I think it maybe does. I don't know. And these cards generally are pretty good because you play them. They come with a creature. They come with the creature's equipped, so it gets all the benefits. Like for example, Dragoon's Lance is an uncommon. It's 1 and a white for Job Select equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other types. And during your turn, equipped creature has flying. So for 2 mana, for 1 and a white, you get a 2/1 flying knight, flying on your turn. And it has equip 4. So when that creature trades off or dies or whatever, you then move the lance somewhere else. And what's interesting about all these cards is generally they're good enough on their own as the initial creature, and then you're left with an equipment that's, 4 mana, equip, do all this stuff, not very good, but the Job Select is powerful enough that most of these are going to be above the bar.
And I would always take that deal, by the way. Give me the goods up front. Make me pay more later. Yeah, in Magic, that's where you want to be.
Marshall loves the payday loan places, you can tell. So
I said in Magic.
Next, we have tiered. So tiered is kind of like another version of Kicker, a multimodal spell. So the way these work is these spells, they start with, they have 3 tiers, and as you pay more, the spell gets better. So you're never getting like multiple different effects, but you're getting a better effect
right?
overall.
You just pay more, you get more.
So for example, Ice Magic, 1 and a blue, instant, it's tiered, it's a common. For 0, you choose Blizzard and bounce a creature to their hand. For 2, you choose Blizzara, and that creature instead puts it on top or bottom of their library. And for 5 and a blue, you do Blizzaga, and that creature's owner shuffles it into their library. And that's an additional cost. So it costs 2, 4, or 8. And but it's a really modal spells or like kind of kicker spells are a really good way to get cheap spells and expensive spells into the same card. There's also saga creatures. This one, I'm going to have to see how these play out. I don't think I like them, but we'll see.
It might play out well, but it's kind of weird to just smash these two things together.
So saga creatures, they're a saga and they're a creature, just like they say. But the biggest twist is that, and you might not get this while reading it, is after the 3rd chapter of Sacrifice. So these typically, unless they have haste, get 1 attack. So they come in, they do their chapter 1. Next turn they do their chapter 2, and you can attack with them. The next turn they do their chapter 3 and go away. So you've got Summon Fenrir, and these are summons in the vein, of course, the Final Fantasy summons. It's like 2 and a green for a 3/2 saga creature. The first chapter, put a basic land on the battlefield tapped. Next chapter, when you cast a creature spell, it gets a +1/+1 counter on it. And the next chapter, draw a card if you have the highest power creature. So you play this, you ramp, you attack once. Next turn it pops, and maybe you draw a card. And they of course count as enchantments. There's also transforming double-faced cards. We'll get to those as we get to those. They're pretty self-explanatory. They're all pretty different. They're in mostly high rarity. They're a spell. They're a card that at some point, if you meet a condition or pay a cost, you flip it over and now it's another card. There are adventures Adventures are back for real this time. This isn't Omen. This isn't a pump fake. We actually got Adventures, and they're on a cycle of towns. And towns is one we're going to talk about too. Towns it's a land type cycle, and there's like different town build arounds and incentives to play them. Of course, the little towns you would find as you play Final Fantasy. So the Adventures, there's the adventure mode, and then you can play that as a town later. So Jador, aristocratic capitals, it's a rare. So it's got 4 blue adventure. Target opponent mills half their library rounded down, and then it's an ETB tapped land that taps for a blue. So you can just play this card as a land, or if you want, play it as adventure, then play it as land. So kind of cool way to get split cards lands in there. Speaking of which, there's land cyclers. I like when these are around. We'll as we go through them, we'll see which ones are good and which ones aren't. But these pay 2 mana to search for a basic of a particular type. So, example, you've got Marlboro, not to be confused with Marlboro, like cigarettes. 4 black for a 4/4. When it enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of your library. And it has swamp cycling too. So, yeah, again, pretty straightforward. You can either cycle these for a land or just cast them. So those are kind of the mechanics, and we're going to jump in and see some cards here.
So far, we've recommended cigarettes and payday loans. We're off to a great start, Luis.
Oh, yeah.
So we're going to go into the signpost uncommons as we do. In this particular set, there are a pair. So we get 2 of each, and they're all legendary creatures from Final Fantasy, characters from Final Fantasy. So in our case, legendary creatures. And hopefully those will help us get an idea. This is the reason that we call them signposts uncommons, for what that color pair is trying to do. Though we do actually have access to that information, Luis.
Yeah, so I want to go over pretty briefly what Wizard says the 10 graft archetypes are. And what I mean by that is clearly these are what they intended, and the set is going to try to support. As we know, some of the times they might think that, blue-black is a control archetype, but actually maybe there's like a sneaky blue-black tempo deck in there. So don't think that this is like the final word on things, but look at these cards with kind of the intention in mind of this is what they think these cards will be used for. So the 2 color pairs, and again, this is a normal like color pair set. So there's not built in a bunch of weird 3-color or 5-color archetypes, though of course those can emerge. So blue-white is artifacts. So it likes having lots of artifacts in play, and it gives you incentives to do so. Blue-black is control. Pretty generic, but, I like how these play out. It's got card draw, removal spells, flashback, good ways to get card advantage over the course of the game for blue-black. Black-red is interesting. I'm going to see how this one plays out. They call it Black Mage Aggro. So it's an aggro deck, but it rewards you for casting non-creature spells. A little bit like Prowess, and we'll talk more as we get to the blue-red deck. It overlaps here. And of course, it's good as we see overlap. The more overlaps there are between these archetypes, the more likely it is that cards you select can go in different places, and you can kind of not pigeonhole yourself too much. So black-red is spells aggro. We'll see how that works out. Red-green is landfall aggro, so it's got landfall cards, and there are, of course, other mechanics than what we went over in the article, or in the first mechanics part, but those are all returning mechanics. So cards like landfall, for example, and is what red-green is trying to do. Green-white is go wide, so expect tokens, small creatures, ways to pump things. Black-white is artifact and creature sacrifice, pretty normal black-white theme, trying to play artifacts and creatures that are good to sacrifice and get benefits for sacrificing such. Blue-red is big non-creature. So this is different from the blue-red prowess decks that we've seen many, many times. It's specifically keying on spells that cost 4 or more mana. So there are, of course, ways to support that and setups for it, but that's what blue-red is trying to do. So less of, I'm going to play 3 1-mana cantrips and trigger all my prowess creatures, more like, I'm going to play this 4-mana spell, it'll trigger my creature, it'll do what I want to do. Black-green is graveyard value, which I'm happy about. Whenever they try to do the +1/+1 counters and black-green thing, I feel like it never works, but graveyard value typically does. So trying to fill your graveyard, flashback spells, raise deads, regrowths, various things you can do with the graveyard. Red-white, another Failson archetype here, equipment aggro. I feel like red-white equipment aggro is a pretty low hit rate, but the job select thing actually does give me hope that this is going to be fairly good, because job select is a really powerful way to get equipment into decks. So we'll see how that works. And then blue-green is town ramp. I'm looking forward to this one. It's trying to ramp to big spells and use the towns and accumulate as many as possible to kind of further that game plan. So that's what the mechanics are intended to be, and well, let's take a look at some cards finally.
All right, let's see what if they actually hit the mark on these ones. So our first card up then, again, Signpost Uncommons first is a blue-white card. It's called Titus Blitzball Star. It's 1 blue-white for a 2/1 legendary human warrior. So these are all legendary, and they're also all uncommon for this whole section. So I'm going to skip that just for efficiency for this little chunk. And it's a 3-mana 2/1. It says whenever an artifact you control enters, put a +1/+1 counter on Titus, and whenever Titus attacks, tap target creature an opponent controls. Well, that's right in line with the signpost there, isn't it?
Yeah, it straight up is just like, yep, give me some artifacts, and
turn me sideways.
Do some good things for you.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough at the 3-mana slot, right? It's a little late to get started by the time you start casting artifacts on turn 4 and getting the counters rolling. The first one, I'm still not impressed, right? The 3-mana 3/2, not so great. Even with that tap ability. The next one, I'm like, okay, now we're talking some business. But
I do think that the tap ability is pretty good. So I could see a blue-white aggro deck that is happy to just play this as a 3-mana 2/1, kind of like a territorial Hammer Skull, right, from Ixalan. And it's the sort of thing where, like, if you are in blue and white, you're going to have some artifacts, even if you're not like the super dedicated artifact deck. So I bet Titus is just a B. You get pretty decent value. You don't need to be pumping it too much, and when you do, it's good. The only caveat is if you're not aggressive, its value goes way down. You really want to be attacking.
It plummets. Basically, I think Titus will be as good as blue-white is aggressive. The more aggressive, the better this card gets, period. I could see it being really bad. I mean, like, seriously, if you can't attack, like, this thing's pretty awful. Not a great blocker and slow and all that other stuff. The other blue-white card is Sid Timeless Artificer. This is 2 blue-white for a 4/4 human artificer. And it says artifact creatures and heroes you control get +1/+1 for each artificer you control and each artificer card in your graveyard. It says a deck can have any number of cards named Sid Timeless Artificer. Oh, thank God we've been unshackled there. And interestingly, it's got cycling. Now, it's a little bit of a steep cost. It's blue-white specifically to discard it and draw a card. But yeah, that's pretty cool. I kind of like it. There isn't really that much of a dream though for us limited players, right? Like it's not like, oh, I'm going to get 5 of this or something.
No, and of course the text, as you mentioned, it only applies to constructed. You can always play as many as you want in limited, but by itself, it's 4 mana 4/4 that's pumping your artifact creatures and heroes. Mm-hmm. By +1/+1. I mean, I don't think that's crazy. And there are, a decent amount of these types around. So artifact creatures especially. So I think that Sid is probably like a C+, and as a 4-mana kind of lord. And it even has cycling. No, this is just a B actually. Like 4-mana 4/4, all your artifacts have +1/+1. That's pretty solid stats.
It's okay. Yeah. I think the cycling does push it into the B range as well. I also would give it a build around grade. I mean, it looks like if you can really do the thing, and let's say you pick up 2 or 3 of these to go in the full on deck, that this will probably be one of your best cards. Like you're you can use this as a combat trick, right?
In what sense?
Like if you have him out and then you cycle another one.
Oh, sure. Yes. Like, if you get multiples of this, that you can, the joke is that you cycle it, because this is a legend. You can't have 2 in play at once, even though you can play as many as you want. So yes, if you have multiples, it can be a combat trick for sure.
Which is a narrow thing. Anyway, B for Sid Timeless Artificer, but I actually see more ceiling on it if you're really truly built around. Okay. Our next one is blue-black. This is Lock Cole, which is 1 blue-black for a 2/3 human rogue with Death Touch and Lifelink. Nice. That's a good combo. And whenever Lock Cole deals combat damage to a player, draw a card and then discard a card. Still, that's great. I like everything I see here.
Yeah, no, this is good. I mean, 3 mana, 2/3 Death Touch, Lifelink. Blue-black is always looking for ways to stabilize the board, and this does a good job of that. And then when it hits them, you get to loot, so they even have incentive to try to jump in front of it. I like B+ for Lock Cole. This is a good card.
I do too. They have a lot of incentive to block this. It's got Lifelink and the triggered ability. Next is Ultimecia, Time Sorceress. This is 3 blue-black for a 4/5 human warlock. And it says, oh, it doesn't have flying? Okay. In fact, I'm going to give it not flying. It has the special ability not flying.
It has giant wings, yes.
Yeah. It's a 4/5 that says whenever it enters or attacks Surveil 2, pretty good. And it says at the beginning of your end step, you may pay 4 blue, blue, black, black, and exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, transform Ultimecia, and it becomes Ultimecia Omnipotent, which is a 7/7 with Menace, and it has an ability called Time Compression. When this creature transforms into Ultimecia Omnipotent, take an extra turn after this one. So how much mana was that? 8?
8 mana.
Does feel like getting the, the cards in the yard wouldn't be a problem given the enters and attacks in the relative late stage of the game that you could... 8's a lot. I mean, 8 is a lot, but you can probably make that work. You can only pay this mana at the beginning of your end step, huh?
Yeah, so you play this, you get a Surveil in. You obviously really want to like bin the 2 cards if you can.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll keep them if they're good, but your goal is to get to 8 mana and 8 cards in graveyard. That doesn't sound crazy, especially since Surveiling helps with both those things. It helps put cards in the bin, and it also helps you find the lands you need to play this. How unhappy would I be at paying 5 mana for a 4/5? I mean, that's not terrible either. So,
yeah, and at least it's defensively statted as well. That's a reasonable ground blocker. What happens when you flip it? Like, do you get the... Like, is it the beginning of your end step, so do you get the turn right away?
Yeah, you get the turn right away. So you flip it, you get a 7/7 Menace, you just untap and immediately take another turn. And
it doesn't have summoning sickness, so you can smash them too.
Yeah.
But you don't get to Surveil anymore. Sure, this seems okay. This seems to me to be like right in line with what you would hope for a 5 mana legendary uncommon, right? Like, this is clearly not like straight bomb territory. Those are very expensive costs to actually get going, and you're not getting this amazing creature on the front end, but it's pretty solid.
I mean, I feel like if you saw this card, you would be like, if your opponent plays this card, you'd be pretty scared. You would feel like that is a problem I have to deal with. Of course, they play this card on turn 5. You know you've got like 3 turns to deal with it, so it's not like you have to kill it right away. But it's also a 4/5 that's surveilling every turn. This looks like a B. Looks like a good finisher. Probably you don't necessarily need a ton of cards in this vein, but I think I could imagine a lot of blue-black decks that if they had 1 copy of this, they'd be a lot better at closing out games.
Yeah, the other thing that I'll mention is that on 5 mana, that Surveil 2 is really nice. Like, because that's usually the inflection point where you just want action from that point on. So, a lot of time lands or 1 or 2 drops aren't really on the menu anymore. And you're really digging for stuff that costs 5, 6, 7. And Surveil 2 at that point is pretty nice. Next up is red-black. So this is Garland, Knight of Cornelia. This is black-red for a 3/2 human knight. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1. And then it says you can pay 3 black, black, red, red, and return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield transformed, but you can only do it at sorcery speed. And it comes back as Chaos the Endless, which is a 5/5 flying demon. And it says, when Chaos dies, put it on the bottom of its owner's library. These are cool mana sinks. Yeah, this is great.
I mean, well, the fact that it comes back from your graveyard means you just play this. You don't care what happens to it. And it's even got a good ability while in play. And then at some point, you just get 7 mana, make a 5/5 fly.
Totally. Born to trade, too.
This is actually like an A-. Your opponent plays this on turn 2, you're just going to be like, ugh.
Yeah.
Like, you have to deal with it, and then you have to deal with it. They're both pretty good.
Yeah, this card's a problem. I mean, I'd go B+ on it, I guess, just because the cost is quite high. The 3 black, black, red, red is like a ton of mana, but it's free, right? Like, not the mana part, but the fact that you just have it sitting there. Yeah, if it trades for anything, you're happy. Surveilling is good. Yeah, it's a great card. 2 mana for that.
It also keeps going because when Chaos dies, it goes to the bottom of your deck, which, maybe you shuffle, whatever. Like it eventually could come back.
Yeah. Julie likes it. Next up is Black Waltz number 3. I don't know what this is referencing. 2 black red for a 2/2. Okay, but it's got flying and death touch. It's a wizard. And it says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Black Waltz number 3 deals 2 damage to each opponent. I mean, they leaned in. You know, this is obviously encroaching on the blue-red territory here. Both of these cards pay you off for casting non-creature spells, but it certainly fits with this color pair. I mean, oftentimes black-red has the best 2 removal spells or the best combination of removal spells in a set, and a lot of them, I mean, they're basically all non-creature spells anyway, so it all kind of fits.
Yeah, I think that this looks... It's a little weak in combat in the sense that it dies at almost any time it gets involved in one. And, you know, against removal spells only has 2 toughness, but it can trade for anything if you need to. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell dealing 2, that is some rules text. Like, your opponent plays this on turn 4, you just feel like you're going to take 4 to 6 damage, you know, over the next 2 turns very easily, maybe more. Like, especially if you can't stop it with a flyer, then you're kind of locked into at least 4 a turn because it's pretty easy to assume they'll be able to play a non-creature each turn in that deck. So
and your next removal spell is going to be aimed at any flying blockers or reach creatures, and then it's you take 2 and then you get hit for 2 more in the air. And in a pinch, like you said, it basically can block anything, and it does a pretty good job of it too.
Yeah,
with
I like B for Black Waltz number 3. I would want to make sure I was getting value out of the trigger. If you just have a black-red deck with not a lot of spells, it's less good. But I just don't think most black-red decks are going to struggle to pick up at least a decent amount of spells.
Yeah, low-grade build around on it. But yeah, Black Waltz number 3. B, that moves us to red-green. This was the landfall color pair. This is Rydia, Summer of Mist. This is red-green for a 1/2 human shaman with, landfall straight away. Whenever a land control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So landfall rummage. And it has an ability called summon. It's X tap it, and you return target saga card with mana value X from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. It gains haste until end of turn. Activate it only as a sorcery. Activate this only as a sorcery. So this is
pretty cool card.
Pretty sweet. Yeah. So you're getting a 2 mana card with landfall. Anytime you see that combination, it has the potential to be really powerful because you can kind of bank on, if it survives, getting 2 to 3 landfall triggers minimum. That's very normal for that to happen. So now, you know, how good is rummaging? It can be quite strong, particularly with this, you know, summon ability that Rydia has. So I kind of like everything I see here. How much of this is like saga dependent though? I think that's the only question. Like, is this a build around saga card, or is this just like, I can play it, and if I happen to have a saga, great?
I think it's more that you'll just play this in red-green because a 2 mana creature, it's only a 1/2, but still a 2 mana that whenever you play a land, you rummage. That's pretty nice. It has a little bit of tension where in the late game, you don't want to play lands, you want to rummage them away, but you need to play them to trigger this. So
good point.
That part's going to play a little awkward, but you add the saga component and you have a really strong card. So I would say it's like a C if you don't have a saga, and it's like close to a B if you have multiple sagas.
Okay. And the finality means that it does get exiled, so you don't get to keep running it back. But
no, but like it also even has haste, so you get to like attack with it.
So you actually get to it. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So
I like that card. Yeah, I would give B for Rydia, Summoner of Mist.
Yeah, I like B.
I mean, again, slight build around there. Next is Gladiolus. What do you think on that one?
Amicitia.
Yeah. I knew you'd go like Spanish mode on it. That's where my mind went to. Amicitia, whatever. 4 red-green for a 6/6 human warrior. And when it enters, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. So we've got the old 6 mana ramp spell here. It does have landfall. Whenever land enters under your control, another target creature you control gets +2/+2 and gains trample. So this is somehow a 6 mana ramp plus combat trick. That's also, by the way, a 6/6. That's a lot.
This card seems awesome. Like, you cast this on turn 6, you get a land, and then you get to trigger all your landfall stuff. Plus, maybe they already triggered because you played a land before it.
Yeah.
And then you also give one of your creatures +2/+2 and trample. I like B for Gladiolus. This looks like the finisher you want.
Yeah, and you get a 6/6 left over for your troubles. That's no joke. B for Gladiolus. Next is Garnet, Princess of Alexandria. This is green white for a 2/2 human noble cleric with lifelink. And it says, whenever Garnet attacks, you may remove a lore counter from each of any number of sagas you control. Put a +1/+1 counter on Garnet for each lore counter removed this way. Huh. I typically don't like cards like this because they're so fragile. I like a 2/2 lifelink for 2 just at face value.
Yeah.
That part's good. But trying to set up this whole thing is probably a one-shot affair. That can still be pretty good though, right? Like, you only need to remove one lore counter and extend these saga creatures one extra turn to enable a full extra attack, another trigger the next turn, and all the other good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting something like 90% of what you want by just playing a 2-mana 2/2 lifelink. Like, that is a pretty decent place to be, especially as white green probably has a decent amount of pump spells and whatnot. And then you end up, if you have a saga, getting to do some pretty good stuff with it.
Rules question. I have Garnet out. I play a saga. I attack with Garnet and remove the one counter from my saga. Does it just next turn restart again from 0 to 1? I remember there was a card that did something like this, and the saga didn't start itself, if I remember correctly. Is that true? Or
no, they'll just keep ticking up.
Okay, so the next draw step or whatever it is, it'll just pick up a counter.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So if it has an ETB or a chapter 1 benefit, you could pull that off as well.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's okay.
I would give this a C+.
C+ for Garnet.
I also think, unlike the Rydia, where it gets some sagas back from the graveyard, Rydia works if you at any point have drawn a saga. Garnet, you have to have Garnet in play, saga in play, and an attack. Granted, it gets a +1/+1 counter, or maybe 2 if you have multiple sagas, but this is a lot harder to use. A lot more has to go right. And I think is also just less powerful than just putting a saga back into play. So right. I like C+ for Garnet here.
Yeah, same. It's a little difficult to cast and stuff. Next is Renoa Hearttilly. Oh boy, this is going to be a long review. This is 3 green white for a 4/4 human rebel warlock. And it says, when Renoa Hearttilly enters, create Angelo, a legendary 1/1 green and white dog creature token. And it says, Angelo Cannon. This is an extra ability for Renoa. Whenever Renoa Hearttilly attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Well, there's a token.
So 5 mana, you get a 4/4 to 1/1, and then it attacks, and you make another creature +3/+3 +4/+4. Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
This is a good curve topper for a tokens deck for sure. You get a token, and then the next time you attack, you're smashing really, really hard.
Yeah.
Especially, if you pair it with anything like Garnet with lifelink or anything with trample. Yeah. I mean, I think I would probably have Renoa in that C+ category as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Not quite blown away, but that's solid. That's a thing you want to be doing. And any creature that costs 5 mana gives me 5 power, 5 toughness over 2 creatures. I don't really care how it's split up. I'm probably pretty happy with that. Plus, good boy. Next is Judge Magister Gabrenth. This is white-black for a 2/2 human advisor knight with menace. And it says, whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Judge Magister Gabrenth. Or Gabrenth.
This looks like a pretty good reason to be in black-white. You end up with this being a pretty good threat. If you get 1 counter on it, you're a 3/3 menace, and this isn't capped. It's not just triggers once per turn or anything like that. You could easily make this a 5/5, if you have a good token engine going. Mm-hmm. And 2 mana, 2/2 menace, I think is pretty reasonable. I like B for Judge Magister. This is just a very strong card.
I do too. Good start and good way to finish the game. Next is Rufus Shinra. This is 1 black-white for a 2/4 human noble. And when Rufus attacks, if you don't control a creature named Darkstar, create Darkstar, a legendary 2/2 white and black. Hey, another dog. Oh, this is a bad dog, though. Dog creature token. Look at that thing.
Yeah, that does not look like a good dog.
Yeah.
3 mana, 2/4 that when it attacks makes a 2/2. The 2/2 is not attacking, it just is chilling there, which probably pretty good just to make it so you don't lose it in combat.
Right. So the only joke here is that it's a legend, the dog. So like you kind of want to have something to do with it, but I don't know. I could find something to do with that, right? Like sacrifice or even just chunk
it also only
blocks,
makes it if you don't have a dog. So it's
right. Oh, right. So it doesn't matter anyway. But I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that in order to really maximize on a card like this, you want to be doing something with that material every turn, right?
Yeah.
This card could really use like Death Touch or some other like dissuasion, but the 4 toughness is pretty good. Like you're going to be able to turn that sideways for at least the first one, which is kind of the most important one because you get yourself a 2/2 out of the deal. I like it. That's a good card. That's simple too. I like the design. I would say B for Rufus Shinra. I mean, this just seems really
looks good.
solid. Yeah.
Even if you attack and trade this off, like if you attack and trade this off for a 2/2, they have 2/2/2s, they double block. That's still actually just not that bad.
No, not at all. And it does feel like there's some dumb things you can do. Also, they're heavily incentivized to block Rufus, and that means that combat tricks or removal spells could get good. Next is the Emperor of Palamecia. This is red-blue for a 2/2 human noble wizard. It says tap, add blue or red, spend this mana only to cast a non-creature spell. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on the Emperor of Palamecia. Then, if it has 3 or more +1/+1 counters on it, transform it. What does it become? The Lord Master of Hell. Just going for it.
It's intense.
Yeah, and it is a 3/3. But presumably a 6/6 because you have at least those 3 +1/+1 counters on it. And it says it has Starfall. Whenever the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, where X is the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard. Okay. Didn't see that one coming. But.
I mean, I was already sold at blue-red for a 2/2 that taps for non-creature spells. Like that in your average blue-red deck, I would imagine you'd be just very happy playing that card. And then this gets counters as you're casting these spells. And of course, the curve is turn 2 Emperor, turn 3 4-drop.
Right.
And then once it has 3 counters on it, it transforms and it keeps the counters. So now you've got like a 6/6 that when it attacks does probably 2 or 3 damage to at least 3 damage to your opponent, presumably, and maybe more. Yeah, I would give this an A-. I think that this is a very strong reason to be in blue-red.
Yeah, this seems to be hitting all the marks. Good early, does the thing you want early, and then later on it transforms from being a stupid mana dork into this massive beatdown creature. Also, it gets an A- just for the name being the Lord Master of Hell. I mean, that is a hardcore name. Next is Shantado. Tactician Magician. This is 1 blue-red for a 0/4 dwarf wizard. And it says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Shantado gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is the amount of mana to spend to cast that spell. If X is 4 or more, draw a card. Yeah, this is kind of a more classic take on the blue-red. You know, we often talk about, is it incremental where you're doing the little pings over time, or is it the one big smash? And this is definitely in that one big smash category for Shantado. So this is,
this is
huge.
This is a lot because
draw a card too.
Yeah, that's the thing is if you just played this as a 3 mana 0/4 that when you cast a spell, maybe it attacks for 3, maybe it attacks for 4, whatever. But the fact that if you have expensive spells, which is everything that in this color pair is pushing you towards, this also draws you a card. You don't have to attack with it and you feel like you got good value. Like, that's a pretty big game.
Yeah. I mean, and then it's a decent blocker and a really funny attacker, right? Because like you could definitely just turn it sideways as a 0/4 and be like, I got 4 cards and 6 mana. You figure it out. You know, like, do you want to take 5? Do you want to block? Like, what do you want to do? And, you know, if they block and you play a 4 mana, whatever, you draw a card, this thing trades off, like you're pretty happy. This is a great payoff. This one definitely has a build around attachment to it, but we are assuming that if we're in this color pair, that won't be difficult. but you do have to pay some attention to how many non-creature spells you have, and then furthermore, how many non-creature spells you have that cost 4 or more, which you'd want a fair bit of in this one.
Yeah. So I will say that like a lot of the multicolor cards will in some ways qualify for build-arounds, but I just don't see the blue-red deck that wouldn't want a lot of these cards.
But I mean, like, sometimes people get off the tracks and they draft a whole bunch of like payoff creatures and they don't pay attention. You know, this, you really have to make sure
you do have to pay attention to the ratios of cards in your decks to make these decks functional. But it's not like you have to draft in a very different way than normal in order to have this work.
Mm-hmm. I would say build around B+ for Shantado, Tactician, Magician. What do you think?
Yeah, I like that. I think in the average blue-red deck, it's like C+ to B without trying. I think as a build-around, it's like a B+.
It gets a bump up. Next is Exdeath Void Warlock. This is 1 black-green for a 3/3 Spirit Warlock. And it says, when Exdeath enters, you gain 3 life. And at the beginning of your end step, if there are 6 or more permanent cards in your graveyard, transform Exdeath. So this is kind of going the other way. And it becomes Neo Exdeath Dimensions End, which is a *3 trampling spirit avatar. And its power is equal to the number of, that's right, permanent cards in your graveyard. This is cool. I mean, this is just very basic, right? This is a simple way to approach black-green, but I'm totally with you, Luis, on it. Whenever they try to do something too cute, it doesn't work. I like this. Like, give me payoffs for exactly what I think black-green is trying to do, which is get stuff in my yard. And yes, permanents are a very cool way to not step on other colors, what they're trying to do as well. How good is it, though? 3 mana, 3/3, gain 3 life.
3
That's
mana, 3/3,
pretty dang
gain 3
good.
is solid. Like you're generally happy with that. You're not. There's some matchups where it's not the best. The transforming is like a little bit of a.
That's hard.
Well, it's also just like a little bit of a lie where like, yeah, it transforms, but it really just goes from a 3/3 to now like a 6/3 trample. Mm-hmm. Like that's not a massive transformation. It's like so it will come up and that will matter, of course, but this is mostly a 3/3 that gains 3 life.
Yeah. Well, and transforming, it's very difficult. That setup cost is really hard. Like, you need to be turbo milling because it's not just 6 cards.
I wouldn't even view it as setup cost. Permanent. I think it will happen when it happens.
Okay, you wouldn't try. I mean, I'm assuming this is
the payoff's just not there. Like you'll want to build a deck that can transform this because black-green wants to do that thing already.
Right. That's
so
what
it'll naturally happen. But you're not building your deck to make Exdeath good. Exdeath might be good in your deck.
Yeah.
And the floor is very high. The ceiling is just not that much higher. So I like C+ for Exdeath. I think it's fine.
But I just want people to know that this isn't just going to happen. Like 6 permanents in your yard, it's difficult. Like that's a hurdle to climb. And I agree, you shouldn't be doing it just for Exdeath. What did you give it, a B?
No, C+. I think it's C+. It's just a slightly better than average 3-drop. It's not even. I mean, I don't know. I can imagine plenty of decks. They're like, oh, that's what they played on turn 3. Sure, I don't care about the 3 life you gain. It's just a 3/3.
I can definitely see that. Yeah, that.
don't let the transforming fool you. In the name, the name is badass, but it's just not. This is a fine card. It is not one of the better uncommons.
Cloud of Darkness is our next one. It's 2.
This is though
2 black, green. So 5 mana for a 3/3 avatar with flying, and it has Particle Beam. When Cloud of Darkness enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the number of permanent cards in your graveyard. Woohoo! Wow, 3/3 flyer that can snipe something on ETB. That's awesome. Yeah. I mean, these are the 2-for-1s that we dream of.
Yeah, I think Cloud of Darkness is great. Like you will just play this and you'll get -1/-1 or -2/-2 by the time you can cast this, kind of as a gimme. And often it's just going to be bigger in this color combination. I like B+ for Cloud of Darkness. This is one of those uncommons that it's like, oh, you should draft green-black.
Yep, and this is the payoff that you actually want, like a really nice 2-for-1. What is this Ragnarok Divine Deliverance thing? This is
that looks like a transformed thing from something.
Okay, let me click on it. It says it has other parts. Maybe it's a rare or something. No, these are uncommon. Fang Fearless, Vanilla. Mill 2 cards.
Oh, it's the meld thing of vanilla.
Right. So I guess we'll just leave it for now. And when we get to the card
Yeah.
that references it, we'll talk about it. Next is red white. So this is Giat. Really?
Gyat?
Is that really? King of the Dwarves.
He's a real Gyat, I'll tell you that much.
It's red white for a 1/1 dwarf noble. It has double strike. The 2-mana 1/1 double strike. Let's build something. Whenever Gyat or another dwarf you control enters, and whenever an equipment you control enters, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. So the conceit here being it's meant to carry a sword, basically.
Yeah. So
Equip
2-mana
it up.
1/1 double strike is already like, yep, you got to pump me up, get
Right.
it past those rookie numbers, and then
Right.
this lets you get some rummaging going. So it rummages on itself, dwarves, and equipment.
Yeah, so that's actually I actually am that's where I'm looking here, because if we are talking about an equipment set that has leveraged itself towards the front end of equipment, giving you a free 1/1 and giving you equip, but at the cost of having equip costs be higher than they may normally be, then this type of card goes down a bit, right? Because you're going to have to invest a more mana on average than you normally would. So I'm a little more focused on, well, what does it do for me just as a standalone card? And it's actually pretty good, right? I mean, double strike 1/1 trades up for a 2 toughness creature or threatens combat with combat tricks that can be really annoying for the opponent. And then you're getting this rummaging, I don't know. You don't need to rummage that often to make it pretty good, I guess is what I would say.
And looting affects both.
Mm-hmm.
The third one is worth a lot less than the first couple because you've already kind of gone through whatever it is you wanted to get rid of or get past.
Yeah. So I actually like Gyat, King of the Dwarves, though maybe not for what you would see at face value quite as much as for the other stuff.
I mean, 2-mana double strike rummage, that's already a card.
That's fine.
You could just put
Yeah.
that card in your deck and you'd be happy with it.
I'd give it a B.
Yeah, I like B for Gyat.
Next is Zidane, Tantalus Thief. This is 3
That doesn't look like
red
Zidane
white.
at all. Like, you get headbutted by that guy, you're not really taking that much
I
damage.
actually get that joke. 3 red white for a 3/3 human mutant scout. When Zidane enters, gain control of target creature an opponent controls until end of turn. Untap it. It gains lifelink and haste until end of turn. Whenever an opponent gains control of a permanent from you, really, you create a treasure token. There must be some flavor thing there. That just seems so bizarre. That never happens, right?
It literally does on the card. So
From you?
yeah, you take their creature, and then what happens at the end of turn?
They're gaining control of a creature from you. Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah, I guess I didn't view it as them gaining control, but it does make sense. I get it now. Okay, so you get a free token, and you get their creature for a turn, and it gets lifelink and haste?
it's basically a zealous conscripts that makes that with lifelink and haste, and that also makes a treasure. It can't steal
A treasure,
non-creatures.
yes.
That's like
great, though, man. That's
the
like
biggest thing.
That's like one of the biggest swings you could get, right?
Yeah, I mean, 5, like imagine they have a 4/4 out. You're just like, play this, attack you for 4, gain 4. So it's like deals 4, gains 4, and you make a treasure. And of course, there's like more scenarios where this can happen.
Where you
this looks like the kind of threaten that you'll put in your deck, even if you don't have any way to sacrifice creatures, because it's just a big tempo swing. And
now, this thing doesn't have haste, and you can't target your own stuff. Is that all correct?
all true.
Okay.
But yeah, I like Zidane here. I would give Zidane a B. This just looks
I
like
would
a
too.
good aggressive high end. I mean, this is the kind of card that will just end a lot of games when it gets cast, right?
Definitely. This seems like a kind of a close the door. I just don't really see a lot of downside here, I guess. The treasure token, not super useful at that point in the game, but sure, like if it's free, you'll just take it. 5 mana, 3/3 left over. I guess I'm coming down a little bit on it. You know, these cards, when they have haste themselves, are when it feels like you get avalanched out of nowhere, where everything was going fine and then the game just ends. But
Lifelink is an approximation
matters.
of that.
Lifelink definitely matters. Yeah, I think I like B- for Zidane Tantalus Thief. It's a little more situational than maybe I thought at the front. I misunderstood the treasure thing, but that doesn't change my grade much. Because it's kind of just a throw in, I guess. But what do you think? B? B-?
I'd just give it a B. This card's going to end a lot of games. It's going to, because it's going to put you in a situation. Maybe it doesn't kill them like if it had haste, but now that you've gained life and hit them for a bunch, they might not be able to attack you then on the next turn.
Yeah,
and then you have this
true.
3/3 and an extra treasure. So I like it.
Okay. Last color pair is blue-green. Ignis Scientia is 1 green-blue for a 2/2 human advisor. And when it enters, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may put a land card from among them onto the battlefield tapped. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. And then it's got a ability called I've come up with a new recipe. And it is 1 blue, green, and tap it. Exile target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, create a food token.
So it's almost never missing on the lands.
Right.
6 cards to look for a land. And it's into play. So you're already starting out high. 3 mana, 2/2, like kind of Elvish Rejuvenator. Played that card in a Grand Prix before. It is already good. And Elvish Rejuvenator is only 4 cards. This looks at 6.
Yeah, so 6 is like almost guaranteed. Yeah.
So given that blue-green is ramp, first of all, this looks for towns. It's not basics. It's just a land out of your top 6. This card would be a B in blue-green if it had no text involving recipes and food tokens. And then it adds the ability to pay 3 tap and exile a card from our graveyard. And if it's a creature, make a food. It's pretty minor, but it can harass their graveyard if they're black-green, and it can make food. But most of it's like 95% of the powers in the first text, and that is a good text. I would give B for Ignis here.
Definitely. This is
I can even see B plus, honestly. This card is quite strong.
Yeah, if this set gives you any breathing room at all, this is going to be an absolute all-star. Again, if it's a little on the slower side, that we could be looking at one of the best uncommons right there. If it's a fast set, then this loses a little bit of luster, but I just don't see a world where it's bad unless blue-green itself is just terrible. Last gold card is Omega Heartless Evolution. This is 5 blue-green, so 7 mana for an 8/8. And this one's actually a legendary artifact creature robot, and it has Wave Cannon. When Omega enters, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target non-land permanent that opponent controls. Put X stun counters on each of those permanents, and you gain X life, where X is the number of non-basic lands you control. And of course, if a thing has a stun counter, it doesn't untap. You remove the stun counter instead.
So you can ignore the each opponent part for the purposes of this review. Obviously, it's just going to choose 1 creature. But basically, it stuns a creature for as many as turns as you have towns in play. Mostly towns. Obviously, there's other non-basics. And then you gain a couple life. Yeah. This looks like a pretty good finisher. I mean, this is the kind of card where you've got the towns deck on the ropes, but they go land number 7, play this, stun your biggest creature for 4 turns, gain 4 life. Like that's a pretty big game.
It is, and it's huge. Do you know what's the story with it being an artifact creature? Is that just a flavor thing from the game?
It's a robot of some kind. I'm sure Omega is an actual robot.
Well, I mean, it's literally a robot. Yeah. So I guess the question is, what's this set's hunger for a 7 mana payoff that's pretty dang good? And based on what we've seen from 2 cards, it's high. I mean, Ignis, gets you closer to Omega. I like everything I'm seeing here. I also love cards like this that stabilize a board, and this definitely does that. Or at least has the ability to. Is B too high for Omega?
It's a build around B. If you're routinely going to have 3 towns in play when you play this, I feel like it's a B. If you're not, it's a little worse. Also, the town deck wants this effect, so like that adds up too. Okay.
So what would you give it then?
I would give it a build around B.
Okay, build around B. Okay, well that was cool. The signposts often lead us in a good direction. But we're going to go into each individual color now, and that'll help us really flesh out what the designers of this set have leaned into and what maybe didn't get quite as much shine as the rest of it. So we're going to be starting with blue. Right? Blue? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And our first card is Magic Damper. This is blue for an instant. This is common, and it says target creature you control gets +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. This is kind of the sampler platter. You get a little of everything. It untaps, It gets a little bigger, it gets hexproof. These type of cards actually have overperformed in recent sets, specifically the ones that cost 1 and give hexproof and then some other whatever. This one gives you like kind of a few decent things. It's funny, once I see untap it, I actually think less of the card, even though that's totally a throw in. What grade do you like for Magic Damper, as a kind of jack of all trades? Like, it's not good at anything. It's not particularly good at anything, but it's kind of good at
really
a few
good at one
things.
thing.
With the hexproof?
It's really good at beating removal spells.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it's like really good at. It's not that good at being a creature versus creature combat trick, and it's an okay ambush card, but you're obviously a little vulnerable, right? Because you're just like firing this off on my 3/3, and then they're like, okay, kill it in response.
Right.
But where it is really good and where it's like a B level card is against opponent with like a lot of 3+ mana removal, or if you have a really good cheap creature you want to protect. Like, imagine you have like, you're playing blue-red and you have 2 copies of that blue-red 2-drop that flips into the Master of Hell. Like, this card gets a lot better when it's actually free. You tap it to cast this and it untaps it. When you have something specific to protect. I usually look at this card as a sideboard card where it's like a B level card out of a sideboard, or like a C level card to D level card in your main deck.
Yeah, that's how I always start off on these, though. They can get into the main. Next is Sleep Magic. This is blue for an enchantment aura at uncommon. It enchants a creature. When the aura enters, you tap the creature. The enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. And when the enchanted creature is dealt damage, you sacrifice this aura. That's a weird twist on a template that we've seen a few times now.
Well, the twist is like it lines up Sleep Magic with every like sleep effect in every video game or D&D ever, where you cast sleep on the orcs. They're all asleep, but then if you like stab one, they wake up because the sleep isn't that powerful.
Right.
So I think the card is going to play out really well. It's cool that if they can ping it, they can save it, right? You know, if you've got a ping effect, you're like you Sleep Magic, they're 4/4 end of turn, they cast a deal too. But otherwise, I mean, it's a 1 mana Claustrophobia, and that's a good card. 1 mana. Even if this gets dealt with later, it's still a 1-for-1 usually. Like, they're not usually getting a free ping. So I like B for Sleep Magic. This is good removal. This is just good removal.
I just can't imagine that many decks that can do non-lethal but still damage to their own creature very often. And especially
might be able to, but
but I'm not even done. Like, what I mean is especially that doesn't cost them a card, right? Like, if
that part is definitely true.
Right. If you shock your 4/4 and they lose their Sleep Magic, you're like, sure. Like, it's really only if they can do some incidental thing to it. I can't imagine that that's very much. I like B for Sleep Magic. There's a very real countdown before you call it the blue Swords to Plowshares. Next is Stolen Uniform. This is blue for an instant at uncommon. Choose target creature you control and target equipment. Gain control of that equipment until end of turn. Attach it to chosen creature. If you lose control of that equipment this turn, when you lose control of that equipment this turn, if it's attached to a creature you control, unattach it.
This is like the blue.
Can you please just tell me what this
slightly
does?
Worse swords.
Like, this is this confusing, narrow, and bad?
Yeah. I mean,
like,
I don't
did
think
we hit the trifecta here?
It's not that confusing. It just takes an equipment and puts it on one of your creatures. That's all it does, right?
Mm-hmm. But what happens when you lose control of that equipment?
Basically, at the end of turn, the equipment just gets unattached. Because the way equipment rules work, and just you run into this and
own it?
Cube all the time, right? You treachery their creature with a GT on it. Well, the GT is not yours, but it's on the creature, and it just sits there.
Right.
They don't want that to happen because I think that would be kind of dumb. I mean, the card is not good. You can use it on your own equipment. You are allowed to use this as a 1 mana equip at instant speed, which isn't really one of Blue's themes anyway. I guess out of the sideboard, you could use this. I mean, it's a good combat trick, right? It takes a +2/+2 equipment off their creature, puts it onto yours, but it's a combat trick that involves having an equipment in play.
I mean, your opponent just has to have equipment, or you do.
And even if you do, I don't think that's good enough.
No.
So yes, so I would say this is like a sideboard C, where I can imagine going the whole format and never putting this card in, but it can lead to some blowouts. So, keep it in mind. This is the kind of card we're going to talk about this one on the Sunset Show of the time you lost to this card.
Definitely.
And you never played it. This is that exactly. So I basically think Stolen Uniform is closer to an F than any other grade. I'm willing to give it a sideboard C. You should not main deck this card though.
Right. So don't play Stolen Uniform unless you're bringing it out.
Stealing's bad.
Yeah. Next is Syncopate. This is blue, X for an instant. It's common, and it says counter target spell unless this controller pays X. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. Syncopate traditionally has played out very well.
Well, the reason is in the first 4 turns of the game, they're usually tapping out, so it's 2 mana to counter a spell and exile it. And that's good. You generally play these cards, and as we've said, the 2 mana counter unless they pay 2 cards have been good for a long time. Like the last bunch of times that card showed up, it's been good. Mana Leak would obviously be great. And Syncopate is good at doing that kind of imitation. But the thing about Syncopate is in the late game, it actually is still alive. It might be expensive, but it's not dead. And that's a pretty big difference. Imagine you're both kind of in top deck mode and you have 7 lands out and you just have a Syncopate. You have nothing to play. You're just going to counter whatever they play. And that's on your card that was great on turn 2.
Totally.
So I like Syncopate at C+. They get worse in multiples because they are a little expensive. And once it really sucks when there's a card like Force Spike where they're like, well, I'm going to play around Force Spike. And you have 3 in your deck. That's obviously not where you want to be. So I like 1 to 2 Syncopates mostly, but I really like having 1 to 2. So I would give it a C+. It's a good common.
I agree. It plays out really well in both early and late, like Luis described. Next is Cargo Ship. This is 1 and a blue for a 2/3 vehicle at uncommon. It has flying and vigilance. Well, they got the crew cost right on this. It's 1, which is kind of the only acceptable crew cost. And it has tap, add colorless, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell or activate an ability out of an artifact source. So this is kind of an all-in for artifacts style card. It's a 2 mana rock that is an artifact and taps for mana for artifacts. And then they kind of packaged it up in this thing that, you can crew it up and get in. And it even has vigilance so you can attack and still use the mana every once in a while. But really, this is for the artifacts deck, right? This is the thing that is 1 and helps you cast them.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 2 mana rock for artifacts that also doubles as a little flyer if you've got ways to crew it. It's a pretty all-in card, like you said, but it's good. I mean, all-in cards are good when you're in that deck. So this is a build around B. Yeah. If you're in the artifacts deck, this card's going to be really good. If you're not, it's not good at all. 2 mana, 2/3 flying vigilance crew on, not a good card.
No.
But you get the mana ability, and of course, that's a whole new ballgame.
Right, and that's the whole thing.
So you can crew, attack, and then spend the mana.
Yeah, I said that. Yeah. The thing is, it's like when you're evaluating this and whether to put it in your deck, don't look at the color. Look at the fact that this is, do I have a ton of artifacts? Am I the blue-white deck? Then probably, yeah. Next is Dreams of Laguna. This is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says Surveil 1, then draw a card, and it's got flashback for 3 and a blue. Wow, I love that.
Great card.
Yeah.
Look at this. This
beautiful.
It enables the blue-red deck really nicely because when you flash it back, it counts as paying 4 mana for a non-creature spell.
Oh, crazy. That's great.
Very clever. You can surveil other copies of this into your graveyard. It's also just a really good way to smooth out your draws and generate a little card advantage. Unless you're playing blue-red where you can get your tempo back because the triggers kind of make up for the fact that you're just casting card draw, you might not want too many of this, but the first copy of this in any blue deck is probably going to be pretty good, and probably the second copy too. Yeah. So I'm not saying, this is a C. You're not going out of your way to take this card, but it will make everything work a little bit better. Cards like that are good. Yeah,
there's room for these, especially with that payoff that you mentioned. So C for Dreams of Laguna. Next is Ice Magic. This is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. It says, and it's got tiered. So this is the one that Luis described where you choose one additional cost. So here's the 3 tiers. And in fact, this is actually the exact card you mentioned, Luis. So Blizzard 0. So you don't have to pay any extra. It's still just 1 in a blue. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Blizzara 2. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. And that's for the price, by the way, that we were used to paying for that 4 mana.
Yeah.
And then somehow you can get yourself up to 8 mana, 6 blue to have Blizzaga, which is target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. Yeah, I mean, this is a type of thing that scales reasonably with the game. There's no point at which this is great, but there's no point at which it's bad.
Clearly, we're comfortable paying 4 mana to put a creature at instant speed, put a creature on top or bottom. That's a good card. At this point, we actually get that with like slight upside. You know, just all these various little trinkety effects to go on top of that. And 2 mana to bounce a creature at instant speed. Well, that is a card you typically wouldn't play unless you had a little bit more than that. But still not that bad. And then of course the 8 mana mode is just like that's just a freebie. You wouldn't put that card in your deck. But this is a 2 mana play, a 4 mana play, and an 8 mana play, and they're all pretty good. Yeah, that's a good card. That's a C. It's not, we're not talking best common here or anything, but the fact is you mostly want to cast it for Blizzara, the second mode, the 4 mana mode. But sometimes you'll have to cast Blizzard because the mana works out. And sometimes Blizzaga. Sounds like some kind of drink at a regional franchise. I'll take a Blizzaga with no cherries though.
Yeah, hold the cherries on my Blizzaga.
Yeah. So I think this card is fine. I like this kind of mechanic, and I think the cards it's going to be on are typically going to be good. So I like C for Ice Magic.
I give a C+. I mean, here's the thing: you are.
I do like that in the blue red deck. It's a way to spend 4 mana while also having a 2 mana play.
Totally.
Yeah.
And you're also just getting a card that we have put into our deck for multiple sets in a row with just extra costs that you can do, make it more flexible, but with no downside, right? You're just straight up getting that type of card, but you can cast it for 2 or 8, depending. So C+ for Ice Magic. Next is Ilmeg Pixie. This is 1 in a blue for a 2/1 flying fairy at uncommon. It says whenever this creature attacks, surveil 1. Yeah, that's a good card.
Very clean. This is just good. It's like a B-.
Yeah.
You put it in any deck. It's better if you're a little more aggressive, but you would just always play this card. It's always going to be solid. It's never going to be amazing. It's just a good card.
Yeah, green-black.
Pretty generic, good card.
So, yeah.
Good to have some cards like that in the set. So B-
Yep.
for Ilmeg Pixie. And then there's Sage's Nowliths. This is a 1 in a blue for an equipment at common. It's got job select, so it comes attached to a 1/1 hero. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and has, whenever this creature attacks, untap target attacking creature and is a cleric in addition to its other types, and then it equips for 3. So 2 mana 2/1 that when it attacks, untap an attacking creature, which could include itself. So kind of like a 2 mana 2/1 Vigilance. Slightly better than Vigilance because you can untap something else. And when that creature dies, you're left with a +1/+0 equipment that gives Vigilance-ish. Equip 3, yeah.
Pretty medium.
It's kind of like what we said. You'll play this because it's a 2-drop that is decent if you need a 2-drop. And then it leaves behind a pretty small value thing. But let me tell you, the blue-white deck is not cutting this card. So it's a 2 mana artifact creature that the artifact part stays even if the creature dies.
Definitely.
That is huge.
That's big.
That's awesome. Imagine the 2 mana 2/1 artifact with some other text. You trade it off, now you're down an artifact. This doesn't work that way. So in the blue-white deck, this is like probably a C+. In most decks, it's probably a C-.
Yeah, this is... I agree with you about it having a real home in blue-white. 2 mana creature-ish that's an artifact is what you want. Next is Sahagin. Sahagin? What do you think?
Sahagin.
1 in a blue for a 1/3 Merfolk warrior at common. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature, and it can't be blocked this turn. That looks like
this is
mediocre payoff to me, but
yeah, this is just the kind of like common payoff that no one at the table takes except the blue-red deck, which will play it because when you cast your first non-creature, it's a 2/4 and hits them for 2 unblockable. The second one is now a 3/5. Getting a +1/+1 counter is a pretty big deal. This is the kind of card that kind of justifies you flashing back Dreams of Laguna. Imagine you play you play this on 2 and, Dreams on 3 plus maybe a 1-drop, turn 4, flash it back. Like,
it does have to be 4 mana to get the trigger here, right?
Yeah, when you flash back the Dreams, it is 4 mana.
I'm just saying, but it's only when you do like, it's just, I don't know. This to me feels like it might be the payoff card that even that deck doesn't really want, but
I think it's going to be decent. Like,
really? I guess I'm wondering how many 4 or more non-creature spells, like when the deck is, quote, going off or doing its thing, is it like 2 or 3 of those that you get away with, or is it more? Because like the first trigger, okay, it's a 2/4 unblockable for this. Wow. We really did it. The next one, it's a 3/5. Weird.
It's also a decent blocker. You don't have to attack with it either. Imagine if you can't flash it back, you got a 2/4 blocker, and then it just grows over time.
Yeah.
You only spent 2 mana on this thing.
It is true. And that may be a slot where there's not much else going on and you just kind of need something.
Yeah, what I was going to say is, you have to play a creature on turn 2 in most games, or you would like to.
Mm-hmm.
Is this better than a random 2/2? Probably for that deck. It's worse in other decks, so you wouldn't play it outside of blue-red or a blue deck that has a lot of this kind of spell.
Yeah.
But compare it to the other 2-drops, and I think this card justifies itself. It's like a build around C, which is you're not going to take this card early. In fact, you don't have to. No one's going to take it. But I could see playing a couple of these in a blue-red deck because this is kind of the 2-drop that works best if you don't have like the good uncommon 2-drops.
Okay. Next is Scorpion Sentinel. This is 1 and a blue for a 1/4 robot Scorpion at common. It says, and it's an artifact creature, by the way. And it says, as long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +3/+0. So it becomes a 4/4 when you hit your 7th land. Otherwise, it's a decent blocking 2 mana artifact creature.
Right, which makes blue-white and blue-green, I think, both relatively interested. It's probably better in blue-white, honestly, because they'll get a lot of mileage out of the artifact part. But I like the idea in blue-green. I mean, you cast this on turn 2, it's going to block most 2-drops, even some of the 3-drops. A couple ramp spells later, you just have a 4/4. It'll remind me a little bit of like Topiary Stomper or whatever, the 4/4 that can't attack and until you have 7 lands. It's like you have 2 of these sitting so your opponents can't attack, and then on turn 6 you're like ramped up to 7th land, attack for 8, and they're like, oh, your squad just kind of like got activated. So
totally.
I view this a lot like Sahagin. It's a little bit better, I think, because this asks less of you. The game just needs to progress, and you're getting the artifact payoff just by casting it. So I still like C for Scorpion Sentinel. It just goes in more decks.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, being an artifact creature probably is a game changer for it. Next is Ultros Obnoxious Octopus. He does look obnoxious.
He really is. This guy shows up all the time. You repeatedly fight this thing.
It's 1 and a blue for a 2/1 legendary octopus. It's uncommon. And it says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. And it says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 8 mana was spent to cast it, put 8 +1/+1 counters on Ultros. And it's a stupid 2/1 though when it starts out. Oh man, that's funny.
I think it's reasonable though, because if you have this in play, every time you cast one of your 4 mana spells, tapping and stunning one of their creatures, like that's how you buy yourself time to cast your do nothing card draw.
Definitely. I feel like Ultros is like the type of card that you are very willing to just trade off at any point for anything. But if you don't, or if you don't have to, then yeah, you kind of get a reasonable benefit here.
Yeah, and it also gives you a good reason to cast Blizzaga, hold cherries. Like
it does.
That's an 8 mana play.
And it's an instant, right? So you could.
Yeah, I'm looking at common and uncommon in blue-red. I think there's only like one other 8 mana card, is what it's looking like. Random select, like a red card. The cards that have tiered are the most likely candidates. Just trying to see how often you'll get the 8. Probably not that often. Just syncopate you for 7.
Yeah. Ultros gets his counters. The artwork's hilarious. It really does look like he's just messing around.
Yeah, no, it's definitely very, very on flavor. So I think you can evaluate this mostly without the last ability, carrying too much weight, but it is relevant. It will happen sometimes. And I like this as kind of like a build around, like I would say build around C plus. We're not going nuts here, but in the blue red deck or any deck that has a lot of 4-mana spells, like I think this card, kind of justifies itself.
Definitely bonus points for the artwork too. Next is Combat Tutorial. This is 2 and a blue for a sorcery at common. It says target player draws 2 cards, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Bit of a strange mix there, but it's your
divination has been power crept officially.
Your strictly better divination.
What's nice about this is they made it target the player so they can't get fizzled by them killing a creature, which opens the door to decking them with combat tutorials. So keep that in mind. You can force them to draw 2 cards.
That is actually different then, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, normally they just say draw 2 cards because no reason to have an extra click. Because of the way Magic's targeting system works, you don't want to load this on top of target a creature as your only target, because that would be some disappointing stuff.
Right.
Honestly, I haven't thought through all the implications, but I kind of think that Magic could not have spells fizzle if all the targets are removed, but that's a question for another day. I'm famously anti-rules anyway, so I think combat tutorials. I think mostly I just want to make things work in the way that's most fun. That's just my guiding principle. That is not the guiding principle of most people who deal with rules, which I'm not even saying is all bad. Combat Tutorial is, I think, a solid card. It gets a lot better if you have some 2-drops. Yet another reason to put 2-drops in your deck.
Yeah.
You're going to want to cast this on turn 3 to hit your 4th land drop sometimes, and if you don't have a 2-drop, you're just giving up value. But if you get a counter out of this, that's a pretty good card. I mean, it's worse than 3-mana 1/1 draw 2 cards, but how good is 3-mana 1/1 draw 2 cards? That's pretty good. So
right.
This card is not like incredibly far behind that, especially since if you put the counter on like a flyer or a creature with an ability that's good, you're kind of getting extra mileage. So I probably like C for Combat Tutorial. I don't think I'm quite at C plus level, but it's solid.
Is this one going to get caught in that awkward middle ground where it's not 4 mana?
Yeah, that is a drawback. Spells in this set that are 3 mana are the most expensive you can be without triggering your stuff, which is not generally where you want to be.
Might be a tough one. Next is Dragoon's Wyvern. This is 2 and a blue for a 2/1 flying drake. It's common. And it says when this creature enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token. Wow.
Yep, we found our best blue common here.
No kidding.
This card's always great. 3 mana, 2/1 flyer that makes a 1/1 relevant type. There's really nothing to complain about. You play this in any blue deck and be happy with it. It's just a good card. So I'd probably get B- for Dragoon's Wyvern. These cards always play awesome.
They do. So good. Next is Keykern Merchant. 2 and a blue for a 1/4 Beast Citizen at common. It has 2 activated abilities. One of them is 1 tap, draw a card, then discard a card. So a 1/4 looter for 3 at common. That's pretty cool. And then it has 7 mana, tap it and sacrifice this creature to draw 3 cards. But this ability costs 1 less to activate for each town you control. Cool.
The perspective on the art is messing me up a little. I don't know. It's
is
really
that
weird.
his hand reaching up towards us or something?
Yeah, that's the hand with like some nuts or something here.
Yeah, this is weird.
But
so what do you think about
cards from this perspective?
Right. That's kind of my perspective. 2 and a blue, 1/4 pay a mana tap looter. Is that just too slow for current?
It's a little bit behind where I want to be. Like a 3 mana 1/4 can block okay. Paying a mana to loot. I mean, if it was just tap to loot, that'd be quite strong. But the adding the mana is a pretty big deal. It just throws you off your curve. So I wouldn't usually play this in most decks as just that ability. In the town deck, I think it's going to be pretty good though, because if you can get that 7 mana ability to like 5 mana, 4 mana, this is a pretty good card. Your early blocker loots, sets you up, draws some towns, then later you just cash in for 3 cards. I like that card a lot. So I would give this a C+ in the town deck and like probably a D outside of it. So it's kind of like a build around C+, I would say.
Okay, but you're not looking to play it outside of that deck, like just as
not really.
It's just
or a deck that just. I mean, you could be a deck that has more towns.
Right.
And you're not like the town deck.
Right.
And to be clear, I guess we didn't specifically say this. Towns are the common cycle of tap 2 color lands.
Mm-hmm.
So there's those, plus there's another common, 2 more common towns and some uncommon towns and rare towns.
Next up is Quistis Trepe. Trep?
Sure.
Okay. 2 and a blue for a 2/2 human, a legendary creature, human wizard at uncommon. It's got blue magic. When it enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell would be put into a graveyard, exile it instead. That's a tough one, though, right? 3 mana, so you have to target things that you have leftover mana to use for it. This doesn't have flash.
It's a 3 mana Snapcaster Mage, but there's one pretty big difference that I think you glossed over because I did the first time I read it. It's not your graveyard.
Oh.
So you don't actually have to have good spells in your deck for this card to be good.
Yeah, I was wondering why they put in that mana clause. I'm like, why are they just being pedantic at this point? Like, there's all this extra words, but now that makes perfect sense. This doesn't have flash.
Correct. But the fact that you get to free roll off their graveyard means I would always put this card in my deck.
Definitely. Yeah.
Obviously, it is better to have your own spells too. That way you don't have to, risk them not playing spells. It just gives you more reinforcements. But the average deck has spells. You're going to have a couple. They're going to have a couple, even if you're not trying. It's in blue. Some of those decks are going to have a lot of spells. So I would give Quistis Trepe probably a B. Like, you're often you're going to play this as like 5 or 6 mana 2/2 that kills something or does something relevant. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be hard to get value out of this card.
No, I like that. That's a cool card. I'm glad you pointed that out because I was definitely confused, but now I
was wondering how long to keep you on the hook for, but I decided to just, the problem is when you said from your graveyard and then kept going, the neurons in so many listeners' brains activate at that point to be like, no, that's not what works. And I have to kind of let them off the hook as quickly as possible.
You do.
They're
my
in
benefit.
Turmoil until we acknowledge our mistake. I know how it works.
Well, they're already halfway through, writing a comment or an email. Yeah. Next is Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. This is 2 and a blue for an enchantment aura at common. It has flash. It enchants an artifact or a creature. And when this aura enters, you tap the enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Dang.
So another blue lockdown card that hits artifacts or creatures and has flash. So yeah, this is the blue murder. It's not the blue source splashers, but it's the blue murder. I mean, I would give Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum probably like a C+ and just assume you're always going to play it.
I would too. The fact that it also hit artifacts.
Honestly, this might be a B-.
B-. Let's do B-.
3 mana instant speed, lock anything down. That's a great card.
Yeah, man. And it even hits its activated abilities just in case it had any chance to do anything. Tapping it does most of that. Yeah. So B- for Stuck in Summoner's Sanctum. Next is Swallowed by Leviathan. This is 2 and a blue for an instant uncommon. And it says, choose target spell, surveil 2, then counter the chosen spell unless the controller pays 1 for each card in your graveyard. I love cards like this.
This card is pretty close to just cancel with surveil 2, because in the early game, just like Syncopate, you probably just have to surveil 1 card into your graveyard to guarantee countering, which maybe sometimes you have no cards in your graveyard, they cast their 3-drop, you cast this, you want both the top 2 cards, and you just have to give up one of them, and that's, that is what it is. And in the late game, it's just going to make them spend 7 mana without even trying because your graveyard is going to have cards in it. So it pretty close to unconditional counterspell with surveil 2. That's pretty good. I like C+ for Swallowed by Leviathan.
I do too.
I'd be happy to play this card.
I would too. That's a very solid 1-for-1 with upside. Next is Thief's Knife. This is 2 and a blue for an artifact equipment at uncommon. It has job select, so you get the 1/1, and this thing gets equipped to it. It says equipped creature has +1/+1, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, and it's a rogue in addition to its other types. And as we have seen, the equip cost is bumped up because of job select. It's 4. It does give +1/+1. I mean, that to me is the difference maker here.
Yeah, I mean, getting to re-equip on this is like you said, mostly upside. You're not really playing this card because it's an efficient equipment. But you look at this and you're like, 3 mana for a 2/2, like Ophidian. 3 mana for a 2/2 they have to deal with or block or something. and it leaves behind this pretty threatening card. Because imagine you just have a 2/1 flyer out. If they tap out for something and you have this in play, like, yeah, I'm going to equip it. I'm going to attack you for 3. I'm a draw card. And then you're kind of behind there too. So imagine if you play this on turn 3, like, think of a game. Your opponent casts this on turn 3, and on your turn 3, you're like, oh, man, I don't have a removal spell. I'm going to play a 3-mana creature. I don't really have high hopes for what this next turn is going to hold for me.
Right. If it gets bounced or killed, you're going to fall behind really quickly. And then, as you mentioned, if you do use removal on the hero, that doesn't feel great. Like, this thing's just going to lay around, be an artifact, and at some point they may find the window.
For 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
If you played this on turn 3 and then their turn they spend some mana killing it, you still have this Thieves' Knife, which, if this didn't have job select, we'd be giving this probably like a D, maybe an F.
Maybe an F.
So it's not like a full card, but it's still part of a card, and you still got an advantage out of that. So I like B- for Thieves' Knife. I think this card is going to play out pretty well.
I do too. It is slow, but there's a lot to like there. Again, the whole thing is because it gets +1/+1. That enables all of this stuff. Next is Eject.
When you have this card in play, your opponent can never tap out or leave you with this in a creature without a solution, unless they want to let you draw a card, which obviously that is not like the game just ends. It's not very good for you.
But it's not good for you, and it tends to snowball also. We've all been there where they draw the first card, and next thing you know, they have a way to get your next guy out of the way or counter your next thing.
And then all of a sudden, they've drawn 3 cards, and you just have
now the game does just end. Yeah. So this next section of cards is where it gets interesting, right? Because these are the 4-mana cards. So any of these non-creatures are things that trigger these cards. The first one is Eject.
This next card is going to be one of your favorite cards in the set. Eject is 3 and a blue. It's an instant uncommon. The spell can't be countered. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Draw a card.
Oh, yeah. Gimme. At instant speed, too. And it's going to trigger
your 4
whatever that's called.
Prowess.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just clearly a great card for any blue deck. You would be extremely happy to play this. It's into the Royal that you have to kick it, but like, that's a good card. So
it's a really
I like
good
B
card.
For Eject. I think you're going to be really happy with this card.
Definitely. Yeah.
Also, there's some good counter spells in this set. If they leave up Swallowed by Leviathan and your play is Eject, it's kind of a beating. Because it just randomly can't be countered.
Yeah. Next is Ether. This is 3 and a blue for an artifact at uncommon. And it says tap, exile this artifact, add blue. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. This is a one shot, but it bumps you. So basically, like, you play this and probably don't do anything with it that turn. And then on a future turn, you get a little mana bump and you get to copy your next whatever.
Yeah. So it's kind of like spending 3-ish mana, because it's weird because you spend 4, but then you get 1 back at the time you use it to copy a spell, which on its face isn't an amazing deal, but you can set some cool stuff up with this, I'm sure. I mean, the more expensive the spell, the better it is to copy this. But I think this looks like a build around C, where I'm not going to want to play this unless I have a deck that has, the 4 mana or more theme plus some good spells to copy, of course, that goes with it. So I don't just because it's an artifact, I don't think you play it in blue-white all that often. My guess is you play this in blue-red most of the time and don't play it outside of that. So it's kind of like a build around C+ sort of thing. Yeah,
I think I would want to be touching on both things to play Ether. I would want it to be triggering some of the cards with the with the 4 or more, and I would also want to have some pretty juicy targets for it to double up on. I mean, it wouldn't need to be amazing. Right.
No, like, for example, the next card we're about to see is like a pretty reasonable one. But overall, look at it this way. Let's say you're spending, I want to call it 3.5 mana to use this. How many spells in your deck would you spend that much mana to copy? The answer usually isn't like a ton.
No, it's usually not.
So
again, I kind of just need to be I need to just be maximizing on it, but I am interested. I really am. Like, this can be very, very strong.
It can. Note that when you copy a spell, you're not going to get 2 triggers off of your things.
Okay, the copy will not.
You'll get a trigger up when you cast this, of course. But let's say you had a Sahagian in play. You cast Ether to get a counter. Next turn, you sack this, cast a 4-mana spell, get 1 more counter. It wouldn't get 2 because you're not playing the copy.
Yeah. What is the next card? The one that you said would be a good one to copy.
It's Realm Sketching. It's 2 blue for a sorcery to uncommon. It says create a token that's a copy of target artifact, creature, or land. So you basically get to mostly copy creatures, but sometimes you'll copy an artifact, and kind of rarely you'll copy a land. But you end up at least tied for having the best creature in play. Sometimes you have the 2 best creatures in play. And it's a good 4 mana play. I like that it's a 4 mana non-creature spell that actually is a creature. So you can trigger your things without, it's good to have some of those spells not just be like card draw spells or whatever, like some good board presence stuff. So I think I like B- for Realm Sketching. It's a pretty powerful ability. The only thing I don't like about it is that there's a lot of powerful bounce in this set, like a pretty good amount between like Eject and Blizzard and whatnot. And then there's more than that. The tokens can be a little vulnerable to that sort of thing. But I like B- for Realm Sketching, and
I do too.
Just so we don't have to keep saying it, all these cards get a lot better in the trigger your 4 more non-creature spell deck.
I think that point you made about this effectively being a creature like a clone, but it isn't actually a creature's really matters. I think that's how you're going to turbocharge that deck.
Oh, and speaking of which, Retrieve the Esper is the next card. It's 3 blue at sorcery at common, and it makes a 3/3 blue robot warrior. And if it's got flashback 5 and a blue, and if you cast it from your graveyard, the warrior has 2 +1/+1 counters. So
that's a lot to like.
And they're artifacts too. So again, blue white, blue red crossover, 4 mana 3/3 or 6 mana 5/5. I mean, blue black also probably likes this card. Yeah, it's just like 2 creatures and 1 card, and just if you mill it with surveil cards or discard it, you get extra value. So it's funny. I think Retrieve the Esper is like a C. Just it's not giving you anything amazing, but I think all these decks are going to get that little bit of extra value you kind of alluded to when it comes to Ether, where you're really maximizing. It could get up to C+ in those decks, I think.
Yeah, this is a pivot card. This is one that would go in a bunch of stuff and probably will be desirable for that, even though, as you mentioned, at face value, it's a C-ish level card. Rook Turret is 3 and a blue for a 3/3 artifact creature construct at common. It's got flying, and whenever another artifact you control enters, you may draw a card. If you do, discard a card. Lots of looting and rummaging so far. We're pretty early here, and we've seen quite a bit of it.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of card flow. You're going to see a lot of cards when you play this set.
So this is clearly tipped to the blue-white deck, right? It is an artifact, and it pays you off for casting or having other artifacts enter. It is not. It is a creature, so it doesn't work with the other things. So this looks like it's really pretty firmly over into the blue-white camp. It isn't powerful enough, right, to really break out of that realm, right?
No, and it's also not like Rook Turret isn't a reason to go into blue-white, because it's not like you said, it's not mega push, but it gives you solid stats and a solid ability. So it's a good supporting cast, kind of the textbook definition of a C. And outside of blue-white, it's probably like a C-. Like, you can't go that wrong. 4 mana 3/3 flyer. That's fine. Like you're not going to feel terrible about it, but you're not really going to get full value unless you're playing it in blue-white.
Yeah. And I think you will, though, at that point, right? I mean, you're going to get triggers for it entering, and then anything you cast after that triggers it is like really good. I mean, again, looting in the mid to late game's really nice too. It's just kind of good all the time. But next up is Side Quest Card Collection. Wow, this feels very meta. This is 3 and a blue for
real TCG shop simulator.
Yeah. This is 3 and a blue enchantment and uncommon. And it says, when this enchantment enters, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. And at the beginning of your end step, if 8 or more cards are in your graveyard, you transform this into Magic card, which is a vehicle, an artifact. It's a 4/4 flyer that has crew 1. So
the reason this is another card where you can't just put this card in your deck and expect it to do great things. Like, I would not play Side Quest Card Collection, which again does not sound like a Magic card name in any way, shape, or form. But I would not put this card into my deck and just be like, yep, I'm going to use this as bad filtering and a bad 4/4. But if you're triggering the 4-cost non-creature spell theme, if you're doing a good job filling your graveyard, I don't think I would play this in blue white very often, just because the artifact part is kind of minor. But I think this card, it could see some play in like blue black that really wants to go, like it's got a bunch of surveil and flashback and stuff like that. Mostly this is a blue red card, and it's an okay card. The 4/4 flying crew one, that's a good card. You would be happy to have that in play generally.
Yeah, that's actually enough stats to make it worth it. There's probably enough here to tie it together enough to make it. You only need one
card
little
you
benefit.
Will play sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
This looks kind of like a C to me.
Yeah,
but
probably.
Trending towards D unless you're getting extra value out of the cards.
Yeah, it's just a bit slow. The front end, being sorcery speed, not triggering.
It's not getting you card advantage. You draw 3 and discard 2. You end up with the same amount of cards, except you have this in play, but this is not a card that really turns into a full card, at least not that quickly.
Yeah, not getting the artifact thing too. Next is Summon Shiva. So this is our first of these sagas that are also creatures. So this one is 3 blue for a 4/5, and it has the same chapters for 1 and 2, which is Heavenly Strike. Tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it, and I think I said it, but it's a 4/5. So 3 blue 4/5, and then so that happens on chapter 1. Right when you cast it, and then the next turn it happens again, and then on chapter 3 it's Diamond Dust. Draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. This is an interesting one because it's really leaning into the more defensive nature of these things, right? As you mentioned, under normal conditions you would only actually get 1 attack in with one of these, but I mean you do get to block the whole time.
And the way the stun timing works, the one you stun the first time will be untapped by the time chapter 3 goes off. So naturally, you're only drawing 1 card off this. But 5 mana for a 4/5 that stuns twice and then dies and you draw a card, that's still, I think, solid.
That will buy you a lot of time. I think I'd be pretty happy
playing this card.
Yeah, I don't normally reach for cards that are like, well, this buys me time. Like that's not really the thing. But yeah, this one does seem to have something to it. It feels like it's quite difficult for them to really get around this. I guess,
certainly because of chapter 3, they're also just not going to attack you.
Right, definitely not. But you also played a 4/5, so it's unlikely that they could anyway. I guess one use case that I haven't really considered yet is if you play this and they just kill it. Like this is, let's just say they just untap, pay 4 mana, kill your Summon Shiva. Like where are we at? You've paid 5 mana.
Fine, you played just 5 mana 4/5 stun their creature and then they killed your creature. You didn't do too badly on that exchange, I wouldn't imagine.
Right, because the thing is that these don't stick around forever, so they're not incentivized to do that, right? Like normal, unless they're going to kill you or apply like massive pressure right now. Normally, they would just say, I'll just wait around until it's gone.
This mode of this does draw you a card. So
yes, that is true.
There's a reason to do that.
So what do you think for Summon Shiva? This to me is a very difficult card to grade. I feel like there's some meat on the...
difficult for you to grade this.
I think my grade would be a C+ for Summon Shiva. I am very skeptical of creatures that have an expiration date on them that comes up pretty quickly in game. So it really needs to be doing some business for me while it is on the battlefield, if that's the case. And this one checks the box. It does do enough where basically my opponent, can't really do much for the next few turns. But if they wait it out, I get my card back, which is nice. But they ultimately don't have to use any material they can just wait out a Summon Shiva, I guess is the issue that I would see with that.
Of all of the summons, or the sagas, so you really, like summons, yes, they're both those things. You really need to make sure that you're getting value from them, and the third chapter on this does do that. It
does do that. Yeah, I would say C+. Where would you come down?
I like C+ on this. I think that's about where I would land. So,
what about the Prime Vista?
This is 4 and a blue for a legendary artifact vehicle at uncommon. It's a 5/3 flying and it has crew 2. Additionally, if you play a non-creature spell that costs 4 mana, or you spent 4 mana on it, this becomes an artifact creature till end of turn. So basically, this self-crews if you cast a spell that triggers, all the things in your deck. I don't really like this card very much. You play this, it probably can't block unless you have a creature, but a 5/3 is not even that great of a blocker. No. It does clock pretty hard. That's like the best thing about this card is you are hitting for a pretty good amount of damage. But even if, like, how good would a 5 mana 5/3 flying vanilla be?
That's what I was gonna say. That's not even. That's fine.
Same wavelength.
We are seriously. I was literally gonna ask that same thing, and I'm like,
I mean, that's the natural question, right?
And this is worse than that.
It is. If you looked at an uncommon or a common that was just, I mean, they could print 4 and a blue 5/3 flying at common. Like it would be kind of an aggressive common in some ways, but yeah, it wouldn't be that good. And I think the Prime Vista is just, or Prima Vista, sorry, not Prime.
Oh, it's Prima. I said Prime as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, our brains work that way, right?
They do.
They're very lazy. They just fill in the things
and
that
hungry.
that they think. Yes, and hungry. I would say this looks like kind of like a C to me, where you can play the card. It'll hit pretty hard. There's some matchups maybe it would be good, but yeah, I don't really want to play this card. I guess it's probably closer to a D.
I'm off it. Next is
the subprime Vista. Next is Ice Flan. This is a delicious dessert. It's 4 blue for a common elemental ooze. It's a 5/4. And when it enters, you tap an artifact or creature your opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. So this can stun artifacts too. And it has island cycling too. I like this one. 6 mana 5/4 stunner that also you just get to cash in for an island. It's great. This is C+ for me. I think so that too. Ice Flan's going to play.
Are you adjusting for the fact that these cycling cards have performed a little worse than they traditionally had in the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, the 1 mana ones from Lord of the Rings obviously were amazing.
Yeah, but the 2 mana.
Yes, but I think that the 5/4 plus a stun is actually like a good creature, whereas a lot of these have been kind of bad creatures.
Okay, yeah, I agree. C+ for Ice Flan. Next is Travel the Overworld. This is 5 blue for a sorcery at uncommon. It's got affinity for towns, so it costs 1 less to cast for each town you control. And this thing looks a lot like a creature if you look at the card, but it's actually
like a dude on a chocobo. Yeah,
it's a card draw spell. It draws 4 cards. This is a great payoff for the Towns deck, right?
I think it's excellent in the Towns deck and pretty much unplayable.
Yeah.
When I say outside of the Towns deck, I mean, if you're a blue-red deck that just picked up 4 towns, like you could consider this if it's going to cost 6 or 5 mana. Like let's see, it 5 towns. That there are some times when it could be okay.
Yeah.
But I would say generally you're going to play it only in Towns deck, but it's like a B in those decks. So it's like a build around B.
If I play 3 towns and a regular land in a row, can I cast it on that turn? It's getting 3 off? Yeah, I can. Oh man. Turn 4.
Normally what you want to do is just, you do your thing, play some towns, then cast this on like turn 6 or 7 for hopefully like 3 or 4 mana to refill and start playing more spells.
And then play more and double spells.
Not so much that you want to curve into it, though obviously that could happen.
No, that was the joke. I said then discard to size. But it's but you could do it. So travel the overworld, build around for towns. This seems like a really good payoff for it, like a B. Yeah. And I think it'll sneak into a deck here or there at the C- level where like you're paying kind of a lot. But I mean, this is a game ender. Like if you have a relatively stable board and you cast Travel the Overworld, like next turn you're going off. Like that's tons of cards.
Yeah. I mean, this card kind of ends the game if they don't kill you on the next, turn or two.
Yeah.
Like being up that many cards, usually you could find a way to win from there. So I like build around B.
Yeah, that's a sweet card too. It does look like a creature. Last blue card is Valkyrie Aerial Unit. This is 5 blue for a 5/4 artifact creature construct. It's uncommon. It has affinity for artifacts. It has flying. And when it enters, you surveil 2. So here's another blue-white
almost
payoff.
The exact same card in the sense that it's a 7 mana card that you really needed to cost like 4 or 5 mana before you're happy with it. And if it costs less, you're thrilled. So
yeah.
I would also say build around B, but for blue-white specifically.
Yeah, hard to imagine it being in a different deck, but this is a good payoff for that, and it's nice and narrow too. You're going to get this.
5/4 flyer surveil 2 is pretty good.
Yeah, for cheaps. All right, that's it for blue. So that'll move us to black. Our first card is Tonberry, which is black for a 2/1 Salamander Horror. It is uncommon, and it says this creature enters tapped with a stun counter on it while it's just flopping around on the battlefield. It's got Chef's Knife. During your turn, this creature has first strike and death touch. Oh, wow.
This card's great. I mean, I like that it's only your turn. I think that first strike and death touch would be so much of a defensive beast, but
obnoxious
if it was otherwise. But I would always play this card. Yes, it doesn't do anything for 2 full turns, right? You play it, it's tapped. Next turn, it's still tapped. But the upside is that when it's active, it's really good.
Definitely. I mean, this is a one drop. Attacker. Yeah, this is like the one. I mean, this is the thing is like you really have to get this thing down on turn 1, like even more pressure than normal. Yeah. Right. So that you can actually get it going. Because if you do it almost any other turn, it's pretty embarrassing. Like it looks a lot like you spent a card to do a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
The question is it good enough if you do play it on turn 1 to make it worth the times when you don't have it in your opening hand?
I think that the really big question is, are you aggressive? Because I would not play this in blue-black control, but in like the black-red spells aggro deck, I would be pretty interested. Black-green, probably, because those decks like 1-mana plays that go to the graveyard, which this often does. I think that Tonberry looks like a C+ to me, but you really got to be in an aggressive deck, I think.
I think I would go C- maybe on Tonberry. I'm just a little skeptical of like sort of any other use case rather than I've played it on turn 1. That's the part I'm worried about.
I mean, I think playing it on turn 3 alongside a 2-drop or turn 4 alongside a 3-drop will end up being okay. You are going to get to attack with it a few turns later.
Yeah.
It only misses 1 attack.
Mm-hmm. But no blocks that whole time. I mean, even if it is like just a stupid 2/1, I still just want the ability to trade off my 2/1 for their 2 toughness thing. You know, I'm just concerned that it's going to feel like it just doesn't do anything unless you play it on 1. Next is Black Mage's Rod. This is 1 and a black for an artifact equipment. It's common. It has job select. So 2 mana 1/1 with the equipment on it. It says equipped creature gets +1/+0, has whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent and is a wizard in addition to its other types. And this one, equip cost is 3.
I like this card. This is a card that can make black-red spells aggro work. Okay. 2 mana 2/1 that pings when you cast a spell and then leaves behind this, which this is the exact kind of card that I want left behind. Because imagine you're playing that deck and, you get some spells and you get some damage and they're at 7. This card in play is pretty good then. You play another creature, you equip it, and you play a spell. Now they're at 6. They have to kill your creature. Like you're really putting some real pressure on, and the cost is you play a 2 mana 2/1 with a good ability. Like this looks quite strong to me.
Yeah, and it itself is a non-creature. Yeah, there's just a lot to like here. This feels like it's going to be the marquee common outside of removal spells, the marquee common for that deck for black-red.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. So I would give Black Mage's Rod probably a C+.
C+. That's really good in that deck, and then probably okay outside. Demon Wall is 1 and a black for a 3/3 artifact creature. Demon Wall. This one's uncommon. It has Defender and Menace.
Great combination. Very common.
I don't know that we've seen that particular combo before. As long as this creature has a counter on it, it can attack as though it didn't have Defender. And in case you didn't have another way to do it, you can pay 5 and a black to put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. But if you can get some other way to put one on there, you can start slamming with this thing way earlier.
Yeah.
This card's scary.
Yeah, I think this card's pretty good.
Yeah.
2 minute, I mean, the 2 mana 3/3 Defender slot has often been playable, usually shows up in blue, so it being in black's a little different. But this has such a strong buyout that at some point you're like, pay 6, attack with my 5/5 menace, and then you can still keep paying the 6 if you want.
Wow.
That ability sticks around. So I like C+ for Demon Wall. This looks like a pretty nice card.
I do too. Strangely good in control and aggro if you can get the counters going. Next is Hectize. This is 1 and a black for a 1/1 Ooze Horror. It is common, and it says when this creature enters, each opponent discards a card. I really like cards.
This card's always good.
Yeah.
Like this is like still C plus. I don't think it quite cracks the B level, but like you can just put this card into any deck and you'll be very happy with what it does.
Definitely. No synergies here though, right? Like this not an artifact, it's a creature. Like it is what you see is what you get. But that's usually quite good. I like C plus for Heck Dice.
Yeah, C plus on that sounds good.
What about Poison the Waters?
So this is 1 and a black. It's a sorcery to uncommon. And it says choose one. All creatures get -1/-1 till end of turn, or target player reveals their hand and you choose an artifact or creature from it and they discard it. So
interesting.
Pretty good on turn 2. You're not going to miss very often. And then if you cast this later, you can use the -1/-1 ability. I think overall, Poison the Waters is pretty reasonable. I will say they've made a lot of these like flexible cards where you give -1/-1 and they like kind of never work. So I'm not quite sold on this one.
No, very, very situational. But the second mode is the mode. That's the important part.
Yeah. How much extra flexibility on a 2-mana hit creature or artifact duress do you need or to make it playable? And the answer is probably not that much. It seems pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, this card probably plays at like a C- level. I think that's what I would give it. I would give it a C-.
I think that's about right. Like it's playable, but you're not super excited about it. Right. There are some matchups where it's going to be pretty good.
Right. Reno and Rude is next. This is 1 and a black for a 2/1 legendary human assassin. It's uncommon. It has menace. And it says, whenever Reno and Rude deals combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. Then you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, you may play the exiled card this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. You have to make that decision at that moment.
Yes. So when the ability resolves, you exile, you get to see the card, of course, and then you immediately have to choose whether you want to sack something, and you still have to pay the mana. I mean, 2-mana 2/1 menace is a playable card if you're in an aggressive deck. Like your black-red deck is just going to want to play this card.
100%.
You're not often going to be sacking things to play their top card, but sometimes you'll hit something that's better than what you have. I mean, you could even sack. You can't sack them. I was just going to check if you could sack Reno and Rude, but that would be rude. So no good.
Yeah, no, it is very difficult. Like, because the normal state of play would be that on turn 3, you play something, attack them with Reno and Rude, hit them, and then get to play the thing, but you've spent the mana on the thing that you would have sacrificed. So, I would view this primarily as a 2/1 menace for 2, which is pretty good. And then you do just get this upside later on that you're certainly not turning down.
It's mostly, obviously a black-white card where if you have fodder, this card becomes pretty dangerous.
Yes.
So I could definitely see that. I mean, on turn 4 or 5, sometimes this card can still get through and you'll have like the necessary setup to make it work. But yeah, I don't think it's like an amazing card.
No, I would give it a C+ though. I mean, a 2/1 menace is already pretty good. And if you ever get to start doing the thing, that's very strong,
The 2/1 menace is a great floor. You're already pretty happy with how that all works.
Yep. Next is Resentful Revelation. This is 1 and a black for a sorcery at common. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. And you can flash this bad boy back for 7 mana, 6 and a black.
Well, I mean, some of the time you'll play Anticipate is what that is, just already.
Sorcery speed. The 2 go in your yard, so I guess green-black.
Yeah, I mean, it's even graveyards, which is a little bit better. I think in a black-red spells deck, or it's okay because it's just an extra spell with flashback. In a black-green graveyard deck, I bet you're pretty happy with this card.
You'll probably play a bunch of these, yeah. C- for Resentful Revelation, maybe just a C in those decks.
I would just give it a C. Good. I think the card is going to be pretty solid.
Pretty good there. Look at this guy, Undercity Dire Rat. 1 and a black for a 2/2 rat at common, and it has Rat Tail. When this creature dies, create a treasure token. I'm actually not that excited about Undercity Dire Rat. I guess it just goes in the sacrifice deck, and I don't know. You're supposed to be happy about getting the treasure or something like.
Yeah, A 2-mana 2/2 with upside is reasonable.
It's not bad. I just have a hard time. Like, it just kind of is what it is, right? Like, what you see is what you get. Like, there's no big, you're not getting paid off for having the treasure token enter or something like that, or looping these, or I don't know. I just want a little bit more to get excited about it. As it sits, it looks like a D+ or a C- to me.
A little better than that. I think I would just give it a C. Like, you're just casting, you're just going to cast this and be okay when it trades off. It's a 2-mana 2/2. It's good if you're sacrificing things. I just think I think it does the things you want it to do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just feeling some synergy vibes from this set, and I kind of want a little more. But
I will agree that as a synergy card, it's got a little lacking. Like, it's not the most powerful. It does work with the black-white deck. That is a synergy deck, where this card does actually do something.
It's true. Next is Vane's Treachery. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. It has Kicker. You can sacrifice an artifact or creature. It says target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If this spell was kicked, that creature gets -6/-6 until end of turn instead. So there's your, typically they have like a small removal spell in black, but this one is that, but it scales. It kind of can kill anything if you need to.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this card. It was in March of the Machines, right? It was like whatever, Deadly Deception or something. And this card worked out quite well.
Very good.
Early game, it kills most of the things you want. Late game, it kills most of the things you want, albeit with a bit of a cost. And I think that's pretty good overall.
Yeah. I mean, I like Vane's Treachery. I would give it probably a B-. Like, these type of cards that can scale well and are cheap tend to do very well.
These kinds of removal spells, they do play out quite well.
Next is Vincent's Limit Break. This is 1 and a black for an instant at common. It has tiered. It says, until end of turn, target creature you control gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and has the chosen base power and toughness. So if you pay 0 extra, it's Galleon Beast. It's a 3/2. If you pay 1 extra, it's Death Gigas, which is a 5/2. And if you pay 3, it's Hellmasker, which is a 7/2.
How do you think this card works?
How does it work?
Yeah, when you first read it.
I mean, I just think you target a creature you control, and then you pay 3 mana, and when it comes back, it's a 5/2.
Nope.
Oh no.
It turns it into that stat first, and then it comes back normally.
Oh.
Horrendous templating, in my opinion.
And has the chosen. Oh my God. I read it again and still read it the wrong way. I get it now.
So it makes more sense. This does play better.
This allows it to trade up.
You want to play this and make your thing into a 7/2, trades for their 5/5, and then it comes back. Or I guess you make it a 5/2 in that case. It comes back and just comes back after. But the way it works is, I would say probably 90% of people read it like, okay, it comes back as a 5/2. Nice. Nope, that is not how it works. So,
so I've mispronounced half the cards. I misread another card. I read this one correctly and still didn't know what it did. This is a tough set. I mean, this set looks cool so far. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually I like what I'm seeing, but good God, this is making it difficult for sure.
Yeah, it's got some challenges, no doubt. And I mean, so as far as this goes, how much do I like Vincent's Limit Break as 2 mana? Make your creature a 3/2, which sometimes is even going to shrink your creature. Mm-hmm. But I don't know how often that actually will be. And then you spend 1 more mana to make it a 5/2. I think that's probably the best deal.
I mean, is the joke here that you just pay 5 to hit them for 7?
Well, I don't think you're going to do that very often. I think mostly it's like you spend enough mana to play this and to trade off. That's what your goal is.
That's the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm generally a little down on cards like this, though this is an interesting twist because oftentimes you have to just rely on your creature to be trading, or maybe the card gives a death touch or something like that. But, there's enough ETB effects these days that this kind of effect can be quite powerful. I'm certainly not going to punish it for giving me the tiered thing, where I can, I mean, the 1 on a 5/2, like that's kind of the thing, right? Like you pay 3 mana, that's going to trade for basically everything. It's going to be very rare that you need to pay the 3 extra mana to get your creature up to 7 power to trade off.
So that's why I said I think Death Gigas, the 3 mana mode is just going to be the most common. So all said and done, this looks like probably like, I don't know, probably like a C-. I mean, imagine this on a 2/2. You spend 3 mana to give it effectively +3/+0 and then come back after that. That's not so bad.
It's not so bad. I want to give it like a D or a D plus though. I don't have a lot bad to say about it, but like, man, you got to make room for cards like this in decks. And if you're trying to do synergy stuff, these things fall right off the cliff. A lot of times they sit in your hand. You don't really have anything worth protecting or can't really get your value out of it. I'm going to go D plus for Vincent's Limit Break.
Mine's C- on it. I think in a deck with a lot of small creatures, it can be pretty good.
Okay. Arimon, 2 and a black for a 2/2 Eye Horror. This is common. It's got flying and death touch, and you can pay 3 mana and sacrifice another creature or artifact to draw a card. God, man, that's a common. I mean, it's a pretty good card. Like, I'm not laughing because it's so amazingly great. It's just has so much text, so much going on.
3 mana 2/2 flying death touch. I'm like pretty good with that already.
Yeah.
And then you get to spend 3 and you can sack something to draw a card. I mean,
why not?
I don't think that's too bad.
No, I like this card. Any good death touch blocker I'm kind of in for, and giving it flying just means that it can block everything and have death touch. And the turns when you turn it sideways, great. Do that, do your thing. But I view this as more of a defensive card, and the extra ability is nice to have. I mean, if you play this thing, pass the turn, it comes back to you and you've got like a counter spell or a whatever, just leaving that 3 mana up is actually pretty nice. Like, they can't comfortably use removal spell on your stuff. It makes the game awkward for them. I like C+ for Arimon.
C+, I think it's a pretty strong card overall. Like, decent in combat, decent at dealing damage to them, decent at giving you something to do in the late game.
Albed Salvagers is next. Is 2 and a black for a 2/3 human artificer warrior at uncommon. It says whenever this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life.
These kind of effects tend to be pretty good, and this is a good, well-costed version of it. It's, to be clear, not an artifact, it's an artificer. So don't get confused there, but it's 3 mana 2/3 that drains every time a creature or artifact dies. I mean, that of yours, but that they typically don't make stuff that looks at the opponent's side anymore anyway. I think that this is pretty good. I would say Albed Salvagers is probably like a B in a black-white deck, and still like a C+ just in any pseudo-aggressive deck. Like, black-red just is, I think, going to be fine just casting this.
A little bit weird on the wording though, right? Like, if I sacrifice just an artifact, did it die?
Yeah.
Okay. They don't normally say that though, right? They normally say goes to the graveyard unless it's a creature. Or am I wrong about that?
I think that's about right. I don't think they say that anymore.
But I mean,
as far as I know, but
okay. Yeah, I feel like that's weird. But at any rate, it does mean if an artifact goes to the graveyard or a creature dies, it drains. Yeah, I mean, so I guess the question is, what deck or decks would this go into? Black, red.
I think black, red, and black, white are my two main choices. Okay. I don't think blue, black's going to play it very often. Black, green actually could play it. I don't think that would be crazy.
Okay. Seems cool to me. I would give it a C, maybe even a C+, maybe even a B-. I mean, if we're building around, I don't know. How about build around B or C+ if not?
Exactly. I think build around B. I think in some of these decks, it's gonna be quite good. And I think if you're not building around it, I still think it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot to like there. Next is Cornered by Black Mages. This is 1 black for a sorcery at common. It says target opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. And it says create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent. That's so annoying. It's an 0/1. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good card. You get an Edict plus an 0/1 that's going to be really annoying for them.
Really annoying 0/1. There's a lot of pressure on this 0/1 though, right? Because this Edict kind of stinks, right? It's not only on a, you really want your Edict on turn 2. This is 3, but it's double black. So it's not even a consistent 3. The longer you wait to cast your Edict, they fall off the cliff. Like they get much, much worse the longer the game goes. But this one gives you like an actual thing. Like that black wizard creature token's real. That's a thing that they may have to use a removal spell on. Yeah.
I think this card's still pretty good. I agree with you that double black is a bigger nerf than it looks like at first blush, because the games when you have mountain, swamp, and you can't kill their good like 3-drop with this, and by the time you draw your second black, they have a just some piece of garbage in play. Yeah, that sucks. But it's a 2-for-1. I think the 0/1. I mean, how often in red black this kind of deck would you pay black for an 0/1 with that text? You would consider it
for sure.
Even if it's not a full card, it's about 80% of one or something like that.
Yeah.
And getting a 2, a 1.8 for 1, that's still pretty good.
I think so too.
Black red also specifically tends to have a lot of removal options. Edicts get better when you have more removal because you can kill the things you can kill with your bolts and then Edict their 5/5. I would give Corner by Black Mages a B- in the spells deck. So it's like a build around B-. In like a blue-black deck that doesn't care about their life total, even if it has a bunch of non-creature spells, this is probably like a C+. Still playable, but not exciting.
I would even go lower.
I mean, I do think that the blue-black control deck, an Edict plus a chump block, or like Edict gain 2 life, is still pretty good.
Yeah, maybe so. And maybe if you have enough bouncer removal to maneuver,
you can kind of pinpoint it.
Good, yeah.
I can just imagine, like, you have 3 of these in your black-red deck, and you just play 10 swamp, 7 mountains, and you're just thrilled. Like, this card's a very strong card. It gets really good in multiples, too.
Yeah, it does add
Edicts
up.
get better in multiples because as you Edict them, you start getting more, you get the creatures you want. And having you cast a third one of this, they take 2, and now you have 3 of these in play. Like, they're probably dead at that point.
They needed to just flip the order here, though, right? Get the 0/1 and then like we want triggers. But at any rate, this build around B-ish for B-, for Corner by Black Mages is pretty strong for a common. Next is Dark Knight's Greatsword. This is 2 and a black for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. It does have job select. And it says the equipped creature gets +3/+0 and is a knight in addition to its other type. So it's just giving you power. And it has Chaos Bringer. The equip cost is pay 3 life once each turn, though. You can't just send it around a bunch of times. I guess so that you can't alter your life total that dramatically in one turn, because there's some cards that care about that.
Yeah, I suppose so.
So it's a 3 mana 4/1. And it's a no mana cost equip. I mean,
I kind of like that's in an aggressive deck.
Dude, me too.
Give your black wizard +3/+0, start clocking it. I think that the fact that it's a 3 mana 4/1, they kind of have to interact with it one way or another. And maybe it's just trading for a 2-drop, but then you're left with this kind of burly equipment, especially with like a flyer or unblockable creature, a menace creature, anything like that. If the way is ever clear to get a hit in, paying 3 life and then immediately hitting them for 3 is probably a good deal in the kind of decks that want to play this card. So
I think so too.
I would give this a C+, but just try to be aggressive.
You have to be aggressive. And again, this is the type of card that leverages abilities on creatures extremely well. Lifelink is the one that comes to mind the most just because of the cost on this, but trample, flying, menace, these are all things that benefit, having a huge power bump like this a lot. Next is Fang Fearless Lassie. This is 2 and a black for a 2/3 legendary human warrior. And it says, whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and lose 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. This, by the way, is the meld card. One of
that makes Ragnarok.
Right. That melds with the nil. So we'll talk about that when we get to that one. So this has that going on as well. It's part of a bigger piece, but just on its own, 3 mana, 2/3, when cards leave your graveyard.
And just to be clear, both sides of this meld card are uncommon, so you could pull it off in limited.
Okay.
This is clearly a black. I mean, the other card's black. The other half of this is black green, or is green. So yes, it is a black green card, because that's what puts cards in the graveyard, and you can like trigger it by flashing back cards or by, getting a creature back from your graveyard, that sort of thing. There's other cards that leave the graveyard. I don't think any of this card really works that well. Like, you're not really gonna be drawing cards and losing life off this that often, and you would want it to probably be a little more consistent than it is in order to play that part. And the meld part, like, you do get you do get something pretty big, but I don't think that playing the meld cards typically is a good strategy. I mean, I've played Magic in a lot of sets that have melded, and they don't usually meld. It doesn't usually work.
It almost never happens. Yeah, I mean, I think this type of card, I would just look at how many ways do I have to trigger it. Like, how many flashback cards do I have? How many regrowthy stuff do I have? What am I doing? Because if I have 4, yeah, sure, I'll probably, 4 or more, I'll probably play Fang. If I get 5 or 6, I'm like, yeah, sure, I'm in. Because you only really need to trigger.
You only need to get 1 card out of this to at least feel like you kind of got somewhere. But my guess is this is closer to a D than anything else.
I think so too. It has a little build around going on in multiple ways. Next is Fight On. This is 2 and a black for an instant. It's common, and here you go. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. So there's your, that checks one of the boxes for Fang. Cool card though. That's instant speed.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid version of this effect. I would give it a C+. You don't typically want to play multiple of this effect in most decks unless you're really good at stocking your graveyard, but the first one's worth a lot. Worth a lot.
I mean, it's not just draw 2. It's draw, 2 creatures and the best ones that you happen to have in your yard. Overkill. Aptly named. 2 and a black for an instant. It's uncommon. I never thought I would read this on a Magic card. Target creature gets -0, -9,999 until end of turn.
There we go.
Perfectly named. It's a compound word, but it's still a single word card. This is it. So 2 and a black instant, kill anything that you can target. How good is that in this is effectively destroy target creature, right? I mean, it technically gets around like indestructible or something, but for the most part, this is 2 and a black instant.
Cost 2 and a black, not 1 black. That's a pretty big game.
It is.
I think this is a B. It's just a really good removal spell.
Just a solid removal spell. Maybe a B-.
I'd probably just give it a B. I'll be fine playing this card.
Okay. Quatrub Forayer? Q-Trub? What do you got? You got any thoughts?
Q-Trub
Forayer. 2 and a black for a 3/2 zombie horror at common. When this creature enters, choose 1. Destroy target creature that was dealt damage this turn, or exile up to 2 target cards from a single graveyard. 2 mediocre effects. Does the ability to choose between them add up to something that we're actually interested in here? It feels like it falls a little short. Yeah.
I would give this a D, and I would maybe side it in against like green-black, but still probably wouldn't.
Shambling Seath. 2 and a black for a 3/3 mutant horror. It is uncommon. It enters tapped. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to your hand. I'm always a little down on cards like this, Luis. I know that this type of engine can theoretically get rolling, but it is about as slow as you can imagine, right? Like you have to cast a non-creature spell and have an extra black mana available. Then you get this thing back and you pay 3 mana for your stupid 3/3. And then it enters tapped, so it doesn't do anything for blocking that turn, which is a lot of the time what you want to be doing with these recursive cards. It's not about attacking over and over and over with them. It's about blocking with them over and over. And this kind of snubs you on that too.
So yes and no. I agree it's kind of clunky and slow, but the way I also look at it is you cast this on turn 3. The fact that you can't block, especially in like black-red, maybe doesn't matter that much. Your opponent, they're kind of put in a position where they can't really just take 3 a turn. They have to deal with it. Granted, there's a lot of ways to deal with it that, like, you know, like the lockdown cards that wouldn't let you get it back. But in that case that happens, like you spent 3 mana, they spent 3 mana probably. It's just really not the end of the world there. I think that this gives you enough at frontline that it's probably okay. And there's also some kind of cool synergies where like you get to discard this to a looting effect and then just get it back later.
Yeah, I like that. I like it when it gets milled, surveilled, discarded.
Yeah, that's pretty efficient. It's only 1 mana. Like I think that this card is actually pretty good.
Okay.
I don't think you need to look at this as like an engine or something you have to really enable or get online or do a bunch of times. I think I would mostly just look at this as like, yeah, it's a 3 mana 3/3 that you can has extra synergy with self mill, with looting, that sort of thing, and then you get to get it back after trading it off or sacrificing it. Like it kind of touches black green and blue black and black red kind of all at once, and black white, all the colors. It has a little bit in any direction. I will agree that it's not amazing at any of these things. The only one actually I think it's really good at is if you have a lot of surveil and discard, because that we're talking like a pretty good engine there.
Then it's pretty good. I agree.
This is the kind of card that would make me want to play like side quest card collection or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess for me, the tapped thing is a big deal. Like, I really don't like that I can't block with it on turn 3, that I can't block with it the turn that I recast it after having bought it back. That really bothers me because that is a huge part of the utility of the card. So to me, I would want to do this if I were getting it for more or less free, like by surveilling it or discarding it, rather than being like, okay, my plan is to cast it, block with it or attack with it until it dies, and then start to try to loop it later. I'm not as interested in that one. But yeah, if you can get me this thing in the yard and I can just kind of free roll it, well, then I'm pretty happy. So I would actually view it more as a build around. I know it's not. You can definitely just put it into a deck, attack and block with it, and call it a day.
Assuming you have some non-creatures, which is not
right, which basically every deck does. But I would put my floor at it to being a little bit more towards the green black, or something that can get it into the yard without
blue black
without me having to pay mana to do so. So I'm a little down on it, I think, compared to you. But for me, I would give this I'd give it a build around C or C plus, somewhere in that range. What do you want to do?
This is a kind of a hard card to evaluate, like grade-wise. Mm-hmm. Like, it's probably like a C if you just put it in your average deck that's like aggressive and you just want to trade it off and cast it. It's probably like a C plus or a B minus if you're really good at doing the thing. Mm-hmm. So I think it's a card that probably can definitely fit into a lot of decks and can be really good only in some decks. So it's a bit of a weirdo for sure.
It is a weird card. To me, it's just all about that interest tap thing.
My guess is it plays pretty well. I think the card's probably solid.
Okay, I'm a little more pessimistic. We'll see how it actually goes. Next is Shinra Reinforcements. 2 and a black for a 2/3 human soldier at common. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards and you gain 3 life.
So if you're in black-green, you're probably pretty happy with this. If you're in blue-black control, maybe if you have enough graveyard stuff, gaining 3 life can also be kind of nice. You pretty much shouldn't play this in black-red or black-white most of the time. So I would give this a C and then just kind of know your spots. It's a fine card.
Is there a reason all these cards look like artifacts or something?
And the Shinra, I do remember these guys. They just look kind of techy. So
well, I just meant like the frame, the magic card frame.
Oh, that's I think just the black frame now. I think it's the Lord of the Rings was the same. Remember, it's maybe it's something to do with Universes Beyond. I guess I don't know.
Okay, that's probably it. Next is Circle of Power. This is 3 and a black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says you draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. Create a 0/1 black wizard creature token with whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this token deals 1 damage to each opponent, which we've seen that a couple of cards ago. And then it says wizards you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink until end of turn.
I like this card a lot. I think this card is super sick.
This is hilarious. How many cards are there that make those wizards? They're so annoying.
Yeah, and giving them lifelink, like their trigger will ping.
Oh, that's crazy.
And work lifelink wise. Yeah, really, really sweet, right?
I was gonna say, because are you really like sending them in as a 1/1 lifelinker? That makes a lot more sense. And you definitely could. This is cool.
Yeah, I think that I also think it is quite good.
I do too, and I think that you summed it up when you said that the 0/1 wizard token, it's worth 3/4 of a card or something. It's pretty close. So you don't need a whole lot more, to make the cards worth it. And this one even, leaves you up a card. So
I think in the black red deck, this looks like a B+ to me.
Oh, wow. You really like it. I was going to give it a B. So I thought I was high on it.
I mean, you cast this, you get some cards, you get some life, you get a wizard. And then the fact that it gets +1/+1 lifelink, if you cast this on turn 4, that's not going to do too much. But imagine like turn 7, you cast this. Now you have, let's say you had one of the wizards from a different card, and then you cast a non-creature spell, ping them for 2, gain 2 life. You already pinged when you cast this from their first wizard. Like there's some cool stuff here. This looks like the kind of card that in the black-red deck is a kind of like a mythic uncommon in terms of what it's going to do for you in the game.
Yeah, that's cool. Circle of Power. Next is Gaius Van Belsar. This is 2 black for a 3/2 legendary human soldier. It's uncommon. And it says when Gaius enters, choose 1. There's 3 different options. You can have each player sacrifice a creature token of their choice, or each player sacrifice a non-token creature of their choice. That's each player, by the way. That's you too. Or you can have each player sacrifice an enchantment of their choice. That one seems to be the one that you might be able to get a little dis-synergy going. 4 mana, tough to cast, 3/2. Is this combination of abilities making up for a card that we wouldn't otherwise put in our deck?
I think so. Because
you think you can maneuver it often
there's
enough?
two of the modes you might not have the
token,
the thing in play.
Yeah, the token,
the enchantment and the token. Yeah. So you might just get like a really sick deal. And I feel like enchantments are pretty common just in limited these days.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that would work pretty well. And then each player sacrifices like a real creature. You can definitely maneuver that into being good.
You can.
Ideally, you're not sacking this, but if you do, it's just a 3/2. So my guess is that Gaius is like probably like a C+, just a solid card. You just always play it in your deck.
Yeah, if you can create that lack of synergy, it's going to feel like a beating too. So C+ for Gaius. Next is Namazu Trader. This is 3 and a black for a 3/4 fish citizen at common. When this creature enters, you lose.
This fish can vote. Just so we're clear.
Okay, yes, it can. It has rights. You lose 1 life and create a treasure token. And whenever this creature attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, surveil 2.
So mostly, I think you're playing this because it's a 4 mana 3/4 that makes a treasure, which that's fine. You're probably not sacking a creature artifact to surveil 2 very often, but I mean, I guess you might use it, especially if you had like a death trigger that you wanted to get going.
Right. Yeah, this feels like a C to me. They keep pushing these 4-drops that are just like pushed enough that it gets your attention, but they tend to not convert into, see them all the time on the battlefield type cards. This one gives you enough up front, with the treasure token. I don't know how big of a deal the loss of the 1 life is. I mean, those type of things do tend to add up. But a treasure, you would definitely pay a life for a treasure at turn 4.
Yeah, I think you're happy enough.
You're
with
ahead
that.
there. I would give it like a C- or a D+, I think.
I think C minus is probably fine.
C minus.
It's a random, it's kind of a mid-rangey card. It's okay.
Yeah, it's doing some stuff. Phantom Train is next. This is 3 and a black for a 4/4 vehicle. It's an artifact. It's uncommon. It also has trample, and it says sacrifice another artifact or creature, put a +1/+1 counter on this vehicle. It becomes a spirit artifact creature in addition to its other types until end of turn. So you can't crew it normally?
No, this only, there's no crew cost. It only becomes a creature if you sack something.
But it gets bigger and bigger every time, and it has trample.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a dark bargain to strike, right? Like if you don't have anything to sacrifice, it just doesn't do anything. But if you've got fodder,
this is very clearly a build around.
Hard
because when it works, it's really good. But when it does, but it won't work unless you put in the effort, because you have to not only have things to sacrifice, but when we say have things to sacrifice, we don't mean do you have creatures in your deck? Because you could play a 3-drop and sack this,
right?
But we mean when you sacrifice something that's actually good, like to sacrifice as a death trigger, it's a token, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, that goes back, by the way, to the Namazu Trader, the treasure. That is something you can sacrifice to any of these things, so that probably bumps it up a bit, right? Just like just looking at this card, like a one-shot sacrifice an artifact just to get the Phantom Train rolling for another turn would be very strong. I mean, I'm in for it. Like, I understand it's all in nature, but I would build around this card, and like this thing's a slammer. I mean, the next turn it's going to attack as a 5/5 trample. Like that's going to be bigger than anything on the board. And it's an artifact. If you're red-black, you're looking to jam. There's a lot to like here, though it is narrow. I mean, if you can just easily find yourself on a board state where it's not feasible for you to start sacrificing stuff to your Phantom Train, in which case it's horrendous. So the downside's very much there. I would build around it. I would think it would play out like a B if you built around it properly. And any other scenario, I think you just wouldn't want to put it in your deck at all. Yeah,
this card's it's kind of feast or famine. Whereas you're never playing this card unless you're really doing it, unless you're doing the whole thing.
Dude, the artwork is nice on this too. The artwork on this set's a little all over the place, but I like that one. Next is Sephiroth's Intervention. This is 3 and a black for an instant at common. It says
Sephiroth. Not.
What did I say? Sephiroth.
Sephiroth, yeah. Sephiroth is like the main bad guy in Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, I think I've seen him before.
You undoubtedly have heard of Sephiroth, for example. So
I have.
If you get that wrong, we would hear about it. I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, thank you. Sephiroth's Intervention. 3 and a black for an instant at common. Destroy target creature. You gain 2 life.
The gaining 2 life is pretty nice. It's an instant. This looks like a C+. I think you'll be happy to play this card.
Okay. I like it too. 4 mana, instant speed. The life gain really matters. I think the blue-black deck's going to be super interested in it. Next is The Final Days. 2 black for a sorcery. It's uncommon. Create 2 tapped 2/2 black horror creature tokens. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, instead create X of those tokens, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. And it has flashback for 4 black.
This is cool. So it's like kind of like Moan of the Unhallowed to start with. 4 mana, make 2. They're tapped, but make 2 creatures, and then later you flash it back and make like 6 or 7 creatures or more.
That's awesome.
That's really cool.
That is really cool. The Final Days. I like that card a lot.
Yeah, this is a sweet one.
It doesn't give you the fail-safe of getting 2 at the minimum on flashback, though, right? Like, theoretically, it could be 0.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But, like, that's...
I know that's not real. Or that's not a common occurrence, but I was just like...
That's an unfair criticism to levy there, Marshall, I think.
It was. I'm sorry, the Final Days.
I'll take you to the tribunal.
You didn't deserve that. B for the Final Days?
Yeah, I mean, it's a build-around, but yes, I would say that it's, like, pretty close to a... Like, it's a build around B, maybe even B+. Like, this is the kind of card, this is the first card I've seen that's like, oh, there's a good reason to go black-green.
For sure. And by the way, it is implied that they're tapped on both things, right?
Yes.
It says of those
instead
tokens.
create mix of those tokens. Yeah, I
Does
believe
it mean that they're tapped?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Instead, because you make 2 tokens, but two tap tokens. Instead, you make this many.
Okay. Next is Evil Reawakened. This is 4 and a black for a sorcery at uncommon. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. I mean, these type of cards on their own typically don't quite make it, but when you buff the creature, that can push it over the top. If you get these at instant speed, it pushes over the top pretty easy. If you're self-milling, if you're surveilling, if you're dumping stuff into the yard, these cards go up in value. There's got to be a home for Evil Reawakened in this set somewhere, right? In green-black or whatever.
Yeah, I would think so. And like you mentioned, the land cyclers are a pretty strong part of that.
Those are huge. And the 2 counters really does matter.
That makes it quite a bit better.
Yeah. I mean, to me, this would play out at about a C+ level for Evil Reawakened, but it does have you need to pay enough attention that you're getting stuff in the yard with outside of it just dying. You'll get no matter what. Right, you cast a creature, it dies, it gets countered. Okay, right. I'll evil, but you need to do a little bit more to make these cards worth it. Typically, to turn them from just kind of mediocre into pretty good. What do you think? I said C+ for Evil Reawakened.
Yeah, I think it's closer to a C. But what's interesting about the card is when you do the work, it is more like a C+. When you don't do the work, you just don't play the card.
Right.
So I guess that's going to be more how it's going to go down.
Build around. Yeah. Next is Side Quest Hunt the Mark. This is 3 black for an enchantment. It's uncommon. It says, when this enchantment enters, destroy up to 1 target creature. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. Then, if you control 3 or more treasures, transform this enchantment into Yasmat Ultimate Mark. This is a legendary dragon that is a 5/6, and it says you can pay 1 and a black and sacrifice another creature or artifact to give Yasmat indestructible until end of turn, and then tap it. It also has wings, but not flying.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. Notably, not a flying dragon. So you start, the base thing is 5 mana, kill a creature, end of turn, make a treasure. 5 mana sorcery, kill a creature, make a treasure. You get a decent rebate there. That doesn't sound so bad.
I would play that card. I would need some upside, but that's kind of what we're dealing with here. The creature is not that great, but you're kind of just getting it, right? Like that's the thing. Like I'm not going to be picky about it because Yasmat, isn't. I mean, this is a fairly whatever card, right? Like a 5/6 on the ground with this. It's an interesting ability because if you did have the 3 treasures, you theoretically could pay 2 of them and then sack the other one to have indestructible available right away.
Yeah,
but I don't really care what the creature is. Like as long as it has some power and toughness, I'm good, right? And it definitely does. So I like this card a lot. I mean, this to me is a really good long game type card in blue-black or black-red where you want removal. You're going to have a bunch of removal. You could definitely side quest this thing up and get to the dragon. And then you get a 5/6 with upside. Sure. Again, that's not, it's not a bomb in that way. But yeah, I'm in for all this stuff. I think this card's strong. Sorcery, speed, 5 mana removal. Okay, admittedly is a little below the bar, but who cares? This thing has the ability to turn into a 5/6. Plus you get the treasure either way. That might be useful in and of itself. I'd give Side Quest Hunt the Mark a B.
B for that. I don't know how often you're going to flip it, but imagine a blue-black deck that just plays this and just sits there on removal spell. Sounds incredible.
Totally. And the treasure matters there too. And In red black, the treasure matters. Yeah, it adds.
It all adds up. I like side quest, hunt the mark at B, and try to put it in like a removal heavy blue black deck.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be the best home for it.
Blue black,
But
black red.
you would probably play it at most black decks anyway. I mean, even in black white, it gets you a bunch of crap to sacrifice.
Totally, that really matters. Next is
Marlboro.
Careful, Marlboro. It's 4 black for a 4/4 plant horror at common. It has bad breath.
Smoker's lung.
It
bad
does.
breath.
It looks like, I mean, look at the card. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card.
Maybe we're doing our part to dissuade people from smoking cigarettes. Look at this guy. You don't want to play
kidding.
this guy.
It's got bad breath. You're going to look like that. When this creature enters, each opponent discards a card, loses 2 life, and exiles the top 3 cards of their library. And this is the one that is the Swamp Cycler. So you can Swamp Cycle it for 2 mana. You know, typically I really like these expensive cards to help me stabilize a little better. This one's interesting in that it kind of goes the other direction, right? It's an offensive card, not in the stats wise. It's a 6 mana 4/4, so that's not great, but it makes them lose 2 life. It makes them discard a card, and they exile the top 3 cards of their library, which I don't know why that would really matter, but this doesn't really stabilize you in that way. This is more like a finisher. Like, this is the type of card that can come down, and that 2 life can really matter at this stage of the game. The card can really, really matter. Like, it'll either get nothing or like their last good card a lot of the time. And that all adds up to me, when you put it on a Swamp Cycler for 2. I'm optimistic about these so far.
This card is actually pretty good. Like, it just all the reasons you said, it gives you the I think the value that you need, even if it's a little bit expensive. Like, it's just good at different stages of the game.
Yeah, it's just, I think when I look at it, I'm thinking in blue black or black green, which look to be longer game style decks, and they would much more appreciate a 6 mana 4/4 that did more for you. Like, you gained some life, right? Or you tap something down, whatever, just something that kept you alive longer. But still, this has enough here. I would give it a C or a C plus for Marlboro.
C plus.
Very careful.
Look, I just want a card that can turn into a land when I need it to, even if it's not like super efficient. And then when I cast it, it feels like I'm getting something. I think part of the problem with the land cyclers in other sets that have been weak is that they're like kind of like 6 mana 5/5 no texts. And this is quite a bit better.
Yeah, we need text now. Last black card is Summon Anima. This is 4 black for a 4/4 saga creature with menace. It's a saga horror, actually, and it's uncommon. And again, these are, of course, enchantments as well. So this one actually has 4 chapters. Typically, we see 3. This one has 4, and the first 3 are all the same. It has Pain. You draw a card and lose 1 life. So 6 mana comes down, does that. Next turn does that. Next turn does that. Your life total's going down, but your hands stay nice and full. And you're slamming with a 4/4 menace. The extra chapter gives you an extra attack step as well. Yeah, or blocking. And then the last chapter is chapter 4, Oblivion. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. It really feels like this card is going to decide the game one way or the other. It might be you dying to the life loss plus like a well-timed attack from your opponent. But if not, this thing can be responsible for you. I mean, if you have a reasonable life total, it's hard to imagine a better thing to do on turn 6 than this, right? I mean, you get a 4/4 blocker
the
plus
floor is a
attacker.
2-for-1, right? Where
and you get
play
the
this,
cards.
draw a card, and then they kill it.
Right. And if they don't, you draw another card and then another card, and you're hitting them with a 4/4 menace potentially. And then if it somehow sticks around to the last one, they lose 3 life and lose a creature. This thing is piling on an incredible amount of value for 6 mana. The only question is, are you at a critically low life total? Like, did your opponent, get you so low that, you maybe couldn't cast Anima?
The good news is if you have Anima in your hand, you can play the game to preserve your life total and just try to win with card advantage. That is definitely an option.
Awesome card. Super powerful.
it's also good if you're on the front foot. So like,
Yes.
this looks like it'd be better in like black red or green black than it would be in blue black. Just blue black doesn't usually want a card like this. They don't care about attacking usually that much, and paying 3 life to draw 3 cards is maybe a risky deal. I'm not saying I wouldn't play the card. I just think it would be at its best in like red black and probably green black, because green black is going to hit land drops. It's going to find its creatures. Typically, green black graveyard decks really make hay when they get a good creature. Like them having a good creature in their deck, they just get to like self mill it and raised at it, and they have more ways to find it and bring it back. So Anima looks like the perfect card for green black. And then in black white, I'm sure it's fine too. But
yeah,
mostly I would want this in a green black deck. That's where I think it's probably the best. But it looks good in any deck. I would give this probably a B+. This looks like Phyrexian Gargantua levels of, if you don't kill me because I lost some life, I'm going to bury you in card advantage.
Definitely. And there is a definite bump for getting an additional chapter, regardless of what it does. Like that's another attack step.
It's an additional attack, yeah.
And it's an additional turn to have another blocker. Like that could be huge here too. So that is not something we want to overlook as well. Okay, that's going to do it for black. And that will bring us to red, where our first card is Blazing Bomb. It's red for a 1/1 elemental at common. It says whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And then it has Blow Up. You can tap it and sack it to deal damage equal to its power to target creature at sorcery speed.
Whew, this is a nice one. I mean, 1 mana 1/1 that sacks to deal 1. Like we've played this card, Fanatical Firebrand. You know, it has haste and can use it instant speed. Like Goblin Arsonist type cards. Like when they die, they ping for 1, and those are always fine. This has the element of, yeah, I'm good against 1 toughness creatures already. You play this, and they play a 2/1. You just get to pop it. But also, it grows over time, which makes it a better attacker and just a better bomb. So I think this is playable in any aggressive red deck, like black-red, for example, maybe red-green sometimes, and actively good in the blue-red deck where it can also grow. So I probably like C+ in blue-red and like a C otherwise.
Would you call it a bomb?
It is not a bomb, though it literally is a bomb.
Is it a bomb? Next is Coral Sword, which is red for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. It's got flash, and it says when this equipment enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+0, and the equip cost is 1. So this is an equipment that does not have the
job select.
Yeah, it does not have job select. It is reminiscent of a combat trick that gets printed somewhat frequently. +1/+0 first strike until end of turn. This one leaves behind probably we call it a mediocre equipment, right?
I mean, it doesn't even give first strike at the end of that. So it's just 1 mana +1/+0 equipment. So a little worse than mediocre, but the initial thing you get is pretty good. Getting to turn
win a combat.
Your 2/2 beats their 3/3 and lives it on as a 3/2. And then you even, like I said, have the equipment. It's funny, red's not like the artifact color. This would be a little better in blue-white. But yeah, it's also uncommon. It gives a little bit of a clue as to how good they think it is.
It does. I saw that too.
I bet Coral Sword is pretty decent in like an attacking deck. I'm just thinking of the games where 1 mana is a lot. It's very cheap. Like when you on turn 4 play this to win a combat, then play a 3-drop, and now you have like maybe 2 or 3 creatures out, and they have like 1 or 0. Yeah, I think Coral Sword is probably like a C+ in a really good aggressive deck.
I think so too.
Especially if you've got ways to use the artifact, like the Death Touch Flyer in black, for example, that sacks an artifact to draw a card. Coral Sword's pretty good with that card too. So I like C+ for Coral Sword. I bet this card plays pretty well.
I think so too, and I'm taking the hint from the uncommonness of it. Next is Fire Magic. This is red for an instant. Also an uncommon. This one is tiered, so you can choose an additional cost between fire, which is 0, and Fire Magic deals 1 damage to each creature. You can do Fira, which is adding 2 mana to do 2 damage to each creature, or you can do Firaga, which is adding 5 mana for a total of 6 to do 3 damage to each creature. And I'll remind you, this is an instant. Kind of interesting.
Instant Sweeper is pretty nice. And
yeah, the 5 and a red do 3 damage to each creature. Could do some serious damage to the board state.
Yeah, it's that is actually like surprisingly close to a Wrath, just getting to wipe almost everything off the board. And the 1 and 3 mana modes are also, I think, pretty reasonable. There's a lot of times when you'll be happy to play them. It is funny there's no 4 mana mode. It goes straight to 6. So those decks have to contend with that, the ones that care about 4 mana spells. But I like Fire Magic. It's not a very good card in an aggressive deck. So this looks probably better in like blue-red, which I imagine doesn't go that wide. Or I don't even know. Maybe just blue-red is the like natural home. Maybe red-green because it has like bigger creatures. That maybe. Could be something.
And it can ramp a little bit.
It's probably pretty good against green-white. Or like black-white. So, and even black-red kills all those like 0/1 mages pretty easily. So I think Fire Magic in a deck that wants this effect and can play with it well, doesn't have a lot of 2 toughness and lower creatures, probably like a B. I think you wouldn't put this in most of your aggressive decks.
Yeah, it just straight up wouldn't make the cut in most of the aggressive decks, but in the right one, it could do some stuff. Next is Freya Crescent. This is red for a 1/1 legendary Rat Knight at uncommon, and it has jump. During your turn, Freya Crescent has flying, and it taps to add red, but you could spend the mana only to cast an equipment spell or activate an equip ability.
This card's pretty good with equipment. 1/1 flyer, wants to wear equipment. You can spend mana to get that going. It's probably a B in the equipment deck, so build around B. I mean, you're not going to play it outside of that. You really have to be playing a deck that is pretty
just a
heavy
1/1 flyer on your turn wouldn't be worth it. Next is
and you're not spending the mana on anything either.
Right. Next is Thunder Magic. This is red for an instant at common, and it is tiered. You can play it for Thunder, which adds 0 mana, and it does 2 damage to target creature. Or you can play it as Thundara, which adds 3, which, by the way, brings it to that magical 4. And it does 4 damage to target creature. Or you can do Thundaga, which is adding 5 and a red to put you up to 7 to have it do 8 damage to a creature.
This is exactly like Ice Magic, where the first 2 modes already make the card. The third one is like sometimes you need to kill a monster. I mean, Shock, Lightning Blast, split card that can't go face. That's pretty good, and especially since it has the mode that lets you spend 4 on a spell. I kind of like B for Thunder Magic. I feel like this is going to be a pretty premium card because when Shock is dead, Thundara, or like when Thunder's dead, Thundara is going to be quite good. And those 2 together just cover all your bases. It's really efficient 1 mana removal, or just chunky 4 mana removal, trigger your stuff, kill their reasonably sized creature, and then every now and then spend 7 to just kill their flying creature, or their giant bomb, whatever. I like B for Thunder Magic. Really good card. I do too.
I think it's pushed. I also think it hits exactly where you'd want it to. Like the 2 mana, 2 damage. It
covers all the
damage.
bases.
Yep. Next is Choco Comet. This is X red for a sorcery at uncommon. It deals X damage to any target, and you create a 2/2 green bird creature token with whenever a land you control enters, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
On Twitter, when people were talking about this card, I thought this card was really good because I was like, oh, look, it makes a 2/2 flyer. But of course, Chocobo, it's non-flying. You got to get used to that in this set.
Yeah.
It would be a lot stronger if it made a flyer. But I still think it's a pretty reasonable card. It's a good way to spend 4 mana on a spell. And really, I think the sweet spot is 4 or 5 mana where you get like a 2/2 that really attacks as a 3/2 a lot of the time and then kill one of their medium-sized creatures. It hits any target, though. So 10 mana, deal 8 to them is a way that you could end a game for sure. And it is just naturally kind of a 2-for-1. You can also cast it for 0. You can pay red and make a 2/2. So I like B- for Choco Comet. I think it's flexible enough and powerful enough to see play across a variety of decks.
I think so too. I mean, it's 2 medium cards, but when put together, you get both of them out of 1. That's excellent. Next is Haste Magic. This is 1 and a red for an instant. It's common. It says target creature gets +3/+1 and gains haste until end of turn. Exile the top card of your library. You may play it until your next end step.
Funny, they had to give it haste because that's the name.
Yeah.
But you're not actually going to use this to get haste all that often. Mostly you're going to use it mid-combat to try to win a combat. Though sometimes you will. You're just play your 5-drop, give it haste, and just crash for 8 damage or something. This is
Interesting
an
that
okay
they
trick.
made it free-ish on the card from a card's perspective.
The haste part, yeah.
No, I meant the card part. Like exile the top card. If they're trying to give you the card back.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's still the fact that this costs 2, and then you have to pay for that card. In the mid game, it'll get you a card some of the time, and it works well if you cast it on their turn, because then you have all your mana on. So this is actually a trick that you prefer to cast on their turn.
Yeah,
I think it's probably still about a D. Like you're gonna play it some of the time. It'll be fine. But
you can hit lands though, right? Like if it's turn 3,
you can just play whatever you want.
Do your thing and then hit your land drop off it if you get lucky. I agree with you though. Still seems medium. Next is item shopkeep. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 human citizen common. Whenever you attack, target attacking equipped creature gains menace until end of turn. And this thing doesn't have to attack.
This does not have to attack. So basically, it just one of your equipped creatures has menace.
Yeah. So
yeah, I find it a little hard to evaluate all of the equipped cards because equipment has just been so bad historically. So bad. But job select is really good.
Yes.
Imagine you play the thief's sword or whatever, the 2/2 that draws a card, and then you play item shopkeep and you attack with menace. That's pretty good.
That's incredible.
My guess is this is probably like a C-, but if you have enough equipment, it'll bump it to like a C or C+, and you'll be fine playing it.
Yeah, I'd probably bump it to a C. This to me is not the type of card that I'm wanting if I'm playing an equipment deck, because it's kind of even more all in on having an equipped creature. Generally speaking, if you have an equipped creature, you're already doing fine. But the fact that you get these sort of freebie equipped creatures is going to change that equation. So I see how this fits into the equation. But I'm not high on it. Next is Opera Love Song. This is 1 and a red for an instant and uncommon. It says choose 1, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards until your next end step, or 1 or 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 until end of turn. So 2 very different scenarios represented here. It's cheap though. It's only 2 mana.
Yeah. I don't think I would be that excited to play this unless I plausibly thought I'd use the combat trick. Just, I mean, it's kind of like Ren's Resolve, right? That 2 mana sorcery that does this, but those cards all give you an extra turn to play it. This is just your next end step.
But so you can't.
You can't cast this on turn 2 and wait. You'd have to wait till their turn to cast it, which I guess kind of ends up playing similarly, but it makes it a little more awkward. Like on turn 4, you have this card in your hand. If you wait, you might be wasting some mana, but if you cast it now, you might hit a 4-drop and not be able to play it.
Right.
+2/+0 is also not a trick that like usually leads to you winning combats. It leads a lot to you tying combats.
Trading.
This looks kind of like a D to me overall, but I don't know. Maybe the card draw mode is good enough to carry it, even if the +2/+0 mode is on the weaker side.
I think it is. I mean, I think if you have expendable creatures and you end up trading them off, you actually feel good about it. And anytime you rip this and you're kind of not able to put your game plan forward, you are getting 2 cards off of it. And if you time it correctly, you can probably utilize both of them. Red tends to have cheaper. I'm a little higher. I'd give it a C. I mean, I like the fact that it has 2 completely different things.
I guess in like a black-red deck that's trying to ping off spells, this is probably pretty good. Sure, I'll C for Opera Love Song.
Prompto Argentum is next. This is 1 and a red for a 2/2 legendary human scout at uncommon.
I see the name Prompto Argentum, and it's like, is this going to be a spell? Is this going to be an artifact of some kind? And it's just like some dude taking a selfie.
It's just a guy with a selfie. It sounds like it's Latin. It probably is. 2 mana, 2/2 haste with, well, there you go, Luis, selfie shot. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was spent to cast it, create a treasure token.
This 2 mana, 2/2 haste with upside. It gives you treasures, so you can cast like maybe an 8 mana spell or more 4 mana spells.
Yeah,
I think that Prompto Argentum looks pretty good in any blue red deck, and probably any aggressive red deck, honestly.
I do too. Treasures being able to be sacrificed to the cards that say sacrifice a creature or a treasure is a big deal. And treasures, especially, if you can get them early enough or if you're splashing or whatever, they're really useful. There's just, treasures are good just at face value. So I like Prompto Argentum as...
What do you like, C+?
I think C+. I was trending towards B-, but I think it's probably going to be a C+, because you're probably going to trigger this thing like once. And a 2/2 haste for 2 is okay, but I'm still not like, wow. It's just okay. Also, the selfie thing is kind of weird. Next is, what was your grade? Sorry, for Prompto.
C+ for Prompto Argentum.
Red Mage's Rapier is 1 and a red for an artifact equipment at common. It has job select, and it says... Equipped creature has, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn and is a wizard in addition to its other types. And then as we've seen, these job select ones have a more expensive equip cost, and it's 3.
So it turns into kind of like a prowess, but like attack-centered prowess.
Attack-centered prowess, yeah.
So 2 mana 1/1.
But it still is a 2 mana 1/1. It still gives you 2 permanents for 1 card.
Probably fine in a spells deck. So probably like a C in a black-red deck, and probably unplayable outside of that is my guess.
That's what I would assume too. Next is, what is that thing? Sabatender?
Looks like a cactus of some kind.
It does. It is a 1 and a red 2/1 plant. It's common. It's got reach and landfall. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Yeah, it looks like a fine, aggressive card. I mean...
Yeah, agreed.
2 mana 2/1 reach is kind of funny stats, but landfall ping is nice.
Yeah, do you view landfall as like, in a set like this, it just happens and you're happy with it, or something that you actually want to like, I want to put cards in my deck that get me extra land so that I can trigger these landfall cards?
Generally you just put it in your deck and play, and just in normal games of
Magic happen.
Like, I expect if I play this on turn 2, I'll ping like the next 2 or 3 turns without incident, and then probably every other turn after that. Some is like a pretty typical pattern.
And then throwing reach on it is nice. Like, it's just a little tiny
sure, you'll
bump.
block a 2/1 flyer sometimes and feel good about it. This looks like a C- to me. Like, you're never going to be thrilled about it, but if you're aggressive, like you're black red or red green, you can play this card, and it's a 2 mana card that in the late game, the reach can matter and the ping can matter. So that's kind of nice.
At least it, doesn't overstay its welcome. Next is Self-Destruct. This is 1 and a red for an instant and uncommon. It says target creature you control deals X damage to any other target and X damage to itself, where X is its power. What?
It's funny. So your creature doesn't necessarily die. If you've got like a 3/4, it'll deal 3 to one of their things and 3 to itself. So I do think this card is mostly not great, because compare it to Rabid Bite. It's a lot worse than Rabid Bite, with the one exception being this can hit your opponent.
Upstairs. That to me is the use case. Like, this is more like a flame.
That is what you want to do with this card. It's kind of like you remember Shrapnel Blast in Mirrodin?
Yeah,
1
Shrapnel
red,
Blast.
instant, sack an artifact, deal 5 to any target. Like, you wanted to Shrapnel Blast your opponent. You didn't really want to kill their creature. Self-Destruct is similar, where you really want to use this to deal the last 5 damage to your opponent off your big creature. You don't really want to use this to kill one of their creatures, especially since this will kill your own creature most of the time, I would say, or at least a good amount of the time.
I mean, I would consider this a fling. So any deck that wants a fling effect,
it's a little better than fling if you have a bunch of creatures with higher toughness.
It is. I'm just saying, if I, when it comes to, am I going to put this in my deck? I would say, well, does this deck want fling? Or
I just think the one exception to that is if you happen to have a bunch of 3/4s and 2/4s, but that's still, you're doing a lot of work to make a instant speed deal 3 for 2 mana.
Right,
you're not really, it's not.
This
is
the easiest way to get out from under the blue swords to plowshares, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I mean, again, assuming that your guy doesn't die.
That's a good way to they cast sleep on your 2/4, and you're like, kill your 2/2 and unlock my thing. That's kind of nice. That's a good point. I think Self-Destruct does not look that good.
It looks terrible.
I would probably give it a D. I just don't think most of the time you're going to want to play this card.
I feel the same way. Next is
it's good with Red Mage's Rapier, though. If you can That's actually kind of a nice little combo. You're playing black red, and you just cast this as your third spell and nug them for 7. That sounds kind of nice.
It does. Yes, you have to play.
You'll cast it. This will trigger. Do it +2/+2. Then it'll resolve.
It will.
All right. So look for that combo.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's other prowessy type things that it would work with too. Next is Suplex. This is 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. It says choose 1. It does 3 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead, or you can exile target artifact. Nice.
Yeah,
very good.
Sorcery Speed of Braid, except it has exile on both modes.
Mm-hmm.
Great card. This looks like a B. Just
looks
straight
like
up good card.
Efficient, good, yes. Next is Laughing Mad. This is 2 and a red for an instant. It's common. It says, as an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, but you draw 2 cards. And it does have flashback for 3 and a red.
So it keys on your cards that spend 4. This gets you through stuff. This looks good in black red, good in blue red. You probably don't want to spend mana doing this in most decks. You really have to be getting some kind of trigger out of it, which black red and blue red do nicely. So looks like a C. If you want this for those decks, I think you'd be able to pick it up.
Yeah. And it's narrow. It's only for those decks. Otherwise, don't run it. Next is Mysidian Elder. This is 2 and a red for a 1/3 human wizard at common. It says when this creature enters, create our buddy, the 0/1 black wizard creature token that pings them when you cast a non-creature spell. I don't know why, but I really like every card that has made one of those so far. This is a 3 mana 1/3 that creates one of those.
They've priced these to move. Like they have generally given you the wizard alongside, like, I mean, obviously you wouldn't play a 3 mana 1/3 here, but like draw 2, lose 2, make a wizard, 3 mana 1/3, make a wizard. Like these are some pretty real things. Edict, make a wizard. So
yeah,
I like Mysidian Elder. This looks like a C+ for black red. And
I think so too.
I would be fine playing this in blue red as well. I probably would avoid playing it in red white or red green. Though I guess in red white it gives you 2 creatures to equip onto.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is that like anytime we've had cards that create 2 permanents, they usually overperform a little bit. And these ones all have done. This one does that. They're both wizards too. That said, I assume this card's like a C. It might be a C+, but I'd give it a C.
Plus in black red, I think.
Definitely plus in black red, yeah. Next is Queen Brana. This is 2 and a red for a 2/1 legendary human noble at uncommon with prowess. And whenever she attacks, create... there it is! Again, you get one of the 0/1 wizard tokens. A little bit tough on the stats, right? 1 toughness even with prowess means that a lot of the time it's just going to be the 1 attack. That's okay, though,
it'll
right?
Trade.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't get it for free.
Right.
And it's a goofy looking card. If you cast this on 3 and then turn 4 have a double spell turn.
Oh,
like
goodness sakes. I mean, if you ever get to attack with this thing twice,
right.
And yeah.
If this ever survives the first attack, you're really in the money. And if it doesn't, it's still probably traded and made a wizard. So I think it's even better than Mysidian Elder. I would give this a B-. This looks like a very, very solid card to me.
It looks like if this thing comes down on 3, it's like you need removal or it's going to get ugly. Next is, and one other thing I want to say about that is this has that same effect that we talked about with cards that when they hit you, you draw a card. Like this is where they can use a well-timed bounce spell, even after blocks in some cases, to generate a bunch of these wizards and kill you that way.
Well, what you want to do with this is attack, make the wizard, then cast your bounce spell.
That's right. Wait for that trigger to resolve.
But I'll just give Queen Brani a B. This looks like a pretty nice way to snowball and run away with the game. Like imagine you just play this turn 3 on the play and then kill their next play.
What if they have let's say they play a 4 mana 4/4. You attack, you make the wizard, they block. Is bouncing their 4/4 at that point a game plan?
I mean, it depends on what else they have, because obviously you could just bounce it before blocks. So they take some
damage. If they had another, let's say they had a 2/2 or something that they didn't.
Yeah, and they didn't want to block with that. They'd rather just. Yeah,
it's interesting.
Reasonable.
It makes a weird line.
Imagine it makes your bounce bill into a mana war that makes an 0/1, like an 0/1 mana.
Oh, now you're talking. See, now you know how to convince me.
Yeah. The next one's nice too. Samurai's Katana is 2 and a red for an uncommon equipment. It's got job select. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. Trample and haste and is a samurai, and it costs 5 to equip. So 3 mana, 3/3 haste trample, and then it leaves behind a pretty potent equipment.
Yeah, see, this is a pushed version. We've seen all of these be pretty good so far, but they're small. Now we're getting up into medium territory here. I like this a lot.
Yeah. I mean, compare this to Brazen Scourge, 1 red, 3/3 haste.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was a card that wasn't actually, like, it didn't win that much, but part of it was it cost red, 1.
Mm-hmm.
This costs 2 in a red and gives trample and leaves behind the equipment. These are a lot of pretty big upsides. And that card, already a reasonable slot. So I like B for Samurai's Katana. This just looks like a fantastic card in any aggressive deck.
Agreed. B for Samurai's Katana. Next is Side Quest Play Blitzball. This is 2 in a red for an enchantment and uncommon. It says at the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Ooh, that's nice. And it says at the end of combat on your turn, if a player was dealt 6 or more combat damage this turn, transform this enchantment, then attach it to a creature you control, and it becomes World Champion Celestial Weapon, which is a legendary artifact equipment with double overdrive. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike. And then the equip cost for World Champion is 3. So you really have to like the first part, right?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is the 3 mana mode of just +2/+0 when your creatures every turn. We've played with that card. It's okay. It doesn't tend to be that great generally.
Yeah, it's just okay. The problem, of course, is that if you're able to get through for 6 combat damage in a turn, like, you're winning that game. I mean, this thing will make sure you are.
And also, it flips into an equipment, which is powerful, but it's not like it flips into a 4/4, or something like that.
Right.
Like, there are times when the equipment's going to be better. You have a 3/3 in play and you equip this. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But I can just imagine a game where you get in for 6 and then they bounce and kill your creature that you equip to the next 2 turns, and you just kind of didn't get anywhere.
Yeah. I'm down on Side Quest Play Blitzball.
Me too.
There's also the gray clouds that overshadow cards like this, which is that it does stone nothing on defense at all. Like, it only affects your turn. Until,
you really...
You have to be ahead. It's got the win more thing going.
Tokens or evasive creatures. Also, like, you put this in red-white and it kind of competes with all the equipment you have because you just can't have too many non-creatures.
I'm kind of off a Side Quest Play Blitzball.
This looks kind of like a D to me.
Yeah, I'm going to say
know.
D.
I can imagine decks where it's good and games where it's good, but I think it's got a little bit too much fragility going on for me to want that to main deck.
Unfortunate to have it next to Samurai's Katana, which asks basically nothing of you and gives you quite a bit more. Next is Summon GF Ifrit. This is 2 in a red for a 3/2 enchantment creature Saga Demon. This is a common. And it has, this one also has 4 chapters. First 2 are the same. They are, you may discard a card if you do draw a card. And then chapters 3 and 4 are also the same. They are add red.
So for 3 mana, you get a rummage, the next turn a rummage, the next turn a mana, the next turn a mana, and it goes away.
Yep.
And you got maybe 2 attacks in there, though. At 3/2, might not survive the attacks.
This is some smoothing.
I mean, how do you feel if you play this on turn 3, you discard a card, next turn you discard a card, and then attack and trade? So I guess I'd be pretty happy with that, I think.
I think that's okay. Yeah, that's a playable.
And if you need
card.
the mana, if you want to play a 6-drop on turn 5 or whatever, then you can just not attack on turn 4 and to lock up getting a mana if they don't kill it, of course.
Yeah.
I like this card, especially like I can imagine a blue-red deck. It gets a bunch of cards in the graveyard, it finds you your spells, all that stuff, and then it ramps you to play more expensive stuff. I bet you're going to get your card back out of this. It's only 3 mana. You didn't invest that much.
Yeah, I think so too. It's difficult.
Looks like a C.
It looks like a C.
It's like a great card. Yeah.
It's just difficult because 3 mana 3/2s kind of have a steep hill to climb. I think this one gets there though. C for Summon GF Ifrit. Next is Unexpected Request. This is 2 in a red for a sorcery. It's uncommon. It says gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. You may attach an equipment you control to that creature. If you do, unattach it at the beginning of the next end step. So yet another twist, on a threatened effect. This one's uncommon, so they give you this little equipment bump as well. I think,
So-
the first place we look is, can we abuse a card like this? And no, right? I guess there's some black cards that sacrifice.
It's not a strong theme. Like there are some black cards that let you sacrifice, and that's all well and good. But I think this card is mostly a miss.
It does seem to be.
I mean, I guess if you had like a Samurai's Katana lying around, you could hit him for kind of a lot of damage.
You could. And if you're the equipment deck, you can just do one equipment, right? Yeah.
Historically, threatens to deal damage that don't involve sacrificing the creature at the end really aren't good. And I kind of feel like this is going to fall into that bucket. So
it's close.
I'm going to give Unexpected Request a D until I guess I get proven otherwise.
Yeah, I'll do the same. I would look for those sacrifice things, ones that don't cost mana. That's a good place to be. Next is Barrett Wallace. This is 3 and a red for a 4/4 reach. He's a legendary human rebel at uncommon. It says, whenever Barrett Wallace attacks, it deals damage equal to the number of equipped creatures you control to defending player.
So sometimes it'll deal 1, maybe 2 to your opponent.
How do you feel about 4 mana 4/4 reach?
It's at this point like a D, maybe D plus.
And I'm not adding much for that. Like you said, the ceiling's like 2 or something.
Yeah, I'm going to give Barrett a D plus probably.
Man, they're really trying to make this equipment happen in this set. I'm
just so skeptical. Also, this wasn't even an example of pushing it. Like if it could hit,
not at all.
If it could hit creatures.
No,
completely different.
It's just another instance of, hey, equipment guys. Say D. I mean, I guess we give him a D plus or something for Barrett Wallace.
D plus.
Right? Yeah. Next is Call the Mountain Chocobo. This is 3 and a red for a sorcery at common. It says, search your library for a mountain card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with, whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, this token gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And then interestingly, this whole thing has flashback for 5 and a red. So you get a 2/2, a mountain into your hand. And a non,
and you flash it back. The mountain helps you get to flashback, and
it really does.
A way to pay a 4 mana spell twice, basically.
It is. And give you at least some board presence for your trouble.
Reasonable. I mean, not the best on defense, but attacks is a 3/2. Yeah, I like this card. It's a little bit slow, but again, the key with all of these cards that we've talked about is if you get a good trigger based on casting this spell, which there's a lot of cards in the set that will do that, it makes the spell pretty good. So you don't need much else for Call the Mountain Choco to be good. Because also I can just imagine a game in red-green where you're just like, cast it for 4, eventually cast it for 6. You kind of got 4 cards out of the deal, right? You got 2 mountains and 2 chocobos.
You did. It's a lot of material.
That's a lot. So I like C for Call the Mountain Chocobo, but I think it could be like a C plus in the blue-red deck.
It does seem to have
the blue-red deck sounds fun. I'm looking forward to playing that one.
Yeah. Next, it really stands out. Next is Sorceress's Schemes. This is 3 and a red for a sorcery. It's uncommon. And it says, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard or exiled card with flashback you own to your hand. And then it gives you a rebate of 1 red mana. And then this also has flashback for 4 and a red.
2 of these.
This is a Sirkovitz card if I've ever seen one.
2 of these, you regrowth. You play something, you flash it back. Then you play the second one, you get back the flashback one. You're like up half a Sorceress's Schemes for only the low cost of like 9 mana.
9 mana. Yeah, but you did so much. And you cast so many non-creature 4+ mana things. I mean, there are interesting, maybe creative things to do with this, but I mean, on its surface, it's just way too slow, right? Sorcery speed, 4 mana to buy back an instant or sorcery that you then have to cast.
The red back.
I'm kind of off of all that.
You factor in the red?
Yeah.
So
even if I made this 3 mana.
Well, it's not 3 mana because you get the red back at an inconvenient time when you might not be able to spend it.
I said even if I made it 3 mana, which is implying that it's worse, even, or that would be even better.
I think Sorcerer's Schemes is bad. Mostly you won't want to play this card. But I bet in the blue-red deck that like really gets there, I could see this card doing some work.
Just being dumb.
It's the kind of card, you know these kinds of cards. Most decks shouldn't play them. They sometimes make a good deck even a little bit better. Like, think about it, to use Cube, Candelabra of Tawnos.
Yeah.
You don't put this card in your deck very often. When you do, to untap Tolarian Academy, be very strong.
It's dumb. Yeah.
Sorceress Schemes is probably going to have really bad stats and a card you shouldn't play very often, but should you never play this card? I'm not willing to say that. It looks like a build around like C to me, maybe build around D, but I feel like it's going to have its moments.
It will. You'll lose to it, but you should probably just put a random common removal spell that costs.
I mean, how much better or worse than this is just straight up like divination, right? Is kind of the thing.
Totally.
But if you have a ton of triggers on casting spells that cost 4, yeah, this card could do some things. They did price it pretty high. I will say that.
They did. Yeah, not a fan. Next is Summon Esper Ramu. This is 2 red for a 3/3 enchantment creature saga wizard, and it's uncommon. So this one has the 3 chapters. The first chapter is Judgment Bolt. This creature deals damage equal to the number of non-creature, non-land cards in your graveyard to target creature an opponent controls. And then it has chapters 2 and 3, which are the same. And it is wizards you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This is a wizard, by the way, and we have seen there's actually a number of them in the set. It seems to be a fairly common type. So this thing comes in, does 2 or 3 maybe to something?
Dude, this could do quite a bit more.
Could.
I mean, this could easily do 4 or 5 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Like, imagine if you're playing black red, just have a bunch of spells in your deck, or blue red, just a bunch of spells in your deck, and you're just casting them and self-milling. The wizards get +1/+0. I don't think you're trying to maximize that too often. Like, making your 0/1s into 1/1s is just not even that exciting. And maybe this attacks for 4, but mostly I would look at this as like, can you get the Judgment Bolt to deal 2 to 3 damage? If you can, great. Play the card. It's going to be good. And if you can't, then probably not the right deck. Red-green might not be able to play this deck or discard, for example.
Yeah, because we have to remember these things go away. Like, you only get this creature for a short period of time. So if you're not getting full value on chapter 1, that's really pretty bad. I mean, that is really not where you want to be. You get 1 attack in for 4. Like, that is not worth a card. But if it comes in and it takes out something on the other side, and it blocks or it threatens a decent attack, now you're talking business. So this really does need to be, like, I would be surprised to see people cast this on turn 4 very often. This feels like a card you want to play much later in the game. I'm low on it. If I have to work this hard to get a removal spell with a temporary creature attached to it, I'm not, like, is that exciting?
I just don't think you're working hard. I think you're gonna naturally be able to do a couple damage in the decks where this is good. And you don't. But
how much do I need to do to be happy, I guess? 3 or 4?
If this, well, it depends on like kind of the stage of the game, but I would say if it can deal 2 to 3 damage on turns like 4 through 6 and 3 or more on turns like 6+, that's totally fine card.
Okay.
Because like, let's say they do ignore it. You still get to hit them for 4 and, before it goes away. And think about it in black red. Imagine this with like raised deads, like get 2 creatures back. Like it starts to get pretty good. FTKs get really good if you can recur them.
Definitely. Okay, yeah, I like that. That is nice. And also, if you can sacrifice this in a black red deck
for benefit, I think there's something there too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I came around. That's a little better, and it isn't that hard to get going. You're right. What do you want to give it? I'm going to make you say, because I don't really know.
A B. I think that it's a pretty big payoff for playing spells in your deck.
Okay. I'm going to go C+ on Summon Esper Ramu. And I think it's probably like a build around E2. Warrior's Sword is next. This hasn't been made before. This is 3 in a red. There you go. For an artifact equipment. And it's common, and it has job select, and the creature gets +3/+2 and is a warrior, and the equip cost is a predictably high 5. But you're getting a 4 mana 4/3 that leaves the equipment behind, and is a creature that you can cast for 4 mana that isn't a creature. I mean, that's good. That's a lot.
I mean, I feel like this set is definitely a synergy driven set, because what we're saying about a lot of these cards, and I think is going to hold up, is if you can get a little bit of extra on top, then these cards are going to be good enough. So I like this a lot more in blue red than I do in red green, because in blue red or black red, it lets you play a non-creature spell, lets you hit the board, also triggers some of these things. And just because blue red is the 4 or more spells color doesn't mean black red's not going to have cards that say 4 or more. Sometimes it'll just have red cards that care about forecasting cost spells, and Warrior Sword does that nicely. So I think it's like on its face like a C- card.
Mm-hmm.
You put it in a deck where it's working with all your synergies, that comfortably gets it to C, maybe even C+, depending on what your curve looks like.
So C for Warrior Sword on
I like
average.
that. This is a good sign. These are the things we're saying line up with formats that I think a lot of ourselves and a lot of listeners find interesting. Just formats where things are a little bit more than the sum of their parts without being super linear. Like, one of the things I like about Warrior Sword is it goes into black red, it goes into blue red. It's good in both. It goes into red white because it's an equipment. They care about that too. So this actually checks a lot of boxes, and I think the more cards they get like that, they don't want to be all like that. It's good to have really linear, narrow cards that you go in one deck, but it's also really nice to have cards that are interchangeable and go in different places, like pivot cards, so that you can more reliably draft these decks and have them work.
It's a really nice design on Warrior Sword.
Yeah.
C. Next
it's
is
very elegant.
Yeah, Light of Judgment. 4 and a red for an instant. It's common, and it says Light of Judgment deals 6 damage to target creature. Destroy up to 1 equipment attached to that creature. Hey, this thing might actually nab a bunch of equipment. We've seen quite a bit of it around.
I can only nab 1, but yes.
I mean it like overall. Sometimes they throw that on, right? And you're like, sure, every once in a while I might get an equipment. Like, I think this thing's going to do some smashing of swords over the course of this set.
Yeah. I think in a normal set, 5 mana deal 6 at instant speed is pretty passable, like just straight up C. And it's C to C-, and you want like 0 or 1 in your deck, depending on what your other removal looks like. This deck with job select equipment, that's all pretty good. I think this is probably like a solid C to C+.
Yeah, and the 4 or more. Yeah, it's all there. Next is Sandworm. This is 4 and a red for a 5/4 worm. It's uncommon. It's got haste, and when it enters, destroy target land. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
Blowing the land part can be relevant against towns. You get to downgrade one of their towns into a basic, but most of the time you're just 5 mana, 5/4 haste, which, yeah, that's fine. I mean, you'll play that card.
Yeah. And I bet you on average you'll see a town, right, on the other side. Like, it's not just
where I really like this is red green, because not only because you use a 5/4 haste, you just target your own land to get a landfall trigger. So
yeah, that's cool. With really no in fact, it's actually upside, right?
Yeah, you get to thin your deck too. So,
and get a trigger. Yeah.
Yeah, so I like Sandworm at probably like B- in red green, 5/4 haste for 5 that triggers landfall, and probably like C or to C+ in most of the other colors.
Yeah, that's cool. Next is Hill. How do you say that? Gigas?
It's the Giga Chad. I don't know. Gigas.
Yeah, Gigas. It is this guy. I just looked at the art. He is like, right out of the gym. 4 red, 5/4 giant at common. It's got trample, haste, and mountain cycling for 2. Yeah, that's what you would want. Right?
I mean, this looks, again, these land cyclers look like a little better. I'm not saying these are Bs. I think they're all pretty much around a C level card, but the fact is a 5/4 trample haste. I mean, that's charging Monstron or Monstrosaur or whatever, the 5 mana 5/5 trample haste. Like, granted, all the cards were a little less powerful back then, but it was still a very good card. And land cycling to make it cost 1 more is not the worst exchange in the world. So I like this at C. I would be happy to play it.
I think so too.
I do think the blue-red decks want their high curve cards to be non-creatures if they can help it. But I mean, this looks great in red-green, for example.
Definitely getting you the land drops or just giving you something to cast. I like C. I think they're trying to get these cards to the C level, and for the most part, they've done it. Next is Random Encounter. This is our last red card. It's 4 red for a sorcery at uncommon. And it says, shuffle your library, then mill 4 cards. Put each creature card milled this way onto the battlefield. They gain haste at the beginning of the next end step. Return those creatures to their owner's hand. Interesting. And then, I don't know, if that didn't work, you can do it again. Flashback for 6 red.
What a weird card. This also does not look like an uncommon. It looks like a rare, but
yeah.
Let's see. So you get to hit them with these creatures and then put them back in your hand, and then you get to flash this back also.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, the next turn, you're probably just going to cast whatever you hit. I mean, the real issue here is that you could spend 6 mana and hit 0 or 1 creature, or hit a 2-drop and another 2-drop. Like, it's only 4 cards. That's sketchy.
So let's say you have a 17 creature deck, which is
that's
higher than normal.
End. Yeah.
But if you have this card in your deck, you're also like, you want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
If you cast this, you are 59% to get 2 or more creatures.
Okay.
And 20% to get greater than 2 creatures.
Okay. I mean, that's...
The 20% is included in the 59%. So you're 59% to get more, 2 or more. And then of those times, you also sometimes get more than that.
Man, that's like right on that border, right? Like...
Yeah, I mean, you're still like 40% to get 1 or 0 creatures.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. I just think that like it's really difficult.
Creatures. That's a pretty good amount of creatures. Like,
right.
I guess if you really went nuts, let's say you drafted 2 of these in the first pack and you played a 20 creature deck. You're still like almost like 30% of the time you get 1 or 0 creatures.
Yeah, I mean,
that's really bad for 6 mana.
Yeah, that seems terrible. I mean, the problem is
wait. Unless you put all 6 mana creatures in your deck.
We broke it.
When you cast this, you'll get some monsters.
You get them all. Yeah, the real issue that I think cards like Random Encounter face are Hilgigas, right? Like that card does the thing, and it has applicability on turn 2. And this thing's trying to do all this crazy fancy stuff, but you may just brick, and you just would have been so much better with a dumb, 5/4 haste trampler. Right, that you could pick up at common that's going to be, a 9th pick in the format. I would give Random Encounter an F. It looks really fun. I probably will try to do something stupid with it at some point, but like if you didn't put it in your deck,
this
I'm
card
assuming
looks like
it'd
it's
be
got
better
legs.
off.
Like,
it does.
Check in on us in 3 weeks. We'll see what our Random Encounter stats are.
That's right.
I like cards like this. It's a 1-shot card, like 1 slot. And maybe you could do something really cool with it, but it doesn't look very good. So I'm going to say F, but like let's cook a little.
Yeah, I like that. All right, that's it for red. That moves us to green. Our first card is Cactuar. It's green for a 3/3 plant at uncommon. It's got trample. And at the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand.
So you play it on turn 1, next turn you attack, and then it bounces back to your hand at the end of that turn. So it can only attack every other turn, and you have to keep spending mana on it. But you get a 1 mana 3/3 trample.
If this creature didn't... So you do get the block, though.
Yeah, you can block the turn you play it, or like you play it, it goes to their turn, it's didn't play. Next turn you attack, and then it bounces at the end of the turn. So you can't even recast it on that same turn.
This is very strange, a little bit difficult to figure out. I would be skeptical to start.
Yeah, the thing that would make me want this is like some advantage I get from casting it over and over again.
Right.
Like a creature that says when you cast a creature, do a thing, right? That's where this could be good. But I would honestly, I'd give it pretty close to an F. Otherwise,
I think
it doesn't do that much damage. It really doesn't. So
no.
Cactuar, what a weird one. I don't think it's good.
Artwork's kind of, yeah. Next is...
What about it?
Well, yeah.
I'm just glad the arms are oriented in that way and not like any other way.
Yeah, it's close enough that it's not comfortable. Next is Clash of the Icons. This is green for a sorcery at uncommon. It says choose one or more. So you've got 3 options and you can choose any combo. Target creature you control fights target creature an opponent controls. All right. Remove a lore counter from target saga you control. It's kind of interesting. And then put a lore counter on target saga you control.
So speed up or slow down a saga, give you both an extra trigger and an extra turn of attacks, or you can speed up until the end of it if you need to get to the end.
If there's some big payoff, okay.
And
then you get a
1 mana fight. I mean, that's a little weaker than what we're used to now, right? The fight, the vein of fight spells has been delved deeply, and mostly it's come out with just bites just deal damage. But the saga part is kind of interesting. I don't think I'd be thrilled with this if I had 0 sagas in my deck, but there's a pretty good amount of sagas. And
then I think I'd actually kind of like it.
There are some saga triggers where we're spending a card and a mana to get another trigger is worth it.
Definitely. And, especially as we go up in rarity, where sometimes they get stupid. And another, buying yourself another attack step next turn can be big. It also can just really mess up your opponent's plan. Like they're like, okay, that thing's going to be gone next turn. I'll hold off this turn. I'll wait for this, and then you just buy yourself another turn and they're like, oh my God. The one downside to the put a lore counter in this set is that you are hastening the
demise of your creature. Yeah. But I can imagine doing that with like the black one where you want to get to the end and make them lose 3 life and sack a creature or something like that.
Yeah, totally. I like Clash of the Icons. I think I would give it a C+. I'm not going to give it huge extra bonuses for the saga stuff, and the core spell is a little behind the curve, but it's still efficient at just 1 mana, and it's in the right color, of course, green, for fighting. So, yeah, I would go C+ for Clash of the Icons. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, red-green has a couple of things that play with sagas, so something to think about when you're in those in that color pair.
Commune with Beavers is next. This is green.
What do the Beavers have to say?
Let's find out. Green for a sorcery at common. It says, look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact, creature, or land card from among them and put the rest from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order.
I mean, artifact, creature, or land is
kind of
most of the cards you'll be having in your green deck. So I like this as a way to spend mana on turn 1. I kind of like this at C+, actually. This is a pretty good version of this effect.
It is. The downside being, of course, that it doesn't graveyard, right?
Well, yeah, that would be just a nuts card.
It would be. Rumble. It would be too good. Or it would have to be
compare this with like a Ponder or Preordain kind of thing. Yeah. Like it's a little bit worse. Those cards were banned in Modern at one point. They're very strong. But 1 mana, get the best out of the top 3 cards.
Yeah.
That's a good way to spend your mana. So I like Commune with Beavers.
Yep. Next is...
You don't always have room for a ton of these, but...
Yes. One of them.
I think they can be really good.
Next is Grand Pulse Oku. It's green for a 1/1 plant beast at common. It has Death Touch. I always love a 1/1 Death Touch for 1. It also has an activated ability, just a cold 8 mana, to say, until end of turn, this creature gets +1/+1 for each permanent card in your graveyard.
So it sells you on the 1/1 Death Touch, and then just near the end of the game, you're like, boom, now it's a 10/10.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice.
I just really like that if you do draw it late in the game. I mean, 1/1 Death Touches tend to age well with the game anyway, but this gives you a mana sink, which is not irrelevant. I like it. I would give C to Grand Pulse OG.
Yeah, and I would try to play it in green-black, because that's going to fill its graveyard the best.
Yeah.
But red-green also probably, and blue-green probably get a decent amount of mana. So, and green-white is going wide. Yeah, this card just looks fine. I like it.
Next one is Saz Chocobo, which is green for a 0/1 bird at uncommon, and it has landfall. Put a +1/+1 counter on it. And of course it doesn't have flying, because everything with wings in this set apparently doesn't have flying. Green for
it's most of the chocobos, though I guess there was that one wizard that also looks like
and the dragon. The ground
yeah, and
dragon.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. That's kind of a lot.
So it's a green 0/1 landfall, put a +1/+1 counter. I mean, you stick this thing on turn 1, it's a threat. Like these matter. They're not incredible, but they definitely are okay, right? Like a thing becomes a 3/4 that you've only invested 1 mana into.
Oh, I think this card is quite good. Like,
you think so?
Let me just tell you, Marshall, in like a week, I'm going to ask you how you feel when your opponent plays this on turn 1.
Well, hey, I wasn't bashing. I was saying it was good.
Okay. I'm just saying I think it's really good.
I'm going to feel really bad when they play it for sure.
Right. Yes, it is worse as a top deck, but even sometimes you play this on turn 4 alongside a 3-drop, or you play this and then play a land, then play a 3-drop, and a turn or two later, you've got a 3/4 for just 1 mana. There's a reason this is uncommon, to be super obnoxious at common.
Definitely.
I'm not saying this is a bomb. I'm just saying a good way to win in limited is put cards like this in your deck where, yes, it can be dead sometimes, but if you draw it in your opening hand, it can just be amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, like it could just be attacking as a 3/4 on turn 3 for 1 mana. Like that's a really hard card to beat. So
yeah,
I like B for the Chocobo.
I do too.
It would push me into red-green, but I could definitely, it's probably just about equally as good in green-white, and then maybe a little worse. You know, the thing is, blue-green is ramping, so this could just be a good defensive piece.
For sure.
You ramp on turn 3, and this is like already like a 4/5 or a 3/4, and you can just maybe block if you need to. So yeah, I like B for Sal's Chocobo.
Cool card, cool art too. Next is Tifa's Limit Break. This is green for an instant at uncommon. It has tiered, so you can pay 0 for Somersault, so just green. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Or you can pay 2 extra mana for Meteor Strikes, which is double target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. Or you can pay 6 and a green extra. So this does get you up to 8 for Final Heaven, which is triple target creature's power and toughness until end of turn. They kept it simple.
And no, they don't like stack on top of each other, which I know, you know, we've explained, but this card looks extremely like a kind of card that you go +2/+2, then double. You got to choose between them. 1 mana +2/+2 is just okay. Like that's baseline. You'd expect to get a little bit more. 3 mana double, so you got like a 4/4 and it's +4/+4, you like a 5/5, and then 7 mana triple is like I attack with everything and you let something through. The thing is, tripling means if they let a 2/2 through, it doesn't deal that much more damage.
No, so you really need trample with that to make.
You need a big trampler is what you need. You need the Giga Chad, and you're just like, attack for 18 trample or whatever, 15 trample.
This card does not look great to me.
No, it doesn't look great to me either. I think it depends. They do give out. You got to remember, they give out trample like it's candy at this point. Like, I'm gonna just take a look at the big green creatures, and it's like trample. Trample. Yeah, I mean, at common and uncommon, 3 of the 4 most expensive green cards have trample. So
really, so maybe it is just 8 mana. Oops, I win.
Yeah,
and I mean, if
you cast this on like the common land cycler, it's like 18 right there.
Yeah, I think the issue I have is that the baseline is mediocre here. Green for +2/+2, I wouldn't really play. And I have a very difficult time getting super stoked about 8 mana target my best creature. Do I win? Like, that is not a winning solution. Like, that's just leveraging your opponent's removal to a level that I'm not comfortable with. So I'm going to go low on Tifa's Limit Break. I'm going to give it a D.
I think in red-green, this card's going to be better because, like you said, we 1 mana +2/+2, we want a little more. Well, the little more is that you get to spend a bunch of mana and try to kill them later with it. So you don't get that on the front side. It's just straight 1 mana +2/+2, but it has these other modes that there are times when they'll be really good. So I suspect this card is probably going to be like a C or C+ in red-green, and maybe green-white if they've got some tramplers, but mostly not good in blue-green and green-black.
Okay. Next is...
I mean, look, again, this set, most sets have more secret gold cards than people think. It's a way to improve in limited is to recognize these things, the cards that are only good in some combinations. We're seeing a lot more cards that I'm like, well, in 1 or 2 of the 4 pairs, I'd like it, and the other 2 I wouldn't. So,
and then it falls off in the other 2. Yeah.
Yeah, so like, yes, I think overall, Tifa's Limit Break is not a card you should select very early because half the green decks probably don't want it, or at least aren't that interested. Because even if green black has big creatures, I don't think it's like trying to like steal games or force in damage. That's not really how it looks like it's going to win. So in green white and red green, I believe the card's going to be good. It means you probably shouldn't pick it early, but if you're in red green and green white, I think it's probably a C plus actually.
Okay. Next is Blitzball Shot. This is 1 and a green for an instant at common. It says target creature gets +3/+3 and gains trample until end of turn. All right, there you go.
There we go.
You just need both.
Yeah, I mean, if you have both, you just cast Meteor Strikes, the middle mode, so on Tifa's Limit Break. So you're spending 2 mana to give a creature +3/+3 and trample, and then 3 more mana to double it. You got a 4/4. You're at 14 right there for 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean, you would win, assuming not messed with.
I think Blitzball Shot is also probably like a C- card that you will put into the decks that want this sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally I just like Blitzball Shot better than Tifa's Limit Break, even though the Limit Break has some more interesting stuff and flexibility. But Blitzball Shot is like that wins every combat. And that also, gets sometimes a significant amount of damage through that you wouldn't have. I like that. I'd give it a C. That's a good combat trick to me. Next is Chocobo Kick. This is 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. It has Kicker. Return a land you control to its owner's hand. It says target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. If this spell was kicked, the creature you control deals twice that damage instead. That's an interesting one. This is a sorcery, which is of note.
The kicker is
Kicker's
upside in multiple ways because you're a landfall deck.
Right. That's the interesting part, is that even if it didn't make a difference for Chocobo Kick killing something versus not, you still may want to do it just to get an extra landfall. Yeah, the only real bad thing here is that this is a sorcery. I mean, that part's but I mean, tough.
This is still just a great card. 2 mana bite spell at sorcery speed that sometimes just double bites. So you can kill their 5/5 with a 3/3 or 6/6 with a 3/3, and then it also lets you trigger landfalls in the late game if you're going to miss a land drop. So I like B for Chocobo Kick.
Yeah, this looks like the premium green removal spell at common. Next is you want to go Galoof or Galuf? Let's go Galuf's Final Act. This is
Galoof is too goofy. No way.
It's too goofy. Galuf's Final Act. If 1 and a green for an instant at uncommon, until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, put a number of +1/+1 counters equal to its power on up to 1 target creature. So this is like letting you win a combat, but as a creature goes on the way out, you get to pump up something else. This is a weird implementation of this effect.
Yeah, well, it's not even win a combat. It's more like tie a combat.
Right, because if you win, nothing happens on the second part, right?
Yeah, so what you want to do is like your 2/2 blocks their 3/3. You cast this, and then it puts 3 +1/+1 counters on one of your other creatures. I mean, this card has high highs, that's for sure.
It does. I'm skeptical.
Well, for it to be good, you have to have a 3/3 or greater generally that's going to die in combat and another creature ready to receive the counters. That seems a little narrow, even if like the upside is very strong.
It does seem narrow. It also still there's still scenarios where your opponent can allow this to happen and still just leverage their removal. Like, let's say they have only sorcery speed removal. They're like, okay, fine. These two things trade like you wanted. And then they just go untap, kill the thing that got bigger. And you're still kind of like, I don't know. You're not feeling like you're taking over the world from that point. I'm skeptical. I would give Gal's Final Act a D.
Yeah, I like D for this.
Next is
Gooboo Gardener. It's 1 and a green for a 1/3 plant beast at common, and it taps for a green. Looks great. Very happy with this card every time it's shown up. I would play this card very happy to play it in red, green, and green, blue. Probably not that happy to play it in green, white, and it looks great in green, black. So 3 out of 4 is not bad. And even in green, white, like probably not the end of the world if you have to cast this. So I'm pretty in for the Gardener. I like this too. At probably C+.
C+, yeah. This is a bread and butter type card. Geese all greens. I don't know. 1 and a green for a sorcery at common. Create a 2/2 green bird creature token with landfall, gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And you may flash this greens back for the low cost of 7 mana, 6 and a green. Get yourself another 2/2.
It's putting all the power right up. I mean,
it
kind
is.
of like 2 mana for a 3/2 that has upside that sits around. That's not so bad.
No, it's not. I like also your 2-drop puts a card into the graveyard, which can matter.
Yeah.
I like C for geese all greens. Geese, whatever.
Geese all greens. Yeah.
Geese-all.
I would give it a C. It goes in a lot of decks. Well, I'm glad that they stayed away from the goofy card names, but let's move on to Ride the Shupuff. This is 1 and a green. It's for an uncommon enchantment.
Oh my
Has
God.
landfall, put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control, and 5 green. This enchantment becomes a 7/7 beast. And that's permanent. It's not till end of turn.
Okay.
All right.
I am opposed.
I think if you get 2 or 3 counters out of this, you're probably not too unhappy. And then at some point, it just becomes a 7/7. That's pretty cool.
That is actually pretty cool. And the counters do matter. There's a little bit of awkwardness with like this being your 2-drop, but I don't know. I feel like this is just probably worth it. Like landfall's so easy to trigger. You don't have to do any work for it at all. And +1/+1 counters definitely matter. And then, yeah, place to put a bunch of mana later that's really relevant. That is good. Man, this is a little bit of a tricky one to evaluate, though, just because, like, it is expensive to activate, and you do need other creatures. Like, if you only have a 3-drop, you're kind of forced to play it first and then play your 3, and then you don't get the trigger. And just missing any of those seems like it would be tough. I would. This is one where I would start off like, I'm willing to try this out. I'll be the one to find out if it's bad on behalf of the community, rather than the prove it type card. It's kind of the opposite of that. I'm in for it. I would take a ride on the shoe poof. I think I'm just going to kind of go down the middle and give it a C to start with.
Yeah. I think that red-green is going to be pretty happy to play this card, and it might not be good anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like maybe green-white can use the counters nicely, but I don't know that those decks are going to get up to 7 mana or hit enough land drops if they play like 16 lands or whatever. There's a lower curve. And blue-green, I don't know, cares about getting counters early. It doesn't seem like how that deck's going to play out. So I think that this looks like a C to C plus in red-green and not that great outside of it.
Next is side quest, Raise a Chocobo. This is 1 and a green for an enchantment at uncommon. It says when it enters, you get a Chocobo. So that's the landfall thing that we just described. And it says at the beginning of your first main phase, if you control 4 or more birds, transform this enchantment into a Black Chocobo, which is a creature bird. It's a 2/2. And it says when this permanent transforms into Black Chocobo, search your library for a land card, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And this thing has landfall. Birds you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. I just kind of like everything that's going on here. This is fun.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that this is another 2-mana card that makes a 2/2 landfall Chocobo and then has like some upside that you may or may not realize in any particular game.
Right.
Like again, you'll probably play this in a lot of decks and not usually flip it.
Right.
Because it only gets you a quarter of the way there. Granted, there are other cards, as we've seen, that make birds. It's not impossible, but you're probably not going to be flipping into the Black Chocobo all that often.
Right.
I would probably give this like a C. It's just mostly just
Chocobo
a 2-mana 2/2.
build around C. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I like it. Next is Torgal, a Fine Hound. This is 1 and a green for a 2/2 legendary creature wolf at uncommon. And it says whenever you cast your first human creature spell each turn, That creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each dog and or wolf you control. And this thing actually taps to add 1 mana of any color.
This card's awesome. 2 mana, 2/2 that taps for a mana of any color that's just a B straight up right there.
That is a fine hound.
And this makes your humans larger, which there's a decent amount of them. Yeah, looks like probably B+ for Torgal, honestly.
Look, Luis, a fine hound appears.
That is a fine hound. That's a shaggy hound. That hound needs a...
Yeah, she's lost a little of the wolf that once ran through her veins.
Well, it needs a trim. Mine does too. She's back there. You can kind of see her.
So where are we going for Torgal? B+. Plus B+? Yeah, okay. Next is Town Greeter. This is 1 and a green for a 1/1 human citizen at common. It says when this creature enters, mill 4 cards. You may put a land card from among them into your hand. If you put a town card into your hand this way, you gain 2 life. Wow.
I mean, this is pretty nice. This is a Satyr Wayfinder with upside.
It is.
And Satyr Wayfinder was already pretty good. Yeah, this looks great.
Wayfarer with bonuses, and it's still just a common.
This looks like probably like a C+ in green white or black green rather and blue green, and then like still probably like a C to C+ in the other. This is just a good card. It is going to be a little better in blue green and black green in particular, but red green's landfall and also wants to hit land drops, and white green doesn't mind a 2 mana 1/1 that can help continue its game plan. This is just going to be a premium green common. So
definitely.
I like C+ for Town Greeter. Really cool card.
I love cards like that in general, and that's one of the better versions we've seen. Next is Airship Crash. This is 2 and a green for an instant. It is common. It says destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Not that there are any of those in this set. It also has cycling for 2. So they're kind of back on the feel free to main deck your sideboard cards here because we'll bail you out.
I think the rise of Arena has made it such that
best of one.
They want their best of one sideboard cards to make sense. But yeah, it looks like a sideboard card. I typically wouldn't be main decking this, I don't think.
I like the artwork a lot. Yes, we'll give it a sideboard grade.
It's also fine if you main deck it.
It's just we have noted that it is not free to cycle one of these. Like it feels that way when you read it, but when you play Magic, most sets apply enough pressure to the board either through damage or building out for a late game that just like spewing off 2 mana to get a random card into your hand is actually pretty punishing. So you still have to be a little more skeptical about cards like Airship Crash. Next is Bard's Bow. This is 2 and a green for an artifact equipment. It's common. It does have job select. The equipped creature gets +2/+2, has reach, and is a bard in addition to its other types. And as we've seen, very expensive in this case to equip. It's 6.
But you start out with a 3 mana 3/3 reach.
Yeah. For no downside. I mean, that is excellent. Like the fact that you can just throw this thing around later if it came to that. I would give it a C+ for Bard's Bow. I like 3/3 reaches. That is a sweet spot for me because if you're in a defensive stance, it's a very good blocker. And if you're attacking, it's okay. It's close enough. What do you think?
Probably like C for this, actually. I'm thinking that the equip 6 means I don't know how often you're actually going to re-equip this thing. Very
rarely. It's just an option. Yeah. I like it in green. Like any of the green ones I like more because you're probably going to have access to that kind of mana more often. Next is Loporit Scout. Loporit. It's 2 and a green for a 3/2 Rabbit Scout. It is common, and it says whenever another creature you control enters, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
So sometimes this is attacking as a 4/3, sometimes as a 5/4.
So bad?
This looks like a C-. Like you'll put it in your green-white deck some of the time, but not really outside of that.
I'll just give it a D. That looks bad. Next is Prishy's Wanderings. This is 2 and a green for an instant. It's common. It says search your library for a basic land card or a town card and put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. When you search your library this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Wow. That is a wild combat trick.
Yeah, and it's weirdly templated because they want to make it so it, again, doesn't target your creature. So you don't
Okay, that's why.
end up getting it fizzled. Yeah, this is, I guess the blue-green deck really wants 2-drops because this and the Divination are both pretty good 3-mana plays.
Yeah, and they're pumping up creatures. And I mean, this is instant speed landfall, townfall if you need that. Like, this is a thing. I kind of like this. I mean, God, imagine just firing this off to win a combat. I mean, you would just feel like you broke it, right? Like my creature does. You got to land.
I mean, if let me just say, I play a 2/2 and they play a 2/2 on turn 3 when they attack with their 2/2 into mine. I'm not blocking.
Right, totally.
Like that sounds like a complete disaster.
I like C for Prishy's Wanderings. I mean, this set seems to reward a lot of mana plus the landfall sub themes there. I like C. What do you think?
C for this.
This
is cool. It's a way to make the 3-mana ramp a card like playable where it normally wouldn't be.
Exactly. Where normally you'd be like, that's too much to pay for that effect. Next is Queena Q Gourmet. Man, the names, I was not prepared for the range of weird names in this. And yeah. Anyway, it is 2 and a green for a 2/3 legendary creature coup. And it is uncommon. And it says, if one or more tokens would be created under your control, those tokens plus a 1/1 green frog creature token are created instead. And then you can pay 2 mana and sack a frog to put a +1/+1 counter on Queena.
If you have a lot of token making,
yeah,
this isn't bad. It works with job select.
You can have more. Oh yeah, okay.
So
that's the question.
The thing is, sacking a frog to put a +1/+1 counter on this isn't really
that
much of anything because you're turning 1/1 into 1/1. You know, you're not gaining on stats, and you're putting all your stats on the thing they kind of want to kill anyway. So I feel like if you made 1 frog off this, you'd feel okay about it, and you made 2 or more, you'd feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that probably like a C.
Yeah, build around C plus.
There
or
will
whatever.
be some decks it's like a B in if you really go hard on tokens.
Yeah. Next is Summon Fenrir. This is 2 and a green for a 3/2 enchantment creature, Saga Wolf. It is uncommon. It has 3 chapters. Chapter 1, Crescent Fang. Search your library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, and then shuffle. Wow, they are really supporting the landfall thing. Chapter 2 is Heavenward Howl. That's a cool title. When you next cast a creature spell this turn, that creature enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. And then chapter 3 is Ecliptic Growl. Draw a card if you control the creature with the greatest power or tied for the greatest power. I mean, there's a lot to like here.
You get paid the best thing up front, which is you get to ramp a land. So
totally.
Imagine in blue-green, you cast this on 3. They don't want to trade off for it because it's going to go away in a few turns maybe. So they just sit there, and then you cast a creature and you get a +1/+1 counter. And then you probably are at least tied next turn. So you draw a card. Like if this fully completes, setting aside even attacking for 3 maybe, you get 3 mana for a land, a counter, and then a card, as well as a 3/2 that maybe had some relevance at some point. Yeah, that's really good. So I like B for Fenrir. This just looks like a very strong card. I would put it in any green deck.
Definitely. The funny part is you'd almost prefer this to just be a regular saga with no creature so they can't kill it because you're getting a lot of value out of this thing.
Yeah, it's true.
Man, the names are like Heavenward Howl, Ecliptic Growl. Like that's gnarly. Next is Gigantode. Go with that. Gigantode. 3 and a green for a 4/4 frog. It is common, and it says, as long as you control 7 or more lands, this creature gets +2/+2. I love all this landy stuff that they're kind of melding together. I don't care that it's a little weird that it's like all of a sudden we care about 7 or more lands. I get it. Like this all works for me. This card, however, just power and toughness these days. Is that enough?
4 mana 4/4 is below the curve. Not by much. it's just not great. And 4 mana, 6/6. I mean, that's pretty good. You'd be pretty happy with that card. So
Yeah.
this it falls into the category of card which wouldn't pull me into blue green anyway. But if I was already blue green or red green and had some ramp, yeah, you could do worse than Giganto. That's probably a pretty classic like D where
right.
It's fine in the right
it.
decks, but it's not exciting ever.
Yeah. Reach the Horizon. This is going to get more lands, right? 3 and a green, sorcery, uncommon, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards and or town cards with different names, put them onto the battlefield tapped and then shuffle. Boy,
this looks great.
Rampant growth city here, man. Every other card rampant growths.
Also in both red, green, and blue green triggers any 4 casting cost spell things.
Oh, wow.
Both those decks like landfall. And I think it's going to be good in black green too. Really, just white green is the one deck that's not going to play this. I bet this is like a B- level card.
I bet you it is.
It feels like there's a lot of payoffs for doing this.
And the only thing I think that could nail it is that there's just like we had Prisha's Wandering and Summon Fenrir, which are both like really excellent. And you may just look at Reach the Horizon and go, I just don't kind of need it. Like I've got that base covered. But if you do want it, those are the turns that get really crazy for the landfall deck. And as you noted, we've got tons of stuff to spend mana on. I like B- for Reach the Horizon. I think this is the place for it. Town enabling, lots of mana to spend, landfall, it all kind of comes together.
Yeah, me too.
Next is Vanilla Cheerful Lassie. It's 3 and a green.
Vanilla Ice is what I'm going to call it.
Thank you. Please just call it that. Vanilla Ice. It's 3 and a green for a 3/2 legendary human cleric at uncommon. When Vanilla enters, mill 2 cards, then return a permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Oh, wow.
Not among those 2 cards, just from your graveyard overall.
Wow, that's really good. Then it says at the beginning of your first main phase, if you both own and control Vanilla and a creature named Fang Fearlessly, the one that we saw earlier, you may pay 3 black-green. If you do, exile them, then meld them into Ragnarok Divine Deliverance, which... Let me find that one real quick. Here it is. So that is a legendary beast avatar that is a 7/6 with vigilance, menace, trample, reach, haste, and when it dies, destroy target permanent and return target non-legendary permanent card from your graveyard to the battlefield.
The battlefield.
Yeah, they made it impossible. Like these things are always impossible to actually do, but at least they paid you off for when you get your 2 uncommons, your mana, your requirement.
I don't think it's impossible. And part of the reason is this can pick up Fang from the graveyard. So like
you can mill it and get it back or just find
or you play Fang and it like trades off or something. Mm-hmm. I mean, this card is good enough to play without any of the transform stuff. It's just 4 mana, 3/2 kind of Eternal Witness sort of deal. And if I had this card and I was black-green, I would definitely put Fang in my deck because Fang is close enough to being good by itself, and in most black-green decks will at least have some utility. And then if you just ever draw both, they do have to do something, and you have Raised Deads in your deck. It feels like an attainable thing, unlike any of the meld things that we've seen that take like rares. Yeah, that's not really going to happen. But yeah, you can conceivably do this. So I think this card is a B, and I think the meld part doesn't really add much to the rating. Mm-hmm. But if you have both, you should go for it.
And so how does it work? But like, I guess online it doesn't matter, but how does it work with the guy? You just get that thing?
On the back, if you look at the back of the card, it's half of the big card.
Oh, right, where you make them vertical.
Have them play as the 2 big cards, yeah.
Thank you. That's right. So they don't have the normal magic back. Cool. I mean, I'm going to do it. Like, you will receive a screenshot of me having pulled this off at some point. But yeah, this one's just excellent on its own. So B with upside. Next is Chocobo Racetrack. Let's go. This is 3 green for an artifact. It's uncommon. It has landfall, and it says, whenever a land you control enters, create a Chocobo. 2/2 green.
Yeah, we've seen those. The 2/2 landfall +1/+0.
That's cool. Is it too late, right? Landfall, The earlier you get your landfall payoff down, the better. That's why we like the 1-drop so much. This one costs 5.
I think that this card, if you put some work in, can be pretty strong. You just need ways to ramp mana. Like you want not just play, turn 6, play this, play a land, make a 2/2, turn 7, play a land, make a 2/2. That doesn't really sound good enough. But imagine if you ramped into it with like the Preche's Wanderings, and then after casting this, cast Reach the Horizon, and you could go pretty hard. So this looks like a build around B. I bet it's pretty good in a landfall build around deck, and it's not that good if you just put it in a white-green deck or, maybe a green-black deck if it's got enough ways to just generate resources. This is good in a high resource game. It's not good in a low resource game.
Because 3 is the number here, right?
Yeah. Once you've made your third chocobo, you've gotten ahead.
You got your money's worth. So ideally, you set up a kind of awkward situation where you play the racetrack and then you untap and play Reach the Horizon or Summon Fenrir and try to get back ahead. It's like not the normal order of operations, but I agree with you. Build around B for Chocobo Racetrack. Also, just the longer it sits around, the better. Plus, I love cards like this because you get to top deck in, and these type of cards mean you don't care what you top deck. If you hit a land, you're like, sure, give me a Chocobo, go. Next is Rydia's Return. This is 3 green for a sorcery at uncommon. Choose one. Creatures you control get +3/+3 until end of turn. Nice. Or return up to 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. I want to like this card, Luis. I really like the spread here on like, I already have a board state, kill you, or I need a board state, buy it back from my yard. But man, 5 mana is a lot to spend for these effects, is it not?
Well, so it is. Both of these effects you would not want to spend 5 mana. Well, actually, sorry. The +3/+3, it kind of doesn't matter how much mana that costs because it's more about does your
have
board,
the board state or not. Yeah.
Like let you do this. And if you have the board for it, whether it just costs 4, 6, or 5, whatever, you're kind of tapping out and just doing this, and that's fine. Paying 5 to regrowth 2 things is okay, but it takes your whole turn. You're probably not playing any of them this turn, and that does kind of make that part of it a little weaker. But then you combine the two, and it's like one's good if you have a lot of creatures in play, and one's good if you have some cards in your graveyard. Not the worst place to land because both effects are pretty powerful. I think this card's good. I think you want to try to maximize one of the 2 modes and then have the other mode be a bonus. So what I mean by that is either draft white-green and just plan on casting the overrun mode, and then sometimes you cast it to refill if the game's going poorly, or play black-green and use it to get 2 permanents back, including like sagas and stuff like that. But then if somehow you end up with a bunch of creatures in play, maybe a bunch of like 1/1s that get lands and stuff, then you just cast this to attack them. So I bet the combination makes this like a C+.
I'm going to go lower. I just think the second mode is too slow, as you described. And the first one's okay, but pretty situational. Like if you don't win off of it or apply maximum pressure, it doesn't give trample. So it's like they can definitely survive this. I'm going to go D for Rydia's Return. I just think it's too slow, too narrow. Next is Summon Fat Chocobo. This is 4 and a green for a 4/4 enchantment creature, Saga Bird. It's common. It's got 4 chapters. The first one is Wark, which is create a Chocobo. And the second, third, and fourth are all the same. It's called Kerplunk, and it is creatures you control gain trample until end of turn. Man, this one's really testing the how long does this thing get to stick around thing.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, they can't really ignore this. It attacks too many times.
It attacks too many times with trample. And because, I mean, look, I'll tell you straight up. If it was a common that was 5 mana, 4/4, make a 2/2 with upside, like I'm so in for that. I mean, that's kind of busted, right? This one, though, if it was only 3 chapters, you'd be like, okay, I get it. I get to attack once with it, and I get my 2/2, and it all works out. This is really asking the question, like, if I give you another chapter worth of time, is this close enough to just being a regular creature at that point? Where the expiration date on it is kind of like, yeah, whatever. It's like putting 4 stun counters on something. Like that's kind of just a removal spell at some point. Is this closer to just being a creature straight up?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think?
I don't think there's very many games where you're just going to outlast this. And it's kind of
Right.
like, if you do, maybe you took 12 off it, like, or 8 off it, I guess.
8
Sorry.
off it. Yeah.
8's a lot, especially given that it's giving
It's
your
a
other
ton.
creatures trample too.
Yeah.
And it makes a 2/2. This looks good. This looks like a C plus to me.
It does to me too. I'm just going to assume that this is going to play out such that your opponent can't afford to ignore it. So C plus for Summon Fat Chocobo. Next is Balam T-Rexor. This is 4 green for a 6/6 dinosaur at common. It's got trample. When it enters, you gain 3 life, and it's got forest cycling for 2. And Luis, I think I might be in love.
I told you that the
So good.
land cycler as well. We haven't got to the white one yet. The white one is so funny how much worse it is. The land cycler here, I mean, 6 mana, 6/6
awesome.
trample game 3 is just a card you're pretty happy to play. And you add forest cycling, and it's like, boom, excellent. C plus for the T-Rexor. Very good card.
Next is Colosseum Behemoth. This is 5 green for a 7/7 beast. It's uncommon, and it has trample. That's a big deal on these huge late game creatures. When this creature enters, choose 1. You can destroy target artifact or enchantment, or you can draw a card. My God, this is like, this lineup
this is
is
great.
awesome. Like, these 2 cards are just exactly where you want to put it. Amazing.
Turn 4, Reach the Horizon. Turn 5, T-Rexor. Turn 6, Colosseum Behemoth, and you got it all rolled up.
I'm doing it.
I like B for Colosseum Behemoth.
I do too.
This looks like it's just not, it's going to be a 2 for 1 almost all the time, sometimes a 3 for 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Sometimes an infinite for 1 because you killed them and you won all the cards.
Right. Last green card is Diamond Weapon. This is 9 mana. Holy smokes. 7 green for an 8/8 legendary artifact creature elemental. Oh, this spell it's uncommon. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent card in your graveyard. So it's definitely not a 9-drop. It has reach, and it has a thing called immune. It says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Diamond Weapon. So it doesn't have trample, but wow. The immune thing, do we care? What does that mainly just protect it from, like, death touch or something? Like, how are they?
Yeah, that's effectively it. Because
It's an
it doesn't. I mean, it's an 8/8. Those are already pretty resilient to combat damage.
Right. This card's
this
cool.
is the reward for going deep into green black and
What's the
some
sweet
self-milling.
spot casting wise for this?
Honestly, if you've cast this for 6 mana, you're still probably pretty happy because if you've done some milling work by turn 6, having 3 permanents in your graveyard is attainable, and that's totally fine. Mm-hmm. You don't need to make this cost 3 or 4 mana, though. It will be nice that sometimes. Here's a scenario: you top deck the double Raise Dead, and you have 7 lands out, and you can still cast this for 4 mana. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's wild.
So
I like this.
Build around B for Diamond Weapon. I think that it's going to be pretty good if you can really do some milling. It is pretty bad against just destroy target creature, though.
It is.
So
it is. You do need to make it cheap.
Not immune.
Yes, it is. Not at all. Yeah. Okay. That's a cool card, though. I like that lineup in green. That's a great place to put a bunch of mana. That moves us to white, our last color here. Our first card is called Crystal Fragments. It's white for an artifact equipment. It's uncommon. The equipped creature gets +1/+1. The equip cost is 1, but it has activated ability 5 white, 7 mana. Exile this equipment, then return it to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control at sorcery speed, and it becomes Summon Alexander, which is a 4/3 flying enchantment creature saga construct with 3 chapters. The first 2 are the same. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn. And chapter 3 is tap all creatures your opponents control. I don't think I ever thought I would see the day, Luis, where a 1 mana card had this much going on, like text and like flips over and like saga. I mean, this is a lot for a 1 mana uncommon, but the question is it good? So let's take it at face value. 1 mana, equip 1, creature gets +1/+1.
Certainly not a card you'd put in your deck unless you had a lot of reason to. And
so now in our white deck, I need to get to 7 mana to make this a thing. Is that what you're saying?
4/3. So
it's a
you
4/3
exile and return it, so it can't attack.
Nope.
So it comes in, your creatures don't take damage. Next turn, your creatures don't take damage, and it attacks as a 4/3 flying. The next turn, taps all your opponent's creatures, and you kill them.
And this dies, so you hopefully just kill them with whatever's left.
Right. I'm really
off it.
into this, I don't think.
I don't think so either. Because really, like, let's be realistic. The vast majority of games, this is just going to be white equipment, 1/1, blah, blah, blah. And that's just
Here's the
not
place I would want to play this. In blue-white, if you just really want a density of artifacts,
yeah,
it's a cheap artifact that later in the game does something else.
Yeah.
I played a lot of cards worse than this in affinity-style decks, so I wouldn't write it off completely. I would say it's like it's a build around C in that it's a completely playable card in blue-white if you care about 1-mana artifacts. Otherwise, probably avoid it.
Yeah, agreed. Next is Magitech Infantry. This is white for a 1/1 artifact creature, robot soldier. It's common. This creature gets +1/+0 as long as you control another artifact. And you can pay 2 and a white to search your library for a card named Magitech Infantry, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, cards like this tend to play pretty well. So it's often going to be a 1-mana 2/1, and then some amount of the time you're just like, boop, get another one. They're both 2/1s now. They look at each other. Yeah. You don't really want to play one of these unless you really hard up for artifacts.
Right.
But I'd be pretty happy to have like 3 in my deck. I think that's a good number. And
Do you think
2,
8's a good number?
I don't think I'd play 8. I think I'd probably play like 6.
6.
Well, no, I just play 8. At that point, you're going to try to play a deck that's like almost all planes and just all 2/1s, and you're just trying to go turn 1 2/1, second turn 2 2/1s. So
yeah, just kind of
that's a different strategy. But
like
I think Magitech Infantry is like a C, but if you get, and that's assuming you have 2, it's like a D if you have 1. But if you have like 3 or 4, it's probably like a C plus. Like once you have 2, the third and fourth are pretty high value cards.
It's a lot of material from a 1-mana 1/1 investment from the beginning. Next is Phoenix Down. Oh, down. Okay, this is white for an artifact. It's uncommon. It has activated ability, 1 and a white, tap it, and exile this artifact, and then you can choose one. You can either return target creature card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped, or you can exile target skeleton, spirit, or zombie. 3 mana total, and you can kill a weird subset of creatures or get one of your creatures back. One of your not super expensive creatures.
At the risk of being repetitive, there are, in blue-white, cheap artifacts are going to be good. But most of the time, this doesn't look that great.
Agreed. I mean, it's just narrow on the skeleton, spirit, or zombie thing. And then the other one is, I don't know. I mean, you're paying 3 mana. The only scenario where you're actually ahead on mana is if you get specifically a 4-drop back.
Kind of. 2 + 1 is a little bit less than 3.
That is true. That is true.
You know, not to Terrence Howard our math here, but I think that it is true that you can spend 1 mana in turns where you wouldn't be able to otherwise spend it. So it's kind of free.
Yeah. I also agreed with you, which is like maybe my career going down the tubes. No, but you're right. The installment plan, it does matter a little bit, but overall, I would start off. Somebody's going to have to show me this thing being really good. I am not.
This looks like a D to me.
It looks like a D.
If they have some really powerful skeleton spirits or zombies, it certainly gets value as a sideboard card.
Yeah, that doesn't seem core to this set. Next is Restoration Magic. This is white for an instant uncommon. It's tiered, so you can pay an extra 0 and get Cure, which is target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, or Cura, which is adding an additional 1 mana for target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you also gain 3 life, or Curaga, which is you add 3 and a white, bringing it a total to 5, and it says permanents you control gain hexproof and indestructible until end of turn, and you gain 6 life. Is there anything to be excited about here? I mean, that 1 mana protect a creature can be good in the right situation, but like there's no advancing your game plan with Restoration Magic. Like it's not that exciting, even if it does its thing, right?
No, I think that this looks like a sideboard card. You would just board it in against someone where the hexproof is very strong. Not a main deckable card.
Tons of removal. You're Not Alone is next. It's white for an instant at common. It says target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If you control 3 or more creatures, it gets +4/+4 instead. Geez, that's
this looks
a big
really
difference.
good in green-white.
Yeah, it does. Where it's going to be 1 mana +4/+4, like a decent chunk of the time.
Yeah. If you can reliably get to 3 or more creatures, then this card's probably a C+. Otherwise, it's probably like a D.
Mm-hmm. And but you know, the fallback plan of a D isn't the end of the world. Next is Zach Fair. This is white for a 0/1 legendary human soldier at uncommon. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, so it's really a 1/2. You can pay 1 mana and sacrifice it. Target creature you control gains indestructible until end of turn. Put Zach Fair's counters on that creature and attach an equipment that was attached to Zach Fair to that creature. I don't really like these when they're on board.
Pretty good. A 1 mana 1/2 that can sack itself to protect a creature and move the counter. And it's obviously a good target for equipment too, if you're into that. I bet this card's pretty good.
Bad. Yeah, I'm not.
I mean, what are you going to do about it? It's on the board, but like it only costs 1 mana to use.
Yeah, that's true. Like, that is true. Like you just attack your 3/3 into their 3/3 and they're like, oh, well, or into their 4/4 even.
Yeah, it's
like threat of activation wise, it's good.
Definitely. And you can get set up, right? Like if they leave all their mana up, you're not going to be like, okay, attack my 3/3 into your 4/4. Let's hope this works, you know? But
yeah,
it's not a huge cost to have 1 mana up. And if they just have 1 mana up and this card in play, it does kind of dampen a lot of your plays where you're going to end up trading for this card and they're going to have spent not that much mana on it and still get a counter out of the deal. So I actually think this card's a B. I think it's just a good card.
I'm just going to go with you on it.
Just imagine your red-white opponent leads on this into 2-drop and then, you know, it's just a good curve. Or on turn 6, they cast this and you're like, oh man, that's annoying.
Yeah. I also like to bump up any playable 1-drops, get extra for me. So that makes sense. Next is Adalbert Steiner. This is 1 and a white for a 2/1 legendary human knight at uncommon. It's got lifelink and it gets +1/+1 for each equipment you control.
I mean, I'm in for 2 mana 2/1 lifelink generally, and sometimes it's a 3/2, sometimes it's a 4/3. So looks like a C. In some decks, it'll be like a C+.
And even though this is a good card in and of itself, man, putting equipment on it is nice. Like it has lifelink, so you're getting all, you know, kind of extra bonus for it, plus the bonus. So yeah, I agree. Next is Ambrosia Whiteheart. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 legendary bird. It's uncommon. It has flash, and when it enters, you may return another permanent you control to its owner's hand. And it has landfall. Ambrosia Whiteheart gets okay, so it's a chocobo. It gets +1/+0 until end of turn.
Yeah, I like B- for this. We know these cards always play pretty well.
They do. This is a totally fine card, and it gets
good with the sagas for sure.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow. I didn't even think about that.
You let the last trigger of the saga pop, and in response, you cast this.
Yeah, because it's
especially if they're like outweighting the saga and just taking some hits from it or whatever. Oh
God! And you might even have enough mana to just recast the saga by that point. Oh. Yeah, maybe B actually for Ambrosia.
Sure, B for Ambrosia Whiteheart, which leads us to the most video game card of the
battle
of the set.
menu.
Battle menu. So this is if when you have a fight from a variety of the Final Fantasies. It's 1 and a white. For
that's from the one
uncommon.
I played. I think that's what it looked like.
Well, almost all of them have that kind of template, or a lot of them do.
Gotcha.
Turn-based, you pick from your options, whatever. So it's 1 and a white. It's an uncommon. It's an instant. And you choose one. You either attack, make a 2/2 knight. Ability, target creature gets +4/+0 until end of turn. Magic, destroy target creature with power 4 or greater. Or item, you gain 4 life. So,
dude, that's
you can instantly see it's got 2 good modes: make a 2/2 knight or kill a 4-power creature. But giving a creature +0/+4, that can counter a removal spell just fine. And gaining 4 life, the least used mode, but when you need it, man, you need it. So,
and that can really change a game. Yeah.
This looks like a B+ to me. This is just good in so many situations.
Seriously, you know, we were talking about like 2 medium cards, and when you put them together, it ends up being playable. This is like 2 good cards or 2 good enough cards plus 2 more situational. I like it. B+ for battle menu. Next is Curl. This is 1 and a white for a 2/2 cat beast at common. And you can pay 1 and a white and tap it to tap target non-enchantment creatures. It must have felt so bad when this thing could tap sagas
Yeah.
that somebody was like, enough.
There's sometimes, in testing cards when you're designing stuff where like you play one game and you're like, oh, no, we can't do that. Or like, oh, we got to change that. And that I'm sure that the first time this tapped a saga creature, if it even ever did that, was like, nope, we ain't doing that.
Yeah. 2 mana. Oof. For the activated here. That's a turnoff, right? I mean, it's a lot of mana to invest on a tapper. Like, am I going to pay 2 mana a turn?
But it's mostly like,
forever?
Do you play a 2 mana 2/2 that has upside? And the answer is yes. I think that this card is good in aggressive decks. You just play it as a 2 mana 2/2, and then later in the game it can maybe lock something down.
I'm skeptical. I think I need more upside, I guess, or more synergy or something. Like if this is an artifact creature or something else to just hook me up a little bit more. I'm down on this one. I'd give it a D. You want to go like C?
I think it's probably like a C-. It's a fine card.
Okay. Dragoon's Lance is next. This is 1 and a white for an artifact, equipment, and uncommon. It's got job select, so that's good. Equipped creature gets +1/+0 and is a knight. In addition to its other types, during your turn, equipped creature has flying, and then this one has an equip cost of 4. Is this the one we used? This is sweet. Yeah.
Fantastic card. I mean, 2 mana, 2/1 flying. I mean, only on your turn, but like aggressive flying. And if when it dies, you get this thing behind, which is actually really good. Like, when I was like, okay, you're not going to pay 6 mana to give +2 and +2 and reach that often. Dragoon's Lance is a whole different ballgame. This is more like the rogue equipment that draws a card. At some point, when your opponent's tapped out or you got nothing else to do, you're like, all right, spend 4 mana, make my 3/3 a 4/3 flyer attack for 4. And if you press the advantage with cards like this, then that's a pretty potent threat. So
definitely,
honestly, I like B- for Dragoon's Lance. I feel like this gives you just this reach in the late game. Your opponent on turn 2. Now I'm just gonna give it a B. They play this card on turn 2. You're like, ugh, there's a 2/1 flyer. I can't ignore it. And then late in the game, I'm going to have to deal with a steady stream of flyers. You kind of have to kill them, unless you can blow up the lance. You kind of have to kill them to stop this from killing you, or make a big reach creature. And if you kill the lance, well, they got good value out of it already.
Yeah, I agree. B on Dragoon's Lance. They pushed it because it's uncommon. Next is Dwarven Castle Guard. Can you read that one?
It's 1 and a white for a 2/1 dwarf soldier at common, and when it dies, make a 1/1 hero.
What do you think?
Well, I think green, white, and black, white are going to be pretty interested in this because it's a good thing to sacrifice and a good way to go wide. And it's not a card I anticipate playing often in blue, white, or what am I missing? Red, green, white? Oh, red, white. Nah, it's fine in red, white. Yeah, this card's just fine. Probably a C.
Yeah, these are typically pretty good.
It exchanges favorably with most 2 mana creatures. It's good with equipment. It's good with token, like going wide, and it's good with sacrifice. That's enough cross synergies that really the only place I think I'd be disappointed to play it in is in blue white. I think you want most of your cards to be artifacts if you can get there.
Yeah. Next is Slash of Light. This is 1 and a white for an instant at common. It says Slash of Light deals damage equal to the number of creatures you control plus the number of equipment you control to target creatures. Just a little bonus there.
Yeah, a tiny bonus. I mean, sure, it's fine. This is like a C-, I think. Like, if you're good at, here's the thing. If you're good at going wide or have a lot of equipment and a lot of creatures in your deck, you'll probably be able to pick up 1 or 2 of these or 3 of these or 5 of these because some of the decks are just not going to be that interested. And if you can enable it, it's fine. If you have a lot of creatures and a good amount of equipment or both, then I think Slash is probably a C. It's never going to be that much better. It's still just a 2 mana removal.
That's the best it can do. Yeah. Next is White Mage's Staff. This is 1 and a white for an artifact equipment at common. It's got job select, and it says equipped creature gets +1/+1, has whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life, and is a cleric in addition to its other types. And the equip cost is actually a little reasonable here. It's 3. For a job selector, that's not too bad.
2 mana 2/2 when it attacks, gain 1 is kind of nice.
It's kind of nice.
Leaves behind a pretty good equipment. This is a good way to gain a little bit of life. There's not much like life gain payoffs specifically, but life is always nice to have.
It is. It
So
is.
I like C for White Mage's Staff. I would never be unhappy to play this card. It's good in blue-white. It's good in red-white. It's good in green-white. It's probably good in black-white. It's probably just good in all the decks. It's just a good card.
I also think they pushed it a little bit because if you told me equip cost 4, I would have bought that straight
Definitely.
up. So C for White Mage's Staff?
Yeah, no, I'm not quite at C+, but I think C.
Next is Ash, Princess of Dalmasca. This is 2 and a white for a 3/2 legendary human rebel noble at uncommon. It says, whenever Ash attacks, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an artifact card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom in a random order. Hey, that's pretty good. I mean, 5's a lot. And if you're blue-white, you're going to hit every time. And even if you're not, you've got the equipment floating around.
Yeah, it trades off. You still got a 2 for 1. So I like this at probably B-
B-.
in blue-white and not that interesting outside of it.
Right. Next is Elrond's Inspiration. This is 2 and a white for an instant uncommon. It says attacking creatures get +2/+0 until end of turn, and then you can flash it back for 2 white. You can go for the full 7 with triple white to get the +4/+0.
This looks pretty narrow to me.
I agree. I mean,
this kind of card also no toughness boost is a little bit of a shame. And
like, are
honestly,
we believing in the go wide thing? Because I saw it, but I don't really like see it. Like, where's the common that, there's a lot of like vertical tokens, right? Like if a thing dies, it gets replaced, or the job select and stuff. But where's my thing that makes 3 creatures or whatever?
We haven't gotten there yet. Aerith Rescue Mission is the answer to that. But,
okay. If that's the case, then I'm more interested in the Elrond's Inspiration.
Yeah. I mean, this looks like a build around C in that in the go wide deck, you'll play this card. No one else will play this card or take it from you. And the flashback is kind of a lie in the sense that, yes, on 7 mana, this might just really kill them. You're not usually going to need to cast this card over to more than 1 turn. Like Inspired Charge often ends the game one way or another in that turn. Mm-hmm. So I don't think attack with everything, cast this, next turn attack with everything, cast it again is really going to be what happens. So I would mostly stay away from this, but if you can go wide, yeah, it's a good card.
Okay. Yeah, a little narrow. Next is Gala Cat. This is 2 and a white for a 1/3 cat. It's common. It has flying and vigilance, and as long as you control 2 or more artifacts, it gets +2/+0.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Common payoff for the blue-white
looks
deck.
like a C for the artifact deck and unplayable outside of it. So
yeah,
solid card.
It's like Paladin's Arms is next. It's 2 and a white for an artifact equipment at common. It does have job select, and it says equipped creature gets +2/+1, has ward 1, and is a knight in addition to its other types. And the equip cost is 4.
I'm not too excited about this one. 3 mana 3/2 is just the exact stats
Ward
that
1.
trades for 2/2, as we've talked about many times.
Totally.
And the re-equip's kind of expensive. And the Ward 1, it's not that big of a deal because they're probably just going to trade for it in combat. So looks like a D. If you have a lot of reasons to play equipment or artifacts, then sure, play the card, but not a card I'm going to prioritize.
D for Paladin's Arms. Next is Side Quest Catch a Fish. This is 2 and a white for an enchantment at uncommon. It says at the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. If it's an artifact or creature, you may reveal it and put it into your hand. If you put a card in your hand this way, create a food token and transform this enchantment into Cooking Campsite, which is actually a land that taps for white. And you can pay 3 mana, tap it, and sacrifice an artifact to put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, but only at sorcery speed. So you're hoping it replaces itself and then becomes this land?
It gets you a card, a food, and turns into a land. Then you can sack the food or other artifacts to give a bunch of creatures.
This card's actually powerful, right?
Yeah, if you can get up to like 18-ish creatures and artifacts, 16-ish creatures and artifacts, where you're like a little bit better than one out of 3, getting to 50% is going to be hard. You're not going to get to 1 out of 2 very often. This card is probably pretty strong. If
the
you're
downside
much lower than
being
that,
it just doesn't do anything until it's back to your turn,
nothing.
And then you might miss.
Yeah. So I think this is probably like a build around C, where it's a playable card if you meet the conditions, but it's not really a card that would make me want to meet the conditions so hard.
I just can't imagine missing twice and just being like, why did I ever bother? Like I could have put any 3-mana card in and been better off.
Yeah, well, you got to teach someone to fish so they can feed themselves for their entire life.
Next is Snowvilliers. This is 2 and a white for a star 3 legendary human rebel monk, and it's uncommon. It's got vigilance, and its power.
Snowvilliers is a name, not a description.
Yes.
Because it's legendary.
Oh, it's its name. Okay, gotcha. Hey, Snow. Its power is equal to the number of creatures you control.
I was a little bit down on these kinds of cards, Adeline accepted, because sometimes they don't really work and they're kind of mediocre. And sometimes when they're good, it's like the difference between a 3/3, a 5/3, a 7/3, and like a 15/3 isn't that big because most of the time they just get blocked if they're good or killed if they're good.
Right.
So it's like you enjoy the downside without really getting that much of the upside.
Right.
So sure, I would play this in green-white. It's probably like a C to C plus there, and it's probably not good anywhere else, but not a card I'm going to take super early.
Same. I want it to be good, but yeah, on the ground, no evasion, no bueno. Next is Summon Choco / Mog. This is 2 and a white for a 3/3 enchantment creature saga bird Moogle. It's common. It's got 4 chapters. They're all the same. And it's Stampede. Other creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn.
So 3 mana, 3/3. You play this. All your creatures get +1/+0. No trample, just +1/+0.
Mm-hmm.
Next
and
turn.
Again and again and again.
It does it again. So you get 2 attacks out of this, and it triggers 4 times.
Yes.
Yeah, this looks like a build around probably like C+ for the green-white deck, and
right.
maybe the black-white deck, and probably not great outside of that.
Yeah, and we're operating on the assumption that 4-chapter saga creatures are closer to a creature than not, and 3-chapter ones are closer to not a creature. So this one counts as a 3-mana 3/3, and in a beatdown deck, that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's not bad.
C for Summon Chocomog. Next is Aerith Rescue Mission. This is one you told me about. This is the 3 and a white sorcery at common. Choose one. You can either take the elevator, which makes 3/1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, or take 59 flights of stairs, which is tap up to 3 target creatures and put a stun counter on one of them. Again, this is a sorcery.
There we go. This is kind of like the flagship card for green-white, where at common, where you're gonna want to spend 4 mana to make 3 tokens and make all your other cards work. The nice part about this is when you draw it later, you can use the 59 flights of stairs mode and tap down 3 of their creatures for your final attack. So it kind of sets up your army and then also acts as a card to push through, which means you'd play 3 or 4 of these pretty easily.
Definitely. And now your Auron's Inspirations, your Summon Chocomogs, these are all like game winners. The +3/+3 overrun thing.
I like this at like probably C+ for green-white.
Yeah.
Maybe even B-. You really do need the effect.
Agreed. Especially this just seems like this is when your game really gets going, is when you cast this on 4. Next is Delivery Moogle. This is 3 and a white for a 3/2 Moogle. It is uncommon. It has flying. And when this creature enters, search your library and or graveyard for an artifact card with mana value 2 or less, reveal it, and put it into your hand. If you search your library this way, shuffle.
Sure. I like the 4 mana 3/2 flying. I mean, this card is a lot more aggressive than the art makes it look like.
No kidding. It looks so nice. Also,
and it draws you a card one way or another. Like as long as in your deck you have one artifact that costs 2 or less, if it's in your graveyard or your deck, you get it. As long as it's not in play. So, and most of the decks that play this probably will have more targets than just that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a B.
Definitely.
You don't even have to. The downside is you don't have to be blue-white to play this. You would just play this in any white deck because you'll probably have at least one artifact that works out.
Wow, that's a simple and pushed card. Next is Magitech Armor. This is 3 and a white for a 4/4 vehicle at uncommon. When this vehicle enters, create a 1/1 colorless hero creature token, and it has crew 1. This is interesting. You know, we had that common that was a 5/4 for 5 with the same thing. Now it's a 4 mana 4/4 vehicle with the 1/1. That common played out really well a couple of sets ago. I bet you this one will too.
This is uncommon too?
It is.
I would give Magitech Armor probably a B-. It's probably good at making artifacts plus tokens for a variety of different decks. Just looks like a good card. Even goes 4-mana non-creature if you care about that. So
Totally.
B- for Magitech Armor, which brings us to summon Primal Garuda. This is 3 and a white for a Saga Harpy at uncommon. It's a 3/3 flying. It has 3 chapters, so it's only getting 1 attack in. The first chapter is Aerial Blast. This creature deals 4 damage to target tapped creature an opponent controls.
Nice.
And the second and third chapters are Slipstream. Another target creature you control gets +1/+1 against flying.
Wow.
Yeah, this is great.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's not going to be hard to set it up where they just have a tapped creature. You play this, kill that. Next turn, you give another creature flying. It attacks. The summon attacks plus that creature attacks. Then on the last turn, it just gives something else flying. You definitely got your card back, and you might have gotten like 10 damage out of this card.
Yeah, that's a ton of damage coming through.
I like B for Primal Garuda. You don't really even need to be a creature deck for it to be okay. It gets a lot better the more aggressive you are, though.
Yeah, very good aggressive deck. Next is Weapons Vendor. This is 3 and a white for a 2/2 Human Artificer at common. When this creature enters, draw a card. Okay, well, that's nice. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control an equipment, you may pay 1. When you do attach target equipment you control to target creature you control.
I mean, I'm kind of in for this package. 4-mana 2/2 draw card is like a little bit weaker than what we're used to. It's funny that what we're used to now is so strong. But
yeah. But
also paying 1 to attach one of the like 3+ equipments, that's pretty good too. So
especially with how expensive some of the equip costs are because of
the job select ones are kind of artificially expensive because they pay you up front. So I like C+ for Weapons Vendor. I would like to have equipment. Without equipment, this is a C-. But with equipment, this card I think is actually pretty potent.
I agree. White Auracite is next. This is 2 white for an artifact. It is common. It says when this artifact enters, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this artifact leaves the battlefield. And wow, this thing taps for white?
This is really cool. This looks like a pushed common. I like this at B. I mean, it is vulnerable, just like all these cards, but when it works and you get mana out of it, like that's pretty good.
That is a lot. Yeah, two double white is a little steep, but man, that's well worth it.
Also, like popping the job select tokens or chocobo tokens is a really good way to get value out of this.
Yep, for sure. Definitely a B for White Auracite. It might even be a B+.
Ready for one of the bigger jokes of the set?
Yeah.
We've got Cloudbound Moogle is 3 white for a 2/3 flying Moogle at common, and when it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and it has plane cycling.
Oh, wow. So yeah, this one's worse.
This is just quite a bit weaker than all the other ones. I don't. It's the cheapest. There's something for that, but like, I would still play this card. I think it's probably like a C level card, maybe C-. But it's just looking at the green and red ones compared to this, for example, it's just like, White got the short end of the stick here. So I like C- for Cloudbound Moogle.
Yeah, I agree. It also seems like the worst fit. Next is Fate of the Suncrest. This is 4 and a white for an instant at common. It says this spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets a tapped creature, and you destroy. Wow, just destroy target non-land permanent. That's cool. So tapped creature, it's only 3, but anything for 5.
Yeah, I think it's pretty sweet. The fact it's funny how it can kill any kind of permanent, but it only gets cheaper when it targets creatures. But these work out pretty well. 3 mana to kill a tapped creature at instant speed is totally fine.
Yeah,
and this can kill artifacts, enchantments, anything you need. So I'm pretty happy with that card.
I am too. I would give this a C+. Like this, I would expect this to see some play.
Yeah, you don't want tons of these, but it is still really nice to have 1, maybe 2.
Definitely. I mean, nabbing an equipment in combat could be good. Next is Garaha Tia. This is 4 and a white for a 3/5 legendary cat archer at uncommon. It's got reach and the Allegan Eye. Whenever one or more other creatures and or artifacts you control die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Weird to have this in white a little bit, right? Like a 5 mana 3/5 reach doesn't really seem to be in line, not an artifact or anything like that. But that's a pretty powerful magic card, right? Just whenever anything that you control dies, you draw a card. Yeah,
even if it's just once a turn, like this is going to draw you cards pretty often. obviously the place for this is black-white because it's going to have ways to sacrifice in black.
Mm-hmm.
But I would probably just play this in any white deck. Like, your opponent plays this on turn 5, then attacks with a 3/2. You're just like, all right, I guess I have to take it.
Right.
And then if you can't kill this thing, you kill anything else. Like, you're in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah.
5 toughness means
Yep.
there will be times when they have removal that can't kill this.
Okay. It is still kind of just a killable 5-drop. And it is other, so that, you know, you're not locking in getting the card. I think I would go C+ on Garahatia.
C+. The way you want to set this up, if you can, it's kind of expensive, is to like play it and then immediately sacrifice something. Mm-hmm. So you're at least kind of getting some value. You're not quite up a card because you had to sack something. But
or treasure?
I mean, this card is really good with treasures.
Yeah, really good.
That's where we're at. So try to build. That's the easy way. You just have 5 lands and a treasure and play. You just play this, and then you're going to get value no matter what.
Last white card is the Crystal's Chosen. It's 5 white for a sorcery at uncommon. It says create 4 1/1 colorless hero creature tokens, then put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control.
Yeah, here we go. I mean,
wow.
Kind of nominally a green-white card, but it's just going to be good in any deck that can get up to 7 mana. Like, I'm sure that pretty much any color combination will be happy to play this. Maybe red-white the least, because it's probably the worst at getting to 7 mana.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, this makes 4 2/2s even if you have an empty board, and frequently will be 2 or 3 counters from what you already have. So that's like 7 mana for like 10/10 or 11/11 worth of stats.
Spread out
In a way that makes it hard for them to answer them. So
yeah, that's good.
I like B for Crystal's Chosen. You got to get to 7 mana. That's not like a gimme, but this is the kind of card. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Towns decks with good fixing splash cards like this, even at double white. Mm-hmm. Like, you're playing all the towns you get. You're going to have some like random blue-white or green-white towns. Then you're just like, search for 2 towns, then play this on turn 5. Like, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think that tokens deck might be more in the mid-range, like where you're setting up a lot and then kind of finishing them off rather than like some hyper-aggressive thing.
I mean, this is the kind of card that the +2/+0 to all your things could be pretty effective at.
Right.
But I also don't really want, trumpet blasts in my 7-drop deck. So
exactly.
It goes both ways.
Okay, so we just have the artifacts to do. But Luis, you have a commitment, right? So I'm going to be doing those solo.
Oh, 4 commitments actually. So yeah.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay. Well, great stuff. I think there's only about
forward to the set.
10 cards. Yeah.
It has got a lot of the hallmarks of sets I like. You never know till the rubber hits the road, but I right now consider myself intrigued.
I am too. All right. Great work as always, Luis, and we'll see you next week for the
cheers.
For the rares and mythics. But we've got a few artifacts to do. So we'll go with Elixir is our first one. It's 1 mana for an artifact that's uncommon. It says this artifact enters tapped, and you can pay 5 mana, tap it, and exile this artifact to shuffle all non-land cards from your graveyard into your library. You gain life equal to the number of cards shuffled into your library this way. Oh, man. That is awesome. And the lands don't go back in, so you're just shuffling the good stuff? This seems really bad. Like, I'm going to give it a low grade, but this is sweet. Like, I definitely want to do this. This is the type of like long game, grind it out, full control, inevitability type card that you really want. That's really cool. It's probably an F or a D or something like that, but I'll probably draft it at the B level. Next is Lunatic Pandora. This is 1 mana for a legendary artifact at common. You can pay 2 mana, tap it to surveil 1, or 6 mana, tap it and sack it to destroy target non-land permanent. Maybe the blue-white deck is interested, as Luis kept pointing out. It is interested in cheap artifacts to enable its payoffs. I still would assume that this isn't it. It's awkwardly a legend. It's also like 2 mana tap is too much to surveil 1, and 6 mana tap plus the 1 mana that you already invested is usually too much to hit a non-land permanent. So I would give Lunatic Pandora a D and assume it's not going to see much play, but maybe blue-white could use it. Next is World Map. This is 1 mana for an artifact at common. You can pay 1 mana, tap it, and sack it to search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Or 3 mana, tap, sack it to search your library for a land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. So I guess you can go get, what's it called? A town or something like that. These type of cards play out okay when they cost 1 mana total to get a land. When it's 1 mana and then you have to pay another mana at some point, at least a 3 mana if you want to get the other thing, but at least the 1 extra mana to get a basic. Think that probably turns it down just enough. Again, I'll talk about the artifacts deck potentially wanting this. Maybe if you just needed things to sacrifice. One of the things they didn't do is template these where it's like, if this goes to the graveyard or when this goes to the graveyard from the battlefield, then do a thing like where you could sacrifice it and get the benefit still. That these don't have that. 2 mana to get a basic's a little too much. I would give this a D for world map. I think it would be a little bit narrow, the case that you want, but I could see it. Like you can replace a basic with this and have an artifact for a deck that cares about it. Next is a card I really never thought I would ever see. Instant Ramen is a magic card. It is 2 mana for an artifact food. It's common. It has flash. Get it? Because it's instant. And when this artifact enters, you draw a card, and then it has 2 tap, sack, gain 3 life because it's a food. I could see this actually seeing play. Flavor stuff aside, I could actually see it seeing play. 2 mana to draw a card, and it has flash, so you can leave up other mana. You can get some life later, or more importantly, just sacrifice it for the deck that cares about sacrificing a creature or artifact. This is a really good one to sacrifice because you got your card back. I can actually see it seeing play in that deck. I'd give it a D+ for Instant Ramen. Probably have some for dinner tonight too. Monk's Fist is next. It's 2 mana for an artifact equipment at common. This does have job select, so it's a 2 mana job selector. The creature gets +1/+0 and is a monk, so it's a 2/1 for 2. And the equip cost is actually pretty aggressive here. It's just 2. So, if you really need permanence, if you are doing the sacrifice thing, Monk's Fist could kind of come out of nowhere and give you 2 things to sacrifice and kind of pop off. If you're just trying to use it at straight face value, I think it's going to be below the bar. But if you need artifacts that are actually creatures, if you need non-creature spells that are actually creatures, and if you're doing the sacrifice thing, I think Monk's Fist actually fits those. And I'd give it a C-, which normally this card looks like a low D, but I think it's a little better than that. Next card is called Poo Poo UFO. It's 2 mana for an artifact creature, Construct Alien, and it is uncommon. It is a 0/4 flyer. You can tap it to put a land from your hand onto the battlefield, and you can pay 3 to have until end of turn, this creature's base power becomes equal to the number of towns you control. So this is definitely like for the Turbo Towns deck. It's trying to do the landfall, do the towns thing, get the things down. And it's actually kind of cool. Once you have enough mana, this thing could become a 3/4, 4/4, 5/4 flyer and start bashing your opponent. The window on which tap, put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield is good, runs out very quickly. So you want to have something else to do with that. And it gives you that. I kind of like the Poo Poo UFO. It's kind of cool. And it's also a decent blocker as a 2 mana 0/4 flyer to let you set up this whole town's landfall big mana thing. I'm going to go C+ on Poo Poo UFO. It might actually be kind of good. That's funny. It doesn't look like that, but maybe it is. Next is Adventurer's Airship. This is 3 mana for a 3/2 vehicle. It's common. It's got flying. It's got a crew cost of 2. And whenever it attacks, you draw a card and discard a card. I can't imagine this card being very good. The normal, if you need an artifact stuff, applies, but I think you can just do better and still have enough artifacts. So I'm going to give Adventurer's Airship a D. Next is Blitzball. It's 3 mana for an artifact at common, and it taps to add 1 mana of any color, and then it has goal. You can tap it, sacrifice this artifact, and draw 2 cards, but activate only if an opponent was dealt combat damage by a legendary creature this turn. So you better want tap a mana rock, a 3-mana mana rock. If you don't mess with any of the other stuff. That is just not worth it at all. If there's a 5-color deck, this goes up. If you're doing the sacrifice and artifact, this card can maybe be a little bit better. I would start it off at D though. I just think you can do better than that. Next is Magic Pot. This is 3 mana for a 1/4 artifact creature, Goblin Construct at common. What? When this creature dies, create a treasure. How's it ever going to die, though? It's a 1/4. And then you can pay 2 mana and tap it to exile target card from a graveyard. I mean, it feels like a sideboard card to me with that second ability coming in and being important. I can't imagine you want to play a 3 mana 1/4 that when it dies, you get a treasure, even if it's an artifact. I'd give it a D, maybe even an F. That just seems bad. Next is Lionheart. This is 4 mana for an artifact equipment at uncommon. And it says when this equipment enters, it deals 2 damage to any target. The equipped creature gets +2/+1, and it has an equip cost of 2. But that's it. It's just a regular equipment. I like it. Yes, it's a little efficient at 4 mana, comes in, does 2 damage, but it gives you something on board, again, that you can sacrifice or that makes your other artifact stuff better. And the equip cost of 2 is reasonable for +2/+1. +2/+1 is big. Like that changes basically any creature. It levels it up to at least a mana better than it had been. The +2 is really nice, but the +1 is really a game changer on what can attack and what can't. So I actually like Lionheart. This seems pretty good to me. If it nabs anything when it comes in, I mean, you can always go upstairs, but if it kills a creature, which is what you want to do, and then, you can find 2 mana later on to seriously upgrade a creature, that's pretty good. I think I'm going to go B- for Lionheart. It's upside of having a chance to be a 2-for-1 and then being a pretty decent card on the board is worth it, I think. Next is Ring of the Lucii. This is the 4 mana legendary artifact at uncommon. It taps for 2 colorless, or you can pay 2, tap, and pay a life to tap target non-land permanent. Interesting. That's a really interesting card. 4 mana so you can play it and then untap, play a land, and have 7 mana available. Obviously much better if you're playing a deck that has either mana sinks or big spells. This thing goes up a lot. And I kind of like the tapping. I mean, the pay 1 life limits how long you can do that for. And the 2 mana is a tough one as well, because this does need to be tapped, so you can't use the mana that it makes. But man, that can be really good. It is a lot better in the late game to pay 1 life rather than take a hit for 7 from some huge thing. You also can do the trick where you wait until their end step or just their combat or whatever, tap their thing, and then on your turn pay 2 more, tap another thing, and then get in for a huge attack. Yeah, this card seems a little bit narrow to me because it's all focused on the late game. It costs 4. It pumps your mana, which you wouldn't necessarily think that you'd need at that point that much. And it costs 2 to activate. So these are all late game things, but this card seems quite strong in the late game. I'm going to go C+ on Ring of the Lucii. Next is Relentless X-ATM092. Man, not getting any of these references is kind of lame. This is 6 mana for a 6/5 artifact creature, Robot Spider at uncommon. It says this creature can't be blocked except by 3 or more creatures. Okay. And you can pay 8 mana and return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped with a finality counter on it. Yeah, it's pretty good, actually. It's like really annoying. I don't think I would take it super highly, but Ring of the Lucii into this thing or just a ramp deck or whatever. This is a reasonable threat and a pain to deal with. I think I'd give it probably a C+. I mean, it's still 8 mana to get it back. It is a big pain to deal with. Maybe it's a B minus, something like that. Last artifact is Iron Giant. It's 7 mana for a 6/6 Vigilance, Reach, Trample Demon at common. I like that combination of stats. That is actually quite a powerful one. I just assume that, like, you know, all of the land cyclers are going to come in above this. You know, like, you just don't really need it. So I'm going to give it a D, but that is a reasonable place to put 7 mana. Like, Reach means you're not getting killed. Trample means you're going to kill them. And Vigilance means you get to play defense and offense. That's a lot to like out of a common for 7 mana. I just think you're going to have stuff that's more versatile that's going to take the place of it. Okay, we've got a few lands and then we are done. Our first lands are the towns. I'm going to read Charlayan, Nation of Scholars, which is the first one on the list. It's the blue-white one. They're really simple. They're common. They're intertapped, and they tap for 2 colors, one of 2 colors of mana. There's one for each color pair, and they have a subtype of town. And as we've seen, there's a number of cards that care about how many towns you have. But I mean, these are dual lands. Like, we often play these in limited. They enable splashing. They fix your 2 core colors of mana significantly, and they're usually worth a little bit higher of a pick than you may realize. So keep that in mind. And then, of course, if you are the town deck, you're going to go crazy. I mean, you're going to want to get as many of these as you can get. There are a few more towns that aren't of that cycle. The first one is called Adventurer's Inn. It is a town. It's common. When it enters, you gain 2 life, and it taps to add colorless. I could only see this for the town stack. I really like a land that gains me 2 life. That's actually pretty decent. I hate lands that tap for only colorless, though. You need a lot more than that. So to me, this is a deck that really is just for the town stack, and it's because you fell short on getting enough of them. Next is Capital City. It's also a land town. This one's uncommon. It taps for colorless, or you can pay 1 mana and tap it to add 1 mana of any color. So it can technically make extra colors, but it's expensive to do so. And it does have cycling for 2. I would put this in that same category. Town stack, yes. Everything else, probably no. Next is Crossroads Village. This is another land town. This one's common. It enters tapped. As it enters, you choose a color, and it taps for 1 mana of the chosen color. Yes, please. I think generally speaking, these aren't as good as, well, they're definitely not as good as just a town that's in your 2 colors, because they can tap for either. But if you're doing splashy stuff, or just if you're in the town stack at all, the Crossroads Village is 100% in addition every single time. You can even pick it a little earlier in the town stack because you don't know exactly which colors you are. And this will provide a color that is useful to you, where if you pick a random town, you may have to play it as like an off color town. Like, you may not even use either color. And that could be bad. I'd give Crossroads Village a C. That's pretty solid. And then there's Eden, Seat of the Sanctum. This is another town at uncommon. It taps for colorless. Or you can pay 5 mana, tap it, and mill 2 cards. Then you may sacrifice this land. When you do, return another target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. So 5 mana plus this, so effectively 6 mana to mill 2 to get something back. Yeah, see, I just am never playing a straight up colorless land for an effect like this. That is pretty good. It lets you turn a land into a permanent in the late game, which can be really powerful. But I just would worry I wouldn't get to the late game because I was messing around with this stupid colorless land. So I'm going to say D for Eden, Seat of the Sanctum, but there are some uses there. Next is the Gold Saucer. This is another land town at uncommon. It taps to add colorless, and you can pay 2 mana, tap it, and oh boy, flip a coin. If you win the flip, you get a treasure token. If you lose, nothing happens. Or you can pay 3 mana, tap it, and sacrifice 2 artifacts to draw a card. So if you either get enough treasures, or if you happen to have other artifacts laying around, then you can get those. That's kind of interesting, I guess. Like how often would you like play this and then on turn 3 tap 2 other lands plus this to flip a coin and try to get a treasure? That feels like a really quick way to lose a game of Magic. Yeah, I just assume that, you know, being a modern era limited set, that there's enough going on that you can't be fussing around with a card like the Gold Saucer. So I'd give it an F. And then, I actually don't know if this is in the set or not. I guess I'll cover it just in case. It's card number 309, which is kind of in that borderline range. This is Wastes, taps basic land that taps for colorless. I don't really see a reason to play it in the set anyway, so it's probably not in there. They may have just put it in for standard or whatever. Sometimes, you know, when you do set reviews, you'll have cards that are technically in the set, but they're not in the booster packs that we play with. They're there to like fill in gaps for, you know, for standard or whatever. And I assume that Waste is one of those as well. And even if it is actually in the set, I don't really see any use for it. So not worth discussing. There it is. Kind of interesting. This is a bit of a roller coaster set review. Definitely for me. On one hand, there's the apprehensive feelings about Magic, you know, going the route that it's going with these other IPs and kind of feeling like the thing that we knew before is being left behind. But then actually reading the cards, I'm like, oh, whatever. It's still Magic. This seems fine. Like, it doesn't bother me at all. I actually just don't care at all. This isn't that different from, you know, a few of the Neon Dynasty sets that we've had recently that kind of went off the map a little bit as far as core fantasy. This feels like not that far from that type of stuff. So that's fine. But then there's also the, like, I'm not a Final Fantasy player. Like, I played, I think, Final Fantasy 4 or something when I was like a teenager. Like, this is in the 90s, forever ago. And so I don't get the references and I don't know the characters. So there's a ton of top-down designs that I'm just like, this is probably clever, but I have no idea. But I get a little taste. Like, I remember Chocobos, and like, that was fun when I saw those come up. So I don't know, kind of going back and forth in my head about like, is this exciting and cool or is this a little weird? But I think it's more exciting and cool. And like I said, the truth of the matter is that if they stick the landing on this being a good limited set, I won't care at all. Like, we will not get to the Sunset Show and I'm going to say, well, this is stupid. Why did they do this? I'm going to be like, this set was awesome and I don't really care what was on the pictures. So ultimately that's how we're going to judge this set, is how well they did with the design of the limited portion, because that's who we are. We are limited players. That is going to do it for this one. If you want to find us on social media, I'm Marshall_LR and Luis is LSV pretty much everywhere. You can find everything related to the podcast at lrcast.com. We want to thank everybody on Patreon for supporting us, as well as Ultimate Guard for their support of the show. And with that, we will see you next week. I guess since Luis isn't here, I can come up with something for a sign off. I guess I would really just mention what I was just talking about with these type of games and these type of IPs. The question I have, you know, Luis sort of said, oh, when we see SpongeBob SquarePants or whatever, you know, and he was saying the Marvel thing is another step kind of away from anything that we're used to. I am curious where that line is for most people. I want you to think about that. Like, where is that line? Like, if it was a straight up like cartoon aimed at kids more or less, like, would that be like, let's say it wasn't one that you happened to be into when you were a kid, you know, would that be too far for you? Would you say, I can't take this seriously anymore? You know, as people who listen to this podcast and stuff, we enjoy the game, but also, you know, we bring a level of like, we take this seriously on some level as our hobby or our passion, you know, and at some point, would it just be like, this is just too goofy? Or would it never matter to you? Would it never matter at all? You know, they could put whatever the heck they want on there. And as long as the gameplay is the same and you know, it's good and that you're enjoying the set, would you just not care at all? Or are you one of those people that want to see them, you know, running back to core fantasy flavor like dragons and goblins and stuff like that? I think everybody falls on a different line on that spectrum. I think that this is one of our first tests of it. And I think the Marvel will be the even stronger test.